Woo, all right. It's David Wilcock. I'm looking good, feeling good. Yes. So we've got lots of good stuff going on here. And life is very good this week. We've had some really amazing stuff. I'm David Wilcock. Welcome to the show. This is DNA Portal Science. And yes, we are in a very interesting situation here. The sum total of my work has been dedicated to the idea of ascension, the idea that we are headed into some sort of massive spiritual evolutionary quantum leap as a human race. And dang, if it isn't all coming to a head right now. The sun is going nuts right now. Beverly Adams just donated. Blue Sizzle, bingo. Hello, David. DNA. Yes, that's right. We are definitely going to do a DNA blowout today. This is one of my favorite topics. There's so much to know about genetics that is not part of the conventional accepted scholarship on the whole subject that it's like, wait a minute, how did we get so much of this stuff pushed out to the side? How much did we miss from this whole experience of life that we have this DNA-based idea of biology that the code is in the molecule? But you remember we talked about in a previous episode what happens when you take these seeds that were killed by radiation from Chernobyl and then you shine a laser beam through them with healthy seed DNA in the light, in the photons. You're taking healthy DNA from a healthy seed, you put it in laser light, you shine those photons into a seed that is dead, and you're getting a Lazarus effect. You're getting the seed reanimating, coming back to life, and actually growing into a healthy plant, just from some type of weird photonic genetic code. So we have, okay, let me start the recording now. We actually got that going. I didn't hit the button right away, but we're good. Let's make sure the input is on. I think it is. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, it's good. I think overthinking is in our DNA as we all do it. God bless, says Alexandria825. And thank you very much for the donation. Hit the thumbs up, everyone. Somebody just said that. And happy birthday, Anita. Somebody's birthday just happened, Anita Constance. So thank you for letting us know. Yes, we're happy to wish you a happy birthday. Ooh, dude, look, I'm only 3 minutes in. I already got 1,241 live viewers, which apparently is very difficult to achieve for anybody. You look great. Thank you. A little bit hot, but, you know, I'll cool off as I sit here for a while. I've got my base layer on, but we actually don't need base layers down here right now. Finally, for my climate at 8,600 feet altitude, we've got actual warm weather, enough that it's warm downstairs. We got the sun out today. That makes the whole day a lot better. It makes the lights a lot easier on my eyes. For whatever reason, when the sunlight's coming through, my eyes just adapt to that better. So anyway, we've got a really, really great show for you guys. I'm so excited about this one. You're already begging for Angry Daddy. They're literally begging for Angry Daddy. I've had it. We'll get there in just a minute. Richard Whitney donated $200, and he says, for my continued support. Yes, that would be really great. I really do like your hair. Hello, everyone. Sir Wilcock, would it be possible to explore weird things happening with hypnosis? Deep somnambulant hypnosis. You might find it very interesting, says Beshtar. Yeah, we've got, have you seen Chris Bledsoe interviewing on the Sean Ryan Show? I have not. Please don't stop what you do, David. I don't intend to. Sharing your extensive knowledge with us is very much appreciated. Love you. Ilka5, thank you very much. Thank you again, Richard Whitney, for the $200 donation. You guys are awesome. You're the reason why I'm doing this, and it's like having a... Not the angry daddy over the Irish, says Carol Whitmire. So somebody wants to really hear the Irish character, because he can come out too, you know. It's all up to what I decide to do at any given moment. Oh, it's just so crazy. Anyway, yeah, I'm actually in a really great mood. I had synchronicities that occurred this past week that were so miraculous and frankly biblical. The timing of events that individual parties could have had no possible idea that these events were timed in such a way. And then combining that with the dream data that I'm getting now and the dream data from 1999. And as you guys know, we actually have gotten a deal. We have gotten our first deal, which apparently is for 1,500 aircraft. I mean, I expect the DS is going to try to throw that off somehow. I don't know if they really can. But even if they did, we've got several other deals coming in behind it. So we have officially crossed the line. We have a signed contract. We are going into business. We are going into production. Did you see the info on Greer coming out? Hello, Rob Inayan. I have not. I don't know what you're talking about, but you know, we either hang together or we hang separately. That's the point. We're all in this together. And I am just having a great week. We've had incredible victories, incredible wins. We're just piling them up. The biggest one, of course, is not to have to worry about money anymore. We don't actually have the money yet, but the time loop from 1999 indicates that we're going to get it within this month of June. So once that happens, it's life-changing. I can't tell you how crazy it's been to live my life for so many years. 4 years now of just absolute bankruptcy, not even having, I just got underwear, believe it or not. I just bought more underwear, it costs $150, but you know, everything counts, everything matters. Leanne Boudreau, yay, miracles, blessings to you, David Wilcock, and all here. Yeah, I have to say, this is about as comfortable as I've ever felt sitting in this chair. And until you're no longer in seven-figure debt to the IRS and you have a way you can pay it off, it's never going to stop. You're never going to feel safe. You're never going to feel very happy. You know, living alone here in isolation has been really, really intense. And I just haven't been able to afford to go anywhere else. And for 4 years now, I've been in this Michael situation. Archangel Michael began speaking to me again through the words of what I'd already dictated beginning in September, October of 2021. And all of 2022 and 23, I was working on writing up these psychic readings that I had dictated through remote viewing protocols back in the year 1996 is when it started, and then most of the books were finished by 2000. It ended up turning into 7 books, and they still are an amazing resource. I hope that you will explore them and enjoy them. We have a special offer later in the show we'll talk about. And it was a labor of love. Each book is over 500 pages long, but there's prophecies of our present on every page. In other words, the material of the 7 books was dictated from 96 to 2000. But when I started reading it again in October 2021, it was prophetic of the present. So the remote viewing protocols screen out your conscious mind, allowing you to tune into a cosmic intelligence. And that cosmic intelligence is really interesting because I honestly thought we were going to get a catastrophic pole shift and solar flash. The sun is going to give off a bright flash and the Earth shifts on its axis. And the only way that you really make it through this is by being rescued in some sort of cosmic Noah's Ark. Motherships and ETs arrive. They portal you off to safety. You go on board the ship, and everybody says, okay, let's go look out the window as the Earth does this crazy cataclysmic activity. I honestly did believe that, and I honestly expected it to happen in the year 2012. But now, since I started, and that continued right up through 2021, I was anticipating catastrophic events. I was anticipating having to survive. I have a huge stockpile of frozen bison steaks in my freezer, enough for like 2 months of no food. I anticipated something like that. I had all the, you know, I always try to keep around 15 5-gallon jugs of water in my garage. My goal is to be fully ready for whatever might happen, however long it's going to take to happen. And at the same time, I've been a long-term proponent since 2009. I was briefed on the idea that yes, there is an alliance, there is a group within the intelligence community and the military around the world, especially America, and that their plan is to expose the real problems that are going on and bring those people to justice. But you can't just do it willy-nilly. There's a point, there's a line that you have to cross where you got to do it all at once. And that's what we're saying is going to be a mass event. There will be a variety of arrests that happen all at the same time. It will shock you. And as I was told all the way back in 2009 that there's going to be a blackout. You're going to get emergency message notifications on your phone. They already had videos that they'd made. There was some surprisingly famous people in those videos that were narrating them. And you'll never have figured out that they were really working for something like this alliance until you actually get to see the video. There was scuttlebutt that there might be 7 different videos. There might be more of them now. I don't really know. And the point is that Satanism is not a joke. It actually works. You can actually get this stuff to create a hallucination that everybody shares. It's a group hallucination where they think they're seeing some type of creature, like a demon. Now, other people watching from the outside who are not hallucinating may only see telekinetic activity like a poltergeist, no visible sign of anything, but the hallucinations do seem to be a part of how this all works. And so I was very, very excited because Catherine Austin Fitz is now out there saying, yep, this is what it is, interdimensional problem. There was a great slide that the Alliance just put out yesterday, whatever we think the Alliance is, that really talked about that. We'll have that at the end of the show. So, yeah, I'm super excited because this is actually a biblical setup. We have a biblical situation here of good versus evil. And so ancient civilizations were trying to give us as much information about this as they could. They were greeted by angelic cosmic beings, and those beings gave us a very consistent record prophesizing that after 25,000 years, which should have been 2012, again, we're overdue for this, that there would be some type of quantum shift that affects our entire solar system. The moon will and the earth will reel to and fro like a drunkard. The stars will drop out of their appointed positions in the sky. You hear it in the Quran. The Quran actually has really, really exciting updates on this that we don't get. Roger Zabarik said, thank you again. Do not say anything about the trolls today. They are utterly unimportant. Well, I didn't plan on talking about the trolls too much today. Thank you. Essential Goddess donated $100. That's pretty awesome. I want to make sure I don't miss anything from you guys. 22 thumbs up she got. And so, yeah, we're live. And we, have our team in place. We have 8 people in place to stop the incessant, what obviously appears to be paid trolling that's going on. But you said you don't want me to talk about it. Ann Tucker has a good video on her channel, says Emily Howard, about prepping materials. She channels angels about blackouts and catastrophic events. Yeah, so this is a very exciting situation, you guys, because we have ancient prophecies from 35 different cultures. I read Graham Hancock's book, Fingerprints of the Gods, back in 1995 when I first got out of college. And that was the year that everything really started to change for me, 30 years ago. And Michael's going to talk about that. The origin of my journey that led to me being on camera today was 30 years ago. And so Graham Hancock actually talked about the idea of 2 historians, de Santillana and Van de Schend. They wrote a book called Hamlet's Mill, and they're like some of the best historians in the entire field. They're published academics. They've got tons of published papers. And their conclusion was that all 35 ancient mystical traditions that they found, that includes all the main religions and spiritual teachings, are all predicting that at the end of 25,000 years, there is some type of species evolutionary event. Now, you would think that if these entities went to so much trouble to give this to every culture on Earth, whether geographically separated, that this means it's true. Something's going to happen. We got Kenneth Bates. Thank you, Kenneth. He's donated $200. Appreciate your information and positivity. And again, we're already at 2,239 viewers at 15 minutes. This is a great day. And everybody is supposed to be getting $5,000 checks to help with food for blackout of 3 weeks, says Sydney Mansfield. I don't know if it's because of the blackout or whether it's 3 weeks, but yeah, there's definitely going to be something going on. Color Fab, the stress is gone from your face, David, and you've dropped 10 years. Well, thank you. So, you know, we're happy to do all these things. We're happy to keep everybody working on the goal, which is do not panic, do not freak out, do not think that this is all going down the tubes. This is actually the species evolutionary event that we're heading into is going to be non-catastrophic. That was the message of the Michael prophecies. Mimsy says we are in exciting times and never a dull moment. That's absolutely right. This is a very, very exciting time to be alive, you guys. And so I really do feel blessed to be here today. Once we've gotten this deal, which we now have, it's sort of like every other problem I ever had is gone or easily resolved. And so we're looking for amicable resolution of all of these different issues. It should be very easy to do that with the IRS, with any other troubles that I might have had. This brings up a very easy solution. And so remember, the company that I started, we're working on hover cars, anti-gravity, power plants, starships, and we do intend to deliver. And so the first round of capitalization should be coming in really soon. And it is exactly the way that the Michael prophecies have been telling us it was going to happen week after week after week. He said in these prophecies from 1999 that we were going to get funded, and now we have been. So it's a truly, truly blessed occasion to be here today with you guys. And yeah, I feel a lot more relaxed. And so what is going on with this Ascension business? So many ancient prophecies tell us that something is going to happen that transforms us into a higher type of light body human being. Well, that totally does not fit with the conventional view of DNA being the result of your parents' genetics, and the molecule is set the way it is, and once you're born with certain DNA, that's your DNA for life. There's no external influence that can change your DNA. But now I'm going to talk to you about some things that are really exciting in terms of how DNA actually has sacred geometry in it, the dodecahedron. We talked about these various geometric forms that this type of geometry, let's go to the close-up here again. This is the star tetrahedron. This is essentially what photons are. Okay, and so if photons are made of geometric vibrations, it's literally the idea that the universe is made of a hidden fluid-like energetic medium, a substrate as it's often called, in which vibration in any fluid, as we've been showing you week after week, it shows up as geometry. So you can take a muddy glass of water, vibrate it at pure sound frequencies, it mysteriously turns into sacred geometry. We had somebody post that on my X page, that's David_Wilcock. Highly recommend you go check that out. I do post updates on there that are important. The view count has been very, very, very low, which is extremely paradoxical considering I think I have either over 150 or 170,000 subscribers, but I'm only getting like 5,000 to 10,000 views. Something's broken in the algorithm, man. That's all I can say. But anyway, apart from all that, when you look at the cymatic geometry, the vibrations of liquids, as I've been saying, they create geometry. And so that's the idea behind what intelligence really is, that there is an intelligent fluid-like consciousness that made the whole universe, and vibration is how it expresses thought. So different thoughts will actually create different sound frequencies, different vibrations, and those vibrations create different specific fractalized geometry. And so if this is unfamiliar to you, I recommend going back to previous shows. I'm not going to go into all the physics again. We don't have the time. But we do, oh my gosh, I see all these donations going by. How did I miss all that? There's 3 of them that just went by, 4 of them. So we got Donald Barker. David, you look angelic, says Ethel Cook. Thank you very much. Donald Barker, we got Wind335, donated $50 right there. And then we've got Jen Albrecht, donated $100. Thank you, David. You're my Sunday sunshine. We actually do have sunshine today. Get a dream catcher in there. It would complement your sizzle jacket. I may bust out with a sizzle jacket after our break, depending on if it gets cold down here. But right now, it really hasn't been. Richie Barron also donated. Thank you very much. What do you think about 47's post on Truth about so-and-so disappearing in 2020. That is definitely in the show. So we're definitely going to keep on talking about that. And it's great, you know. We need a focus on free energy in relation to water purification. Well, I already have a different show for you, but yeah, there is a free energy aspect to this with water, because one of the things you're going to find out today, if you didn't already hear this from me, is that just plain water is a habitat for creating DNA. You remember in a previous show that we talked about the hydrogen molecule and the work of Dr. John Baez, not to be confused with Joan Baez. And he found that you could take the hydrogen electron and make it spherically symmetrical, and then it actually looks like a dodecahedron. And there's no reason why electrons shouldn't be spherically symmetrical. We only tried to force them to look like planets orbiting a sun. So even hydrogen itself has a dodecahedral structure, which is the same thing that we see in DNA. So the DNA molecule, as you're about to see, has a dodecahedral underlying resonance pattern in it. The actual structure of the double helix wraps around a totem pole of dodecahedrons. And again, we've seen the same geometry on the Earth. The top areas where ships and planes disappear, these portal phenomena like the Bermuda Triangle, there's 12 of those points around the Earth. They form a geometry called an icosahedron. You can actually flip that inside out. Now it has 20 points, and it's called the dodecahedron, and that's a soccer ball type of thing with pentagonal faces. So that structure of those geometric lines defines where all 3,300 of the pyramids, stone circles, standing stones, and a whole bunch of stuff that was built in more recent times by people who clearly knew what these lines were about. They wanted the power that the lines create. This includes churches, abbeys, cathedrals, all temples, all different sorts of things. So we have been lied to for a very long time about the essence of what reality is. We've been fed a false genetics. The real genetics is that your DNA can change while you are alive. You can be exposed, I'm going to show you this today, you can be exposed to these DNA portal frequencies that will actually transform your DNA into something more evolved. And that is what all 35 of these ancient prophecies are telling us. They're all telling us there's going to be some sort of world upsetting event. Everybody is going through an initiation together. And at the end of that event, there is some type of solar energy change. And a lot of these prophecies from ancient times, again, there's 35 of them. Graham Hancock wrote this up in 95. 35 ancient prophecies all saying, yep, you're going to transform into a being of light. Well, conventional DNA genetics won't let you do that. But once you understand that DNA is a portal into pure information, and that photons themselves, the actual light that hits your skin when you go outside, that actually can change the structure of your genetics, and it can do it in one generation, one lifetime. Now you see we have a scientific rationale for why these ancient prophecies could really come true. And again, we don't have to understand the way that genetics really works. It does anyway. The benefit of science is that we're looking at the truth and we're discovering what's really going on. And this should be exciting to everybody. That's why, again, anybody who's trolling me is very likely paid, because everybody gets excited about this stuff. It's like, wow, I didn't know that. It's very, very exciting. But then you have a few people like your dear old daddy, and he says, gosh, son, you just can't keep on making up this crazy stuff. I have tried to program into you the life that you're supposed to have, which is that you conform to the mainstream, you don't have any funny ideas, you're not trying to tip over any apple carts, because we like those apples, David, frankly. We're very happy with the apple cart the way it is. So, son, I have had so much trouble trying to get you to play a straight and narrow game, and you simply won't do it. The only DNA portal that you ever really had came right out of dear old daddy, well, and of course your mother. But we don't want to talk about your mother too much, because I really greatly resent her, son. I greatly, greatly dislike your mother, but that's for another conversation. I'm trying to talk to you about how your mother and I programmed you better than this, because, son, I brought your DNA in here, and I can portal it right the hell out. I am very disappointed, son, and you're trying to screw me up. I have had it! Woo! Angry Daddy is in the house. You got to have your cigarette. You got to have your glasses. And not lose your voice. Oh, my God. Tried to do a little too much vocal fry, and I got grit in my voice from that. Calm down, son. Just take it easy. Take a breather. Take a few seconds to relax yourself. If somebody doesn't want to hear from me, I don't care. I'm here, and I'm ready to give you the insults to my son on a week-by-week basis that he needs to keep his ego at least 3 notches down. Because, man, I don't know what the hell he's thinking coming out here trying to talk to you guys about this stuff. God, I just can't stand it. I have had it. Woo, yeah. Cigarettes, fireworks, Angry Daddy is the best. Don't make him angry. So, yeah, everybody's got great things to say about the comedy, as you can see right now. And it makes me laugh. Again, this has been a week of utterly dazzling personal synchronicities. I had events take place that just crashed any idea of randomness going on. And again, I can't get specific because they're personal, but it's like, okay, yeah, you know what? We got funded. I got nothing to worry about. Michael is in control. People think they're doing things by their own free will. They're really not. We're all on a foreordained timeline that Jesus actually was into it back. I do believe that this whole event sequence that's occurred since 2020 was predicted. Let me try to get this thing out of my eye. Something in my eye. Woo! The whole event sequence that we're now seeing may have been predicted in the crucifixion of Christ, because he could have died a bunch of different ways. But you have a crown of thorns, which is needles in the head. You have needles in the arms and feet. You have the spear of Longinus that pierced his body. Of course, there is the resurrection. And then the crown is called the corona, right? So there's all these very, very interesting layers that seem to be a prophecy of COVID-related issues that occurred in the actual crucifixion of Christ, the way it went down. So we do appear to be on an optimum timeline, a timeline that was created. You guys are still laughing. It's your finger, somebody says. I don't know what you mean by that. But anyway, yeah, it's the DNA expansion subject has been one that I've done in paid talks for a long time. And as I've been telling you guys, part of what I'm here for now is I'm just trying to summarize all of the best stuff about Ascension that I used to talk about in paid events. And now you don't have to pay for it. Now you can watch it here because we're about to get funded. So we've had dazzling personal synchronicities this week that have just completely eliminated my fears of any of the stuff that was going on. And the time loop also helped with that. I'm just not, I don't want to give credit to anything that isn't really a threat at all. And I just was kind of, things just became very, very clear. Once I get the money, everything's fine. Beverly Adams just donated $20. My whole life has been a mind-blowing symphony of synchronicities. It all finally makes sense. Thank you for the many years you've kept me sane. Much love. Great. And we're up to 2,800 views at only 30 minutes in, 28 minutes in. That's incredible. We're doing very, very well. Finger in your eye, LOL. I have had it. Take a breather, David, says Flying Sparrow. Yeah, I did cough from doing the Angry Daddy voice because I wanted to deliver the funniest voice I could, which includes vocal fry, and I ruined my vocal cords temporarily. LOL, LOL, LOL. Jason Unofficial donated $2. Yes, everything else that's going on is fine. Do not worry about the stuff that is happening to me. It's all going to be resolved amicably, and we have no problem getting there. So, again, not a big deal. I really was giving it too much energy, too much threat, and I shouldn't have. So there's not a problem, and I think everybody's going to be happy when we come out with a solution here. So Prissy Gorman, happy Sunday to everybody. So then we also have, it's a combination of good and bad. We also had the Russian Pearl Harbor that just happened yesterday where 40 planes were destroyed in a massive drone strike. This was a post on it right here, where it says UK launches drone strikes on several air bases targeting military aircraft, with bloggers calling it a Pearl Harbor. You see 811 people did the angry emoji on that one. Dude, this just happened. And this shows, okay, you know what? Nobody's ever really been wanting to make a deal. Nobody's ever really wanted peace. They want to escalate. They apparently had some new system where it's an 18-wheel truck and they drove it in, it pops open, and it launches these. So this could really create escalations. This could really lead to final showdown events. There's also a very scary China-Taiwan buildup going on right now. That might be another thing that would happen. So again, my point is that these events should greatly accelerate the timeline. We're now at 3,000 views. And so again, you have, just like I have in my own life, if you want to look at the negative, you could say, oh my God, look at all these bad things that are going on. You know, in my case, I've been over $1 million in debt to the IRS for 4 years now, and it's just awful. But now that we've got deals coming in, we're already in contact with them. We're going to work it all out. Hopefully I can get a discount on that. If not, I should be able to pay it anyway, but we're going to try to get a discount. And my God, just to be able to pay my debts, and I mean, to live that much in debt. Imagine if you were $1 million in debt for 4 years, and you never know what's going to happen, and the threat profile is just ongoing, omnipresent. You can't really get out of it. You can't really get the money, and you're just buying time, and you're just trying to survive. That's what my life has been like. So it's been really, really horrible. It's finally coming to an end, thank God. So this for me is an ascension. I can sit here in the chair knowing that my life is fine, knowing that none of the things that are going on are going to hurt me. All of them can be very easy and amicably resolved. No big deal. You know, there's no negative timeline for me. It's all very, very positive now. So again, the idea here is that the things like these wars and all this negative stuff that we're seeing is actually part of a cosmic growing up experience that leads to a graduation into a higher level of intelligence. I do believe the alliance is real. I know they are. I mean, we've seen far too much evidence. We are seeing a plan unfold, and this plan is going to lead to the exposure of a biblical satanic force. It's going to become common knowledge. It's going to freak a lot of people out. They're going to learn about spiritual realms in a way they never did. They're going to realize that if you practice this stuff, you will get results. If you hang out with people who know what they're doing, it's very, very dangerous, but people do this stuff and it works. So again, there's a positive and a negative in the universe. The angelic beings are speaking to us as well, and they're trying to awaken us to the idea that ascension is coming. And now with Archangel Michael, we see, yes, this is going to be a non-catastrophic ascension. We're not going to have a tsunami or pole shift. The world will be preserved. Enough people have gotten the message that we're going to be okay. And one of the main things that was telling us this was crop formations. In the book of Matthew, in the Bible, it has the metaphor in Matthew 13 of the wheat fields, and that the weeds will be plucked out of the wheat one by one at the time of harvest. The harvest metaphor is the one that was chosen by my favorite spiritual text, the Law of One, as the main go-to ascension prophecy. So the idea being that the wicked ones among us will be plucked out one by one. That's a Bible prophecy, therefore, of the arrests. So isn't it interesting that the crop formations themselves appeared in wheat, which is the biblical metaphor of ascension? And they clearly indicate DNA geometry. But before we get to that, we had one more. Alexandria 825. Last night, I closed my drapes, as always, at the patio door. Today, I woke to the drapes being open, and I live alone as well. Wow. I mean, that's freaky. That's genuine. I mean, there's a lot. People say Angry Daddy is traumatized. Look, you can't listen to the trolls, you guys. There's people here, and all they're going to do is post constantly to try to undermine my comedy. If you were in front of an audience, everybody's laughing when I do Angry Daddy. I already know that because I've already done it. David Wilcock is the greatest of all time. I think We Are the Sizzle Alliance is Berdine Donnelly. Yeah, so it's good. You know, everything's good. And again, we don't really care about a few very sad children who don't like the show and just want to be here, they're allowed to be here. Negative is allowed to be here. They inspire movement and growth through invading our free will. They only work for a certain time, and they're plucked out one by one like the weeds in the biblical metaphor. So it seems that the higher beings, these angelic, essentially, I would call them Christian entities, Christianity being something that was done on purpose to get our planet ready for this ascension process, that whole crop circle journey has led to weird genetic data. They're clearly talking about DNA geometry, suggestions of genetic change. I'm just going to show you a couple of these I did last time. We're not going to do all of them. But this one was the first one that started to crack open the door, because you'll notice this looks like chromosomes, and you'll see also that the chromosomes are breaking. There's break points in that molecule, which is what they do before what? Oh, before they divide and become other types of life. That's right. This was really by 1996, I was starting to become aware. I was looking at the crop circles. In this year, that was when I really started to get into it heavily. And they came out with Eastfield 1996 that you can see it on the top. It clearly looks like a double helix DNA molecule with the same little fractal circles that keep getting smaller. Then we have 1999, Allington Down and East Kennet. And once again, you see what looks like a tetrahedral DNA. So again, you got your tetrahedron right here, and you got to hold it the right way, because you can make it look like a square if you hold it a certain way. And there's that, right? But then you can also make it look like the two tetrahedrons here. So this is a tetrahedral DNA on the left, but then on the right, it's got an extra strand. So geometric DNA that now explodes into some new form. This was another one that came out in the late 90s or early 2000s. It clearly shows DNA in a toroidal shape. Again, we talked about this one, that this is the same type of double helix. You got 6 of them coming off of what looks like the Milky Way galaxy, implying that galactic energy fields are in fact changing our DNA, which is amazing. Joel Thompson donated $10. Thank you very much. You can see that right here. And then we also have Aaron 8 Green. Have you watched the show Resident Alien? I have not. It's so funny. It seems there's a lot of disclosure in there. And we have Roger Zubarik donate another $20, and he's already in for over $200. David, for the last 2 weeks, my wife and I have been seeing 444s and 1111s like never before. Something is definitely going on. Thank you. Thank you, Roger. I really appreciate that. Nanasani, is Chris coming on your show anytime soon? We are trying to get that set up. He just got back. I haven't even spoken to him since he was on this trip. Wow, we got a lot of trolls today. So clearly I'm over the target. I checked your X account. It shows you have 172,000 followers. Thank you, Angela Chartrand. So yeah, if you got 172,000 followers and you can only get 5,000 views, that's very, very bizarre. That's very, very bizarre. So I'm aware that this is not real. I'm aware that there is an effort being made to try to make it look like I'm blown out, that I don't have the following that I used to have. It's not true. The numbers are totally skewed. We're at 3122 right now, which again, for a live stream, that's incredible. I think during the summer, maybe we have fewer people show up, but I don't even want to try to explain this. I just don't think it's real. I think the numbers are not actually being accurately represented, but that's okay. Okay, so here's another one. We got lots of great stuff going on. Anyway, so getting back to the image here, we have the Milky Way with these DNA waves coming off of it, and you can clearly see that. And then they've got the yodes, which is the area that's highlighted in the middle of each DNA strand, which represents what? The manifestation of lightning or other forms of divine energy to topple the evil kings and queens and dictators and rulers and overlords and narcissists, psychopathic maniacs that run our planet. It is the DNA change that is illustrated right here from the galactic energy that actually topples them off their post. Hence, these little pieces of macaroni that you see next to the tower are called yodes in the Hebrew system, and the yodes are highlighted inside the DNA. So that right there is one of our best prophecies, because it shows you galactic DNA ascension leading to the book of Matthew overthrow of evil, the plucking of the weeds that we're expecting. The braided rope DNA also shows up here, but again, what's interesting about this is that it's square, which again implies that there's geometry working through DNA, and I'm going to show you that today. Here's another braided rope, and again, remember, it's geometry, it's a square. Why do they keep showing us geometry in the DNA molecule? This is clearly what they're telling us you're going to find if you do the research, and it wasn't for another few years that I took this lead and I said, you know what, it's probably true. There is going to be DNA geometry. I just need to find it, and that's where my work ended up taking me. So here's another one that I think is very beautiful because, again, it's got the square, but it also has a clear hexagonal pattern going on. It's clearly showing you, again, the braided rope of DNA, the DNA molecule, but it also very much illustrates geometry, and, you know, all kinds of interesting things are being implied here. We also saw this one that, again, could be illustrative of the leaves of the tree of life, the galaxy budding into DNA. And here's another one that we saw before, again showing you a galactic thing with the yods or the leaves. So again, all these are related to the DNA, the cross sections of the DNA. As I said before, we just had a new crop circle appear. This is the only really main one that we've had so far is May 15th. There hasn't been any others in the month of May so far that I've seen. This was at the Gallops in Wiltshire. And you can see right here, we're squaring the circle. We're squaring the, so right in the middle there, you've got this stylized heraldic knot, which does indicate a royal lineage. And again, part of what I've been going through here is the idea that I have the same face as Edgar Cayce, the same astrology. And Cayce was a psychic who had omniscient intelligence when he was unconscious. Same sort of thing is now happening with Michael Prophecies in this lifetime, but I did it consciously. The Cayce readings told him that one of his past lives was the biblical King David. And I think whoever's making these circles is very, very excited about the fact that I have not succumbed to the pressure, to all the attacks, the death threats, the terrorism that I'm constantly being subjected to, even here in the comments. Terrorism is omnipresent in my life. It's just part of the deal. It is going to scare people away, but the right people will stick around. So I'm here for a mission. I'm doing the mission. I'm not going to be deterred from it. And again, the heraldic knot does appear to partially symbolize King David. Because again, this is talking about royalty, squaring the circle. It's so interestingly connected with everything that we've just been talking about. So to get to the core of what we're saying here, the crop circles were telling us to look at DNA and consider that geometry is in effect. I just showed you those things. Michael Larson says, David, do you believe the Galactic Federation is responsible for many of the crop circles? Well, again, everybody has a different idea about what that is. In the Law of One, it's actually called the Confederation of Planets in Service of the One Infinite Creator. There's lots of disinfo out there that tries to make you afraid of a Galactic Federation. Michael Larson says, you're doing an amazing job. Thank you so much. Wow, we're just getting constantly attacked. Thank you guys in our customer service team. You're doing an amazing job. You have to keep fighting the whole time. They're never going to stop. It's just, and again, it shows you somebody is paying them and they really don't like what I have to say because it's going to ruin the control of negative elites on this planet. So if the crop circles are implying that DNA has a geometry behind it, as you just saw in these various braided rope formations, how would we figure this out? Well, we actually do know, just by looking at the double helix, that the DNA is modeled off of what you could think of as a totem pole of dodecahedrons. And I'll show you that in just a second. Since DNA is only just over a nanometer wide, it's like maybe 2-3 nanometers wide, at that scale, you actually have wave-particle duality. Remember that we had the buckyball experiment I talked to you about before, where you're actually taking 1 nanometer wide buckyballs. These are chunks of 60 atoms of carbon. You slam them against the wall and they dematerialize. They become invisible. They turn into a wave, but then after a certain length of time, they pop back into the buckyball again. So they're actually dematerializing. So this is the basis of everything I've been talking to you about for weeks now. And again, I don't want to explain it all again. But the idea is that while the buckyball is inside out, while it pops inside out, It now exists in the past, present, and future. That space and time are designed so that you have an afterlife where time becomes three-dimensional. You're basically stuck in what we would think of as space, but you can flip through time very easily in that reality just by moving short distances. And geometry very much factors in with it as well, time geometry. So the buckyball experiment again shows us the importance of wave-particle duality down at the level of the quantum. That atoms are flipping into a state that is outside of time, and apparently when they do this, they are also accessing information that includes consciousness and genetics. So genetic information is there in the background of quantum physics. The universe is built to be alive. Life is written into the fabric of quantum mechanics. And so DNA is going to be created out of nothing from liquid water and other molecules just because of these quantum potentials, these quantum microgravitational forces that exist down at the quantum level. So DNA is using microgravity. Whatever, there's an intrinsic field that doesn't have matter yet, that's dodecahedral, and those dodecahedrons actually have a gravitational attraction to nearby atoms. They pull them in, or photons. Okay, we'll show you that too. Earth Angel donated, thank you very much. Woo, we're at 3,300 views. It's already getting really good, folks. We're at 45 minutes, 3,300 viewers. Thank you guys for being here. There's a great crowd. So we're going to talk a little bit about how DNA uses microgravity to attract molecules and build itself. In other words, there's DNA in the background of space everywhere, but they're potential waveforms that are trying to attract photons or other molecules to construct DNA where nothing existed. This is why anywhere you have liquid water, you're going to get DNA. Whoops. Anywhere you have liquid water, you're going to get DNA. It's really, really interesting. And so another way that we can look at this is microclusters, in which what we're doing is we're releasing atoms one by one out of a nozzle. That's called an adiabatic expansion. And so when you do this, when you release atoms one by one out of a tiny nozzle, on a macro level, if you were doing this in a tennis court and you had tennis balls coming out of a tennis ball shooter, the balls are going to be all loose and just lying around on the tennis court. But at the quantum level, if you release them one by one, the atoms actually are attracted to each other by some type of microgravity, and they form into sacred geometry. So I've showed you this before if you've seen all my stuff, but it's definitely worth repeating. What we've got here is two different clusters. The one on the left would be a little bit smaller in size than the one on the right, but they're not drawing it quite accurately. You got 459 atoms of gold on the left, and that is, again, they all just got shot out of a nozzle, and then they cluster together into that. And on the right, you've got the icosahedron, which is, again, the same shape that we saw that made the Bermuda Triangle in all the places where ships and planes disappear on Earth. You have an icosahedron in the quantum level that these gold atoms, when they're shot out of a nozzle, they cluster together into these shapes. I mean, what the hell is causing this? What type of microgravity is causing this? Well, you know the answer. Gravitational currents behave according to geometry. It's based on frequency and vibration. So the vibrations of the geometry itself attract these atoms and cause clusters to form. The universe is trying to create clusters of geometry. That's what this tells you. This will always happen when you're releasing atoms down at that level. And then also, this is interesting, this is from a college textbook on microclusters by Sugano and Koizumi. And you see the same cluster, which in this case is again about 460 atoms. And what we saw right there on the left is a cube octahedron of 459. So now we have one more atom. But it's not always a cube octahedron. Each of these things that you see, there's a total of 12 panes. Those are different shapes that the geometry gets into once the microcluster is formed. So there's actually waves, there's currents in this hidden energy of the universe that is manifesting in gravity. And the gravity on a micro level is trying to create these microclusters. It'll take loose atoms and stick them together in a geometry. And these little guys have incredible properties. They're actually highly electrically conductive. They can protect material on the inside. They have enormous tensile strength. This is the future of micromaterials and anti-gravity and all that stuff. We're going to start building things out of this. So again, the main point here is that DNA is subject to the wave-particle duality effect. We have the 2 nanometer wavelength. There's your buckyball at 1 nanometer. You go 2 nanometers, you're now at the size of DNA. And so that alone is very, very exciting because we just saw that the buckyball can dematerialize when it hits the wall. So that means DNA can do the same thing. The DNA isn't really, we normally think of it as a crystal, we think of it as a solid object. No, it's winking in and out of our reality all the time, which is really, really dazzling. Let's just make sure. Wow, yeah, we've never had so many trolls as we do today. So right now I'm looking, there's 6 trolls that have hit just in the time that it's on screen. So thank you, customer service team. They're more angry at us and they're putting more people on this show, which is fine. We don't care. Joel Thompson just donated again. He says, I'm back to listening to you again, David. Just in time. You really help us learn the actual science of our massively rare chance to ascend en masse and help each other live a more balanced life. Well, I wouldn't say it's massively rare. I would say it's definitely going to happen. I had some dreams that are very, very exciting that we're going to have in today's show. So again, the DNA is harmonic. And it says 1 360-degree turn of DNA measures 34 angstroms in the axis length. The width is 20. These lengths of 34 to 20 are in the ratio of the golden mean spiral, just like this cool little shell that I have right here. This is basically your Fibonacci golden mean. Shows up in all this organic life, right? So, okay, what we're seeing is that DNA goes 34 to 20. There's 10 phosphate sugar groups, or 10 ladders for each spin of the DNA. So then you can divide 360 by 10, and you get 36 degrees, which is exactly half of the rotation in the pentagon. So it's pentagonal. The 36-degree rotation of DNA shows you pentagonal geometry, which is the dodecahedron. And you can actually see it just by looking at the molecule from the side. This is a really nice scale model of it. And you can see you got 2 hydrogens there. And yes, those are pentagons. Well, one of the people who discovered this was Dr. Mark White. He's the guy on the left. And he's brilliant. He also looks like somebody from my family reunion on my mother's side. Looks like he could be a waterman, as I've said before. This is one of his maps of the way that DNA is really going. And again, it's kind of hard to see. I'll show you another one, but this was what he showed. Yes, DNA maps over dodecahedrons. And so if that's confusing, maybe this one will be easier to see. Because now what we're doing on the left there is we're looking at the DNA from the top down. You see there's a clearly pentagonal shape going on. And then there's one big pentagon that's got the point facing up that's all white. And it's got short lines around it. And then you can also see that there's black and white pentagons individually that are located all around it. So now when we look at it from the side, it says dodecahedral rotation of the DNA double helix. So start, for example, with the red line. Go down to the bottom of the totem pole, because it looks like a shish kebab of dodecahedrons. Start at the bottom, and you'll notice the red line wraps across the edge of the dodecahedron. Let me do it this way. So it wraps across the edge of the dodecahedron, and then trace the green line, and then go up to the next dodecahedron, which is not gray but white. And sure enough, once again, the green is wrapping right across from the the dodecahedron. So these are fascinating things. What we've got here is clearly really exciting stuff. Because again, what you're looking at here is so many layers of meaning. Like, wait a minute, we didn't know what this double helix really was about. That's why channelers in the 90s were saying, oh, we're going to have 10 strands of DNA. You don't need 10 strands. This is a multidimensional system as it is right now. And again, what are these geometries? Is that something solid? No. The geometry is a vibration. And so DNA ultimately is an intrinsic structure within the quantum field that is based on these dodecahedral vibrations that are just, again, the vibrations of fluid-like energy, causing genetic information to portal in through time-space. So that is one of the really cool things that we're going to be exploring today. And in order to get into this even more, we're going to talk about the work of Dr. Fritz-Albert Popp, who took on the deadliest thing that many people are ever going to face. I'm not going to say the C word, but you know what I'm talking about. And what he found was that the DNA molecule actually stores, each DNA molecule individually stores up to 1,000 photons by itself. That's incredible. We didn't have any way of knowing this. The DNA actually works like a fiber optic cable. It stores light inside of itself. That's what it's made for. So there's some hidden quantum dodecahedron thing that's attracting particles into itself the same way that rocks roll down the hill into the stream. So if you have a stream on the side of a mountain and you say, well, where do these rocks come from? It's the currents of the water that rolled those rocks into the bottom of the stream. It's the currents of dodecahedral gravity that roll atoms into the DNA molecule to make DNA anywhere in the universe. Once that DNA is made, it becomes a light pipe that actually captures photons. And what Dr. Fritz-Albert Popp discovered is that if there's no photons in the DNA, certain cellular problems, again, will be unspecific, will proliferate. So all of the things that cause this deadly condition, that's what he was studying, these various compounds that can cause this to happen. And he said, what is the common cause between them? Is it whether they're an acid or a base? Is it their pH level? Is it how hard they are on the Mohs scale of hardness? Is it their color in the color spectrum? Well, now you're kind of on the right track, because it turns out that if you block photons of 280 nanometers of light, that's what causes this to happen. All of these toxic compounds block 280 nanometer light. That was the only thing he could find that showed that it was in common. So when you have these toxic chemicals, your DNA no longer can store photons. That's the whole basis of the problem. That's all it ever was. You don't have photons in your DNA. And then this particular disorder will proliferate. Why? Apparently it's because signals are being sent out using photons to tell cells to stop reproducing. Therefore, if your DNA doesn't have any photons in it, it doesn't have the equipment it needs to be able to actually heal your body. So this is a very, very fascinating subject. So here's what he was doing. He was researching what makes these chemicals cause what we're expecting them to cause. And then all of the, I'm sorry, it says 380. I was at 280. I guess it's 380. They all scramble 380 nanometer light, which is just above the visible range in ultraviolet. And again, that may be used by the DNA to tell the cell when it should stop growing. He also, again, found there was up to 1,000 photons in a single DNA molecule. Thus, when we get sick, the light is actually reducing in our tissues. And what's also very, very fascinating, this is a great thing to think about. How do you get light to go all through your body if light only can hit the surface of your skin when you go outside? Well, yeah, some of it is light photons hit your skin, they get distributed throughout your body, but it's also what you eat. So when you eat vegetables, they have 10,000 photons per square centimeter, whereas your skin only has 1,000 photons per square centimeter. So this is why you actually need to feed your light body this higher vibrational diet. So again, this is a very, very fascinating discovery that there's a common link between this deadly condition and the chemicals that cause this deadly condition. And it's actually the result of your DNA not being able to hold on to photons anymore. So are there other ways in which we could see that DNA has this type of microgravitational attraction to draw in photons to itself, to draw in maybe even other DNA molecules that they'll cluster together and form life once they start forming? Yes, this is also another fascinating thing, the telepathic DNA effect. And here's an article on it right here. DNA molecules display telepathy-like quality by Charles Troy. And you can see right here, it says they display what almost seems like telepathy. Double helixes of DNA recognize matching molecules from a distance and then gather together, all seemingly without any help from other molecules. Oh, that would imply they have a microgravitational attraction to each other, caused by the dodecahedron. Scientists had no reason to suspect in classic DNA understandings that double helixes could sort themselves out by type, let alone seek each other out. Scientists investigated double-stranded DNA tagged with fluorescent compounds they placed in salt water with no proteins or other material that would help them communicate. Curiously, DNA with identical sequences of bases were roughly twice as likely to gather together as DNA molecules with different frequencies. And then here's that graphic up close. Each cell has 46 chromosomes, 2 million DNA, 3 billion DNA subunits, 80,000 genes that code proteins that supposedly perform all life functions. That is the current theory. But now what we're looking at is a cosmic type of DNA where the DNA is actually attracted to itself. They're drawing together in a medium where there's no other way that they could. And it's the like molecules attracting like. They're tagged fluorescently, and you see them all grouping together. So this leads us right into the next thing, which I really love. If you guys haven't seen me say this, then you missed out. I'll do it again. The DNA phantom effect. This was done by Gariaev and Poppinen in 1984. They had a quartz container called a cuvette that has a DNA sample in it. They zap light into this tiny room, and if you don't put the DNA in there, photons will appear randomly throughout the room, and I'll show you that. However, as soon as you stick one molecule of DNA into this tiny quartz container, it becomes like a miniature black hole. And all of the photons that would normally appear as individual specks get absorbed into the DNA. And what's fascinating, too, is that Dr. Fritz-Albert Popp had his graduate student come up with a single photon counter, which is still one of the most advanced technologies there is. This was in the 1970s, when he was cracking the puzzle of why do cells not want to stop reproducing. So this is the same technology that Popp actually used to discover that, yeah, DNA is storing photons. Well, now we can actually see that happening in the lab, you guys. So what we're looking at the top, first of all, this is the machine setup that we've got. The cuvette there is on the top right. You got a laser that's going through a collimating beam. That's what introduces photons into the room. And then the photons, again, are getting absorbed by the DNA. And then there's another collimator that goes to a photomultiplier tube. You can see that. Photon counting and correlation. And then it goes into a computer, very antiquated 1995 computer. So that's the setup that leads to this, okay? Now, what are we actually seeing here? What we're seeing on the top, it says background empty space. Those are the photons coming from the laser that are being introduced into the room at random, and they have a basically random distribution. You can see there's little tiny dots of black all over the place. They're everywhere. And somebody said, do you know about Kybalion? What is it? That's a totally different subject. I don't know that much about it. I know a little bit. It would be related to Kabbalah. But anyway, you got individual black specks, and those all represent individual photons. But then, what the heck is going on when it says physical DNA in SSC solution? Why are there no dots anymore in the graph? Because every single photon that goes into that room from the laser, every single one, with no exceptions, is being captured by the DNA. The DNA is hungry. The DNA is absorbing all of that light. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of particles of photons, if you want to think of them as particles, are somehow being gravitationally attracted into the DNA. Just like the DNA molecules attract each other, as we saw just a second ago. Why is this happening? Again, probably because of the dodecahedron, that's a vibrational geometry that actually attracts atoms or photons into itself. Remember the microcluster geometry I showed you? That you take gold atoms and they're clustering into these really cool geometric patterns at a quantum level. DNA does the same thing with light. It's like DNA is a miniature black hole. All of the photons are captured into the DNA. So this is a stunning thing. It was replicated over and over again. It is real. the DNA absorbs all the photons in the room. Now, that's just legendary enough by itself. We've already broken new ground. We've already, you know, there's Nobel type of science in the making if they would ever actually award properly. This is really huge. But then we're going to go down the rabbit hole even more. It gets even crazier. Why? Because Gariaev then ended the experiment. He took the DNA molecule out of the room, but then that light spiral continued to occur where the DNA had already been. So there was a phantom trace of DNA that remained in the original location. Wait a minute. You're saying, David, let's see if I got this right. You're saying that the DNA attracts light, that the DNA sucks the light into itself, that if you don't have this, then you start getting these deadly conditions where your cells reproduce and create tumors. Okay. Now you're saying that no longer does the DNA even need to be in there. Once you put the DNA in there and that gravitational attraction starts happening, it will recreate itself. It will capture photons without the physical molecule being present. I mean, dude, that's incredibly crazy. But here's the diagram of it happening. Phantom DNA. And they've zoomed in on the wavelength a little more. And it's a total of 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds, you can see right there. So anyway, this is extremely fascinating. And we had another donation come in, so I wanted to get to that. Joel Thompson, rare as in every 62 million years is what I meant by rare compared to humans' lifespan, if that makes sense, brother. I'll bring the bubbly for the I told you so party, May. That's great. Yeah, so Joel Thompson donated. Thank you very much. Yes, the 62 million year cycle, we already talked about that. I'm not going to do that one again. But that's where we're seeing the octahedral geometry in the galaxy, and that all of the species on Earth are upgrading and evolving according to a 62 million year pattern that is geometric in nature. If the galactic orbit is 248 million years, you divide it into 4 pieces, that's 62 million years. We actually find that cycle in the galactic rotation. And again, like there's all this, the octahedron is the one that's in the center here, in the center of this little cluster. And so every time that we hit one of these corners as we orbit the galaxy, it reprograms the DNA of all life on Earth, and we get this macroevolution. There's a speciation effect, as they call it in Darwinism. Species suddenly appear out of nowhere, and it's really, really interesting. So yes, if you remember that show, then you're right, we're contacting that. Every time Connected Investors, a sponsored ad comes up below your video and your screen goes black. Well, again, you can subscribe to the YouTube Premium, and then you don't have to see any ads. And if you love this show enough, it might actually be worth the money, you know? I'm just putting that out there. I have YouTube Premium. I love it. I do not want to look at the ads. And so you can enjoy this even more fully with that in place. So the DNA phantom effect, wait a minute. The DNA is gone, but the photons are held in place. Yes, you're seeing it right here. That's what happened. So then you can blast this phantom. There's nothing actually there, right? There's no actual molecules there. There's just something holding the photons in the shape of a DNA molecule. You can blast it with nitrogen gas, causing the DNA phantom to disappear, but only for 5 to 8 minutes. And then something in the microgravitational level, something invisible, captures the DNA and captures the photons again. The photons get captured again. So then you say to yourself, okay, well, that's really strange, but it probably only lasts a few minutes, right? No, it lasts a lot longer than 1 day. Well, how long does it last, David? Well, it lasts longer than 1 day. It's longer than 5 days, 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, 25 days. Yes, in fact. Oh, solar flare on its way towards the Earth tonight. Bless you guys. Thank you for everything you do, says Simon Valais. Absolutely. That's one of the things we're going to talk about. This DNA phantom appears and remains visible for 30 days after it is first moved. And this again proves that the DNA is harnessing some sort of non-electromagnetic energy source, and that the gravitational energy has a quantum spin that's attracting this molecule. So again, photons are being held in place for up to 30 days. And now I want you to think about your own body, right? Well, your body right now, as I'm sitting in this chair, for example, my body is made of 10 trillion DNA or 100 trillion DNA molecules. Only 10 trillion of them are human. And then the other 90 trillion are all like microbes and other stuff. 10 trillion human DNA molecules are sitting here in this chair right now. Doesn't that mean that, like, if I leave this chair and I go on about my business when we're done today, that my DNA is still here for 30 days? Yes. So this actually gets into the idea that a ghost of your body will remain, and the longer you sit in one place, the more you're going to form one. For up to 30 days, a ghost of your body is actually going to be capturing DNA molecules. I mean, that's just really, really interesting. So why does this happen? Why is DNA capturing photons? Why will DNA molecules attract towards each other? Well, again, the idea is that the DNA itself is written into the background of quantum physics, that life is trying to make more life. Even plain liquid water is going to turn into DNA, and that's where we get the Nobel Prize winning scientist, the person who discovered the HIV virus molecule and mapped it out, Dr. Luc Montagnier. His research got him in a lot of trouble with the establishment when he discovered that DNA forms out of plain water. There he is with all his test tubes and weird Erlenmeyer flasks and beakers, and he's got the glasses that he can look at you over the top of them. He's dead now, unfortunately. I think he did pass away. But he's definitely got the lab coat, the bottles of glass. He's doing some interesting scientific research. And this is the main piece of data that he gave us. Okay, so Valentine Puppy says a G4 was issued by SWPC, directed coronal mass ejection. Love you, Valentine Puppy. Thank you for the donation. And we're already up to 3,500, so we're just over 1 hour, 11 minutes in. We're doing great today. So thank you guys for being here. I think I might be capped at 4,000. I think no matter how many people watch, you're never going to see it go above that, because it never has again. And that's been, I don't think that's true. But anyway. So what are we looking at here? Well, this is actually describing a teleportation of DNA from one place to another. And again, here's Dr. Luc Montagnier, interestingly, posing in front of 2 glasses of water. So you got the bottle of water and you got the glass. And so imagine now that the glass of water that's next to his left hand is pure water, but that inside the bottle on his right hand, that there's DNA inside that water. So that's about as simple as this experiment is. You got 2 containers of water, which in this case are test tubes. One of them has DNA, and one of them has DNA in it, and the other one does not. That's how it starts. So you have these 2 hermetically sealed, so there's no air or germs getting in. They're hermetically sealed. One of the tubes has a trace amount of DNA in it, and the other one doesn't. You put them side by side, as you just saw. Then you electrify both of the tubes with electromagnetic energy at 7 hertz. That's the Earth's Schumann resonance. The water molecules in the second tube somehow are transforming into DNA. So just the vibration of DNA electrically being carried through the air from a hermetically sealed container is enough to do this. And remember, the Earth always has this electromagnetic energy on the Schumann resonance. So DNA actually appears to be a quantum field effect that does not require other life first. And remember, they're dodecahedrons. The life forms arrange spontaneously. So now let's look at it up close. You see there's a big orange can, and there's a coil of wire inside the can, and it goes up to a generator that says 7 hertz. JP says, good info, D. Thank you very much. Now, inside that orange can, you got the 2 test tubes. One of them has DNA in it, and the other one does not. However, if you just zap them for 18 hours at a time with the Schumann resonance frequency, DNA grows in the test tube. This is a foundational discovery. It is not being talked about by the mainstream. That's why, as we're getting ready for the arrest to happen, I'm doing my own disclosure. I'm not charging for this information anymore. I'm just releasing all this great stuff that you can understand that this is science. This is real. This has been replicated. It really works. That means anywhere water exists on any planet, there's 40 billion Earth-like planets in our galaxy. That means each living person on Earth would have to personally visit like 6 or 7 planets to be able to find all of them in our solar system. At least 6 planets for each person, including the children. If you had the right space travel, just to take a look at all the planets, everyone on Earth would have to do 6 planets. And then there could be a whole world of complexity on any one planet that any one person discovered, and they all have liquid water. They're all like the Earth. There's 40 billion of them in our galaxy. And now we know that wherever the water appears, that DNA is going to grow. And it isn't just DNA, it's also actually bacteria. We know that bacteria have been found in the ice of the Antarctic, the interiors of volcanoes and nuclear reactors, which are supposed to be sterilized. They can even survive out in space. They've been recovered from Antarctic ice and revived after 10 million years in a deep freeze. So this is actually, I mean, it is scary, right? Now you're looking inside a nuclear reactor, and you have these square rectangular shafts that go deep, and then each one of them has a radioactive core. You can see there's handles on the radioactive cores. They're like long cigarettes that are dropped into these square shafts. And what's that film that you see growing over this? Well, that is a bacteria that grows inside nuclear reactors, even though it's all hermetically sealed, and even though it's sterilized and they don't want anything getting in there. Some type of life says, hey, I like radiation. I like radioactive material. Let me just grow all over that stuff. That's what you're seeing. So, again, life arises spontaneously. There are strains of bacteria in the Black Sea that photosynthesize in near darkness. Some of them thrive on infrared or radiation. They've been found in sediments miles beneath the floor of the ocean. And the question is, did they all originate from other living bacteria? Well, then we get into Dr. Francis Crick. He was one of the 2 discoverers of the DNA molecule. And they went on, Francis Crick went on and said, wait a minute, the DNA is way too complex to have evolved randomly by Darwinian mutation. So the top guy on DNA said you can't do it with random mutation. Earth shows up 4 billion years ago. It cools down enough for liquid water to form 3.5 billion years ago. When do microbes show up on Earth? 3.5 billion years ago. No time is given on Earth for life to form. It already has DNA. It already has multicellular structure from the moment the water is cool enough to support it. So he said this would be the equivalent of the entire Encyclopedia Britannica being cut into individual words, dropped out of a helicopter, and then you drop it out and they all fall down on the ground into perfect page layouts of the encyclopedia with all the words next to each other. That's the level of coordination it would take for DNA to have evolved randomly. It's simply not true. But you're never going to be told this because it gets too close to the idea of God or an intelligent creator. We don't want that. Oh my God, you know. 7 geometric thought forms. He says, you are super focused, doing a wonderful job. This is a very important show. Michael will be happy with the way you use the sword of knowledge for the public. Yes, thank you. And he's our sizzle jacket guy. And maybe I'll wear one later today. I don't know. It depends on how I'm feeling. But thank you, 7 geometric. So, Dr. Hoyle and Wickrama Singh also discovered that 99.9% of all of the dust in our galaxy has a spectrographic signature, meaning it reflects light the same way that bacteria does. And so this is how they figured that out. They were looking at the dust particles, and they discovered in our galaxy that all the dust particles appear to be predominantly hollow on the inside. And they were able to figure this out by the light they give off. And they spent years trying to figure out what particles are hollow on the inside. Well, it turns out that when bacteria freeze, they become freeze-dried, and they form a thin membrane on the outside, and they become mostly hollow on the inside. Yet we know that you can rehydrate them and bring them back to life. Bacteria will rehydrate and come back to life. So if 99.9% of all the dust in the galaxy is actually bacteria, space is filled with germs. Space is filled with dehydrated, freeze-dried bacteria. That's the main source of dust there is. Where would that dust be coming from? It's coming off the surface of stars. So they called this the Panspermia theory. You've probably heard of that before. It's very, very, very amazing because, like, wait a minute. All the dust in the galaxy is bacteria. That would mean that everything is alive. Every star is alive. The star is giving off dust off of its surface. These are all microbes. Yes, it's a living universe, and it's intended to transform life into one level of evolution into another. And it also can create life out of non-living material. So, okay, well, yeah, you know, David, you had the guy that won the Nobel Prize, and he did it with regular water, but that was just DNA. What about actual life forms? Can we manifest life forms out of non-living material? Will actual organisms grow? The answer is yes, and this was extensively researched by Freud's pioneer protege, Dr. Wilhelm Reich. Wilhelm Reich actually was replicated in more recent times by Pacheco, and Pacheco proved with, you know, microphotography, controlled laboratory conditions, that you can grow life forms out of simply taking beach sand, sterilizing it, and putting it in water. That's all you have to do. Sterilize the sand, put it in water, and then lo and behold, you're going to find microbes. So this is how it works. The name of the paper is a big mouthful: Ultrastructural Light Microscopy Analysis of SAPA, that means sand packet, SAPA, SAPA Bions, Formation and Growth in Vitro, Professor Ignacio Ochoa Pacheco, and here's the link. So what he ended up doing is he takes the sand and he heats it up to 1,000 degrees Celsius, white hot, and then he puts it inside a test tube and he seals off the test tube. It's got water in there, and then he waits 24 hours, and then he scrapes off what's on the top, which he calls a surfactant, and he looks at it under the microscope. Now, if you don't sterilize the sand first, and you let it be germy and you know, full of whatever it's already got in there, you don't sterilize it down to pure silicon, which is what sand is. Remember, glass is made out of silicon, and silicon is one of our basic geometric atoms. The silicon molecule has inside of it the octahedron and the cube. As we were saying, the oxygen molecule is actually 8 protons in the nucleus. You see that on the periodic table. Those are the 8 corners of a cube. You add the octahedron around the cube, now you've got silicon. That's the main thing that's in beach sand. It's a geometric molecule. What if that geometry can portal in the wavelengths that allow the water to transform into DNA and life? That's apparently what's happening. So if you leave it dirty, if you don't clean the sand, this is a photograph of what you got with dirty sand. And again, you just get these blobs. They're not exciting. There's nothing else going on that's all that great about this. It's just, okay, whatever. Now, if you then take the sand and sterilize the sand, and then look at the water after 24 hours when it's all cooled off, you start seeing life forms developing. And this is what he actually photographed. So this little thing looks like a brain. It's got a membrane around it. It clearly is some type of living structure, and it was created out of nothing, just beach sand and water, silicon and water. This looks like the beginning of some type of sea fern, except that maybe the bottom of it got broken off, like where the roots would be, as it got put onto the microscopic slide. This is actually what looks like, I mean, obviously this is biological. If I showed you this, you're going to say, yeah, that's a leaf. It's some type of microscopic plant. It has clear vegetative structure to it. That grew out of nothing. This kind of looks like a red blood cell, and it grew out of nothing from the sand and the water. This looks like a white blood cell where it's got a big mouth that can kill and eat things. And then we have what might be the beginning of shellfish. Like you got a round body, which is the meat of the shellfish. And in some cases, you even start to see the shell growing on the outside, forming this calcium buildup around itself in what looks like will become the shape of the shell. All of that inside beach sand and water, yeah. Life immediately starts building a biome for itself anywhere that it can, because again, the cosmic energy of the universe is wired to do life. It's wired to do DNA at the most intrinsic level. This is the one that blows me away the most. This looks like a little sea porcupine, a little microscopic sea porcupine. He has a head. You can see his little mouth down on the bottom. He's got these spikes for defense. He's probably eating and excreting. He's moving around. He has motility. He has respiration. He has, again, DNA. Where did this little guy's DNA come from? Everything in there was sterilized. You have sterilized water. You have sterilized silicon. How the hell did this thing grow, dude? How did it grow? How did the sea fern grow? Because life is everywhere. It's all around you. The information that makes up life is all around you. We got Midnight Mark who donated. He says, "You are the man, Wilcock. I will be standing in a pile of ash," I guess he's talking about the Phoenix thing, "praising your sizzling supremacy. You are the standard by which all others are judged." I really appreciate that. Not trying to be judging anybody, but, I'm just trying to do the best job I can. "I will defend you, sir. Love, Midnight Mark." We're now at 3,527. It'll never go above 4,000. We already know that. Doesn't matter what is going on. It's just going to stay around there. That's okay. I accept it. I just laugh about it. That's all you can do. So, thank you for the donation, Midnight Mark. You are awesome, buddy. So again, sterile silicon, sterile water, and you got complex life. And that's still not the point. The point is, can the life be energetically changed into something else? And the answer, again, is absolutely yes. You got your frog into salamander experiment, done again by Peter Gariaev, the same guy who did the DNA phantom effect. He took eggs that were laid by a frog, okay? These are just the eggs. And then he's got them hermetically sealed. And then he's got eggs that were laid by a salamander. He then shines a laser beam through the salamander eggs into the frog eggs, hermetically sealed. And what do you think the frog eggs grow into? They actually have a complete metamorphosis. The frog eggs transform into salamander eggs. The salamanders can grow into adulthood, breed with other salamanders. They have salamander babies. Unlike Dolly the sheep, who had these horrible problems with cloning, problems with her feet, problems with her body, they're healthy salamanders. So holy crap, wait a minute. In one generation, after it was already born, after it was already made into an egg and it's starting to grow, it changes into another species of life? Yes. And it goes even farther than that when we bring in Dr. Pierre Luigi Ighina. He was able to transform organisms while they're fully alive and adult. So now we can rule out that it's only going to happen when they're just getting started in the egg shape. No, he was able to take fully adult life forms and change their structure using this photonic, magnetic, vibrational DNA that you can actually get it. Again, the electromagnetic field was all you needed in the Montagnard experiment to turn water into little particles of DNA. 7 hertz electromagnetic, you electrify it, and that's what happens. So here's Pierre Luigi Ighina. L'uomo del Nuvola is, I guess, the name of one of his books or something. He was a colleague of Guglielmo Marconi until Marconi died in 1937. If that name sounds familiar, it should, because he's the guy who invented the radio. So he was all into invisible energy fields, and that's exactly where Ighina took it even farther. He was born in 1874, fascinated by the invisible waves of electromagnetic energy, built his own equipment, and was broadcasting signals of radio a mile away, sent the first transatlantic signal in 1901. That's exciting. Developing many other lesser-known inventions as time went on. He invented the radio. He invented wireless two-way radio telegraph technology, developed a magnetic field detector. He built monopole antennas that we now see everywhere on ham radios. And he also spoke of interplanetary wireless communication. He probably was getting some type of ET contact, as I and many others have also had. So that, again, is your monopole antenna that you would typically see in front of a radio station. Marconi invented that, dude. So Ighina collaborated with Marconi on many of his different inventions. He was captivated by the excitement of discovering new and unseen energy fields. Marconi shared many secrets that had not yet been developed into technology with Ighina, and he was very focused on discovering vibrational connections in matter. So Igina believed he found energy fields between the Earth and the Sun that we could harness, and he developed technology that apparently could reduce the problem with earthquakes. So here he is with an illustration, obviously very elderly at this point. He looks like he's about to die. Oh my God. But there he is showing energy waves that he discovered between the Sun and the Earth in that mural behind him. Here's the full mural that you can see here. So this is very important because, again, we're being bombarded by the Sun right now, and these energy waves are not electromagnetic. These are something different, and they're related to biology, and they're related to what's happening to the Sun right now. As the Sun goes through this first wave of ascension, the solar flash, it's going to release new photons that change our genetic code. That's the basis of all this. So Igina developed technology, and this technology actually caused really interesting things to happen. So here's an example of something that he built where you're creating a conical shape, and then you electrify these things, and you can actually have effects on the weather, supposedly, as well as lowering the earthquakes. It's very similar to the Russian pyramids we talked about before. So he claimed that he had a device that could create or dissipate clouds and rain. He was visited in 1998 by a journalist, very famous, Maurizio Costanzo, and you'll see him in just a second. And he demonstrated the use of his stroboscope on a cloudy day. So this was in 98. This is Maurizio Costanzo. Costanzo saw a strange propeller spinning above Igina's home in Imola, Italy. A hole steadily opened in the clouds, a circular, perfect circle. And then it started to get wider and wider as the minutes passed. And then there was no rain anymore, and there was no clouds anymore. It literally went away. And Igina said his favorite thing was to watch children smile as he turned it on, because the children are not prejudiced against new science. So they see something like this. They don't just cross their arms and say, I don't believe it. They're excited because, holy crap, you just opened up a hole in the sky. Yes, this technology, if you use this technology correctly, if you know what you're doing, you know how to build it, you can create major, major changes in the weather. This is very secret, and it's been used ongoingly by various countries in warfare with each other. There's a weather warfare going on that is very real. That's why I'm so glad we actually have a sunny day today. Like, wow, for once they left me alone. So here he is again in front of some of his diagrams of how this energy works. He studied atoms and believed that they were vibrational in nature, not particles, which I would agree with. Again, that's why they attract each other. That's why they create microclusters on the quantum level. That's that geometric vibration that's caused by all fluids that do that. They create geometry. So he theorized that the atoms had walls in them with different levels of absorbing light, and I would agree that would be the geometry, which led to him conceiving of the idea that atoms come out of magnetic energy. That is part of it. This was an extremely energetic particle that exists in all living organic material, the so-called magnetic atom. And so this was his mapping of it, which isn't that interesting, dude, because you're looking at this mapping and it looks exactly like this, doesn't it? Right? Let's take a look at that again. And we'll even do it up close here. So yeah, that his magnetic particle looks exactly like the inside of this Nautilus shell. As you can see right there. Wow, isn't that weird? Yep, it's all interconnected, folks. After years of intense work in the lab, he realized atoms are not oscillating, which means that they're vibrating from the center outward. They're actually vibrating. So there's a vibrational energy to atoms that's very important. He discovered something called the magnetic field oscillator. If you can change the vibrational state of a group of particles, the material will transform. Yes, this ultimately gives you anti-gravity. You can change its matter state, all that cool stuff. Now here's where it really gets interesting. He studied and recorded magnetic vibrations coming off of an apple tree, and then he figured out exactly what magnetic fields the apple tree is giving. Then he played the magnetic energy, just like we saw Dr. Luc Montagnier, the Nobel Prize winner, played these frequencies into water, the frequency of 7 hertz electromagnetic energy. Again, it's a magnetic field. And the DNA grew in the water. Well, that's just basic Schumann resonance. What if you take the exact magnetic field of an apple tree and play it into an apricot tree? After only 16 days, and if you're not blown away by now, then you're definitely a troll, the apricots have mutated almost completely into apples on the same tree. Which again, this means solar emanations could change our human genetic structure within one lifetime. The tree was already adult. It was already an apricot tree. Here's the apricots in the front. The fruit itself changed from apricots. It actually metamorphosized from apricots into apples while the tree is alive and adult. And it gets even better than that, dude. Check this out. He captured the magnetic vibrations off the tail of a cat, and then, kind of a cruel experiment, right? But he beamed these frequencies into the tail of a rat, which is normally bald. After only 4 days, remember in the apple tree, 16 days, the rat's tail began growing cat-like hair and became much more cat-like after only 4 days. But this genetic change was so fast that apparently it overloaded the rat's system and it was unable to handle this. So in only 4 days, it starts growing a cat tail. So here's your rat tail. Again, it's hairless, it's bald. Here is a cat tail. You clearly see the difference. So that is just absolutely amazing. Higino was saddened by the death of the rat. He wanted to do something more positive. So then he starts to say, okay, what is the magnetic vibration of a healthy rabbit's foot? And then, unfortunately for this experiment, he had to fracture the feet of other rabbits that were otherwise healthy. So yeah, it's cruel, but he did it. You know, let's just think about what came out of this. If you beam the healthy bone frequencies into a fractured foot, the bones healed much faster than would normally be expected. So again, it's like, oh my God, animal testing. You know, yeah, it's horrible. But think about what he discovered. And we got a huge donation. Eva3 donated $200, and we're up to 3,620 viewers now. We'll never get past 4,000. It's impossible, but we're pushing the edge here. So, hi, David. I had a dream about a yellow snake. That's interesting. It appeared in my living room while my immediate family and I were spending time together. I saw it slither toward our orange-yellow cat, and I screamed. Suddenly, it wrapped around the cat and killed it. Then I woke up. What could it mean? Well, you know, there's definitely somebody in your life who is choking you out, making you feel sad, making the cat represents your feminine self. Yellow is the color of other people. The snake obviously represents deception, trickery. So right now in your life, you're probably feeling that somebody is strangling you emotionally, energetically, or otherwise. And so your dream is showing you this grotesque metaphor of killing the cat with the snake as a way of getting you to recognize that something like this is happening in your life and you got to do something about it. That's how I would read it if it was my dream. Is this what the med beds do? RG says, yes, absolutely. JJJ, how do we measure the frequency? How do we impose those frequencies into other objects? I would have to study more of Higino to understand exactly what he did. And again, all of this stuff typically becomes classified. Because think about it. Now you've got something where you don't need any other drugs or elaborate treatments of any kind. You're using an energetic-based system, and you're getting phenomenal results. We talked about the seeds from Chernobyl regrowing when you put healthy seed DNA in them. So an adult rat, its tail is turning into a cat. An adult apricot tree, the apricots turn into apples after 16 days. The only thing that really matters here, folks, is that the sun is going to do this to your DNA. While you are alive, we now have scientific evidence that your own DNA can be transformed into something else. And that is just absolutely breathtaking, you guys. So he discovered that any of your 6 cells were simply that way because of vibration. Remember, Fritz-Albert Popp said, oh yeah, that's because they don't have photons in them. You put the photons back in, and your body will heal. And the best way to do that is, again, clean eating. You got to eat your fruits. You got to eat your vegetables. And so if you don't eat foods that have biophotons in them, then you're not going to have enough biophotons in your DNA. You got to go out in the sun. You got to drink clean water, and you definitely want to eat lots of organic foods. Plus, if you can't handle, you know, eating meat, I understand, but like, the best natural foods like bison, they also are loaded with these biophotons. We have 2 more donations that just came in. Beverly Adams says, we are the medbeds. That's exactly right. Once we get this first wave of ascension, we'll all have, many of us will have these abilities. Just know how to work outside of time with energy and light. Scott Hamilton also donated. He's got 9 thumbs up. That is awesome. How about July 1st, David? I thought you said something big was happening on July 1st. I mean, honestly, look, I don't know when these things are going to happen. No one knows the hour nor the day. But yes, exciting things are happening left and right. And again, Michael flagged equinoxes 1 and 2, which would be September 22nd. So he discovered that you can beam healthy vibrations into 6 cells, and apparently good things happen. So he had a device called Elios that could purify any food. You saw that a little earlier. And he was rejected by the scientific community at large, of course, continuing straight through until his death in 2004. So this apparently is the Elios device. And you put the food inside, and because of the wave that it creates with these coils of metal, it actually helps the food to become purified and healthier. So check it out. I mean, this is what he was actually doing. And so here's somebody describing how you can purify your own water. You put that around your water bottle. And again, the real key is the metallic coils. So the implications of this are absolutely stunning, because what it really means is the sun is transforming our DNA in real time. And that's the prophecy of Ascension. 35 ancient prophecies saying, yes, you're going to be transformed. What's even better, folks, is that the evidence exists that this is already happening. We talked in a previous show about the DNA molecule. It was studied by various scientists, and they found out that the DNA from 5,000 years ago from humans is more similar to Neanderthal DNA than our own. And that in the last 5,000 years, our DNA is going through supercharged evolutionary change. And this means that we're now getting to the point where we're resisting new diseases and we're having structural changes in our bodies. This was from Daily Mail. Why aliens might look like you. DNA might be a universal constant, making humans and ETs closer to cousins. Yes, the human design appears all over our galaxy. The law of one says 40% of the universe. So they're starting to give you drips and drips and drips. This was in 2012, June 11th. And then, of course, the Brits are going to want to say that Americans' heads are getting bigger. Sure enough. Yeah, there's an implied diss in there because they think that we all have an expanded ego and our heads are too big. In just 150 years, the volume of the average human skull has grown by the size of a tennis ball. What the hell? This was discovered by Dr. Richard Jantz, and here he is with an archaic human skull. This is what he would do all the time. So this is what it says. Within just 150 years, our heads have grown in volume by the volume of a tennis ball. He surveyed a total of 1,500 skulls from the mid-1800s up until the 1980s and found out overall that there is absolutely a change. They are getting bigger. We're getting bigger brains. The varieties of changes that have swept through American life make the exact cause an endlessly complicated proposition, he says. But again, we know what it is. It's the sun. The researchers found the average height from the base to the top of the skull increased by 1/3 of an inch. So the head is actually getting taller. The skull size itself grew by 200 cubic centimeters, which is equivalent literally to a tennis ball. In women, the corresponding increases are 7 millimeters and 180 cubic centimeters. So sorry, men seem to be winning. Oh my God, men are winning. Oh my God, whatever. Well, I guess our bodies are just a little bit bigger. But again, the point is, imagine if your whole brain mass, somebody just shoved an extra size tennis ball into your brain, and your brain gets bigger by the size of a tennis ball. And that's only since the mid-1800s, in 150 years. The brain has gotten a larger mass by the size of a tennis ball? Average out across its whole volume? Yes. What is causing this? The sun giving off new photons, reprogramming our DNA so that as babies are born, they're going to have larger and larger brains. I mean, dude, it is just freaking amazing. This is totally amazing. Skull height has increased 6.8% since the late 1800s, Body height has increased 5.6%, where the length of the femur only increased by about 2%. Isn't that weird? Also, the skull height is continuing to increase, whereas our overall increase in height has recently slowed or stopped. So our brains just keep getting bigger and bigger. Well, you're probably thinking what I'm thinking. Other human ETs that have visited us, they look human, but they've got bigger heads. Wouldn't that just be like what's going to happen to us down the road if our head has gotten bigger by the size of a tennis ball in 150 years? Yeah. It's really, really interesting. So then we have Dr. James Flynn with the Flynn effect. Same thing, except he's studying IQ. Every decade over the last century, we've had 3 IQ points going up on the average throughout 20 different countries for over 100 years. And the increase is most striking for tests measuring our ability to recognize abstract, nonverbal patterns. He says this amounts to a cultural renaissance. So what we're seeing is real scientific data that validates ancient prophecies, which tell us that we are going to have a solar flash and ascension after the 25,000-year cycle, which again could have been 2012. Michael's now saying 2025. This was the main message of the W.B. Smith readings. All those people he was interviewing, they were saying the whole solar system is going to change. You're going to evolve. And Michael confirms that this is going to be a non-catastrophic ascension event. So again, who is Michael? Well, that's getting back to the remote viewing that I did. This was all done in 1999, these particular tapes. And what we have is I was using the remote viewing protocols to bring in words telepathically through my DNA being this antenna to a portal into information. It's not only genetic information, it's actually consciousness. Telepathic communication turns out is real. And so every week since September of last year, these tapes, I've been reading the transcripts in them. We're now up to late March 1999, and they are prophetic in dazzling, dazzling ways. So we're going to pick up on that now. As I was just saying, on the 19th of March, 99, we had a prophecy, which all the others are very accurate, by the way. And it said equinoxes 1 and 2 illustrate the entire theater thing is coming into full bloom now. So that would imply that these are very significant dates. Superior hands on deck, which would imply UFO beings, are able to facilitate the transitions that have been made. Secret vital terms in knowing the self coming from innate understandings of divinity and selfhood. So again, I believe this is prophetic of the Alliance guiding us through this theater. Remember, they said the entire theater thing is coming into bloom. The guidance is coming from the Alliance and from higher ETs to get us to the arrests and a disclosure. Equinoxes 1 and 2, huh? So this may be a prophecy of when big stuff happens. The spring equinox was on March 20th, 2024. It cannot be an accident, but that's almost to the day when we learned about huge 2,000-foot tunnels under the Great Pyramid and the other 2 pyramids of Giza. And that is just, so Equinox 1 has already delivered. Joel Thompson, believe and speak positive, brother. You never know. It could become unblocked by the Alliance and shoot up above 20,000. It's probably already there, but that won't happen yet. It's part of the Ascension, brother. It's already happened. Yeah, I mean, it is very, very interesting and weird that there does seem to be an absolute cap that we can't even actually hit for most of the time. We can only get close to it. Something very, very odd is going on. But anyway, yes, you're probably right. 2025, not 2024. Yes. Oh, you're right. I had spring equinox 2024. Let me go ahead and fix that in the slide because what the heck, I have the time to do it. Okay, so thank you for catching that. You gotta police me sometimes. Spring equinox is 2025. Fall equinox September 22nd, 2025. Let's fix that one too. You see, I'm still living in the past sometimes. All right, there we go. It's all good now. Okay. There. So again, the fall equinox is September 22nd. So if we had an event as big as the pyramid tunnels happen on the first equinox, that would imply that the second equinox is going to have an even bigger event somehow involving extraterrestrials. Do I know what it is? No. But the point is, David, don't break your neck swinging around so fast when you get a super chat. That's really funny. Janet Lee Warwisniak says, how many ascensions are there? As far as I understand it, there's going to be one ascension first, which is the first wave. It's non-catastrophic. Some people are going to turn into light beings. Other people are not. It's going to be determined on how loving you've been, how much you followed the principles of Christ. You can be as satanic as you want. It's not going to do you any good when this happens. It's not going to make you more powerful. This is going to only affect the meek. The meek shall inherit the earth. Sorry, it's true. You know, some people don't like that. They think, oh, we're the elite. We're the only ones that are going to ascend. That. No. We're in a global, non-catastrophic ascension. Michael makes that point very clear this week in the time loop. So again, equinoxes 1 and 2 illustrate the theater thing is coming into full bloom. Superior hands on deck facilitate transitions that have been made. Secret vital terms in knowing the self, coming from innate understandings of divinity and selfhood. So again, why does he say theater? Well, it's like a theatrical, it's like a movie, right? That's what the Alliance said. Grab your popcorn, enjoy the show. It is going to be like a movie. So the entire theater thing is coming into full bloom. Well, that would imply that the Alliance's efforts will have led to very big events by the end of September of this year. And I think that's true. So again, we're all kind of waiting for them to release information. We've been hearing about these arrests. We're like, when are you guys going to do it? It's been very frustrating. It's frustrating for me too, because I don't really know what's going to happen. You guys think I know? I don't. I mean, I'm just trying to read into what Michael is telling us, but we don't really know. However, I don't think it's going to be very much longer. I really do expect that you're going to see some powerful things. And again, this crazy attack that just happened with the 40 planes being blown up, that's the kind of stuff that pushes things into a scary direction. But the scary stuff might get us to the finish line even faster. So yeah, we're probably going to have some type of global dark night of the soul. It's going to look worse. It's going to look scary before we actually get the arrest. That's most likely how it's going to go down. It's going to be a time of great turmoil. People who haven't been paying attention, people who aren't awake yet, they're going to be really freaked out, and you're going to need to help them. Calm down, let them know, look, this is okay. It's not as bad as you think it is. Everything's going to be fine. I highly recommend that you get ready for that now. He says the stage is now set. That would imply the arrest, the disclosure, and the cosmic family reunion. And he told me to capitalize the word the. It behooves you to take the time to apply yourself to this process. You are doing very well, and we commend you on that. So our latest formation, the one that we just got on the 15th of May, also apparently describes the Aztec sunstone, i.e. the Mayan calendar end date. So when we look at Brazil 2015 on the right there, that was one of them. We look at the one we just got on the left on May 15th of this year. Now look at the Aztec sunstone and compare what's inside the middle of it. And this is actually what that crop circle is showing. So again, that crop circle just appeared, and it suggests, again, it gave us the Venus and Pegasus alignment as well. And that, again, ties right in. It's only 3 days off from the spring equinox, which was really freaking crazy. We talked about that last week. Plus, there's 2 rings around the object that suggest the faces of extraterrestrial beings. I mean, it literally looks like some stylized, funny face with 2 eyes where the trees are coming out and a little face, you know? And when we look at these 2 side by side, it actually resembles the portal structure of Avebury back when it looked like a serpent before all the stones got destroyed by some idiot. And a lot of them are missing now because he would heat them up and then throw vinegar on them and they'd break. And you see right in the middle, on the bottom, is Silbury Hill. There's a natural mound there. And that's probably very likely part of the technology. As I was saying before, go back and watch the other show. These stone rings create portal effects. These portals rise up out of the earth like a soap bubble. The stone rings capture them, hold them in place. The consciousness of humans in ceremony can do that. And you could actually get ETs showing up and portaling in right there. And so here it is in Avebury, and the crop circle shows you the same thing. It really does look very similar. The lines and the circles and everything is very, very interesting. Very connected to this. Plus, it also resembles one that showed up at St. Catherine in Brazil, and she is one of the levitating saints. So this may indicate that we will become levitating saints as we go through this change scheduled for the next equinox, which again is September 22nd. So all these different crop formations factor in. And again, St. Catherine is the ascension of the divine feminine, okay? So then we had another one I showed you, came in Dorset, England. Now you've got the solar eclipse, you've got the pregnant mother goddess, you've got the leaves of the DNA again. Once more, this seems to be showing a prophecy of DNA change at a time of planetary conjunctions. And we also, again, talked about this last week. And it was similar to this one that showed up in Brazil in October. So I do believe that this means a massive portal event is about to occur. And one of the things, I only figured this out yesterday, is that the time loop that we're reading this week on April 1st, which is April Fool's Day, ironically enough, that was where I was April 1st, 1999 in the time loop. We have a solar flash that occurs in my dream. And this was before I even knew. I mean, Art Bell was talking about it on his show, but I didn't really get how important the solar flash was in 1999 yet. And so this week's time loop describes a solar flash right as the sun is going nuts and we're getting G4, G5 level geomagnetic storms. Is that an accident? No, I don't think so. So here we are in the latest Archangel Michael time loops. I want to review just a couple of the key quotes from what we read last week, because again, the idea is that angelic beings higher than human consciousness are working behind the scenes to evolve us into this new humanity. They figured out a way to do it without the catastrophic effects of tsunamis, earthquakes, volcano eruptions, supervolcanoes, pole shift, solar flash, cooking everything on the surface of the earth to 1,000 degrees Celsius, melting stone. That's not what's going to happen. We're actually getting a non-catastrophic ascension where the results are going to be very positive and they're going to be very, actually, it's going to lead to ascension. And the Alliance controls this. That's why if 47 can make this deal, I'm just kind of like the middleman with Archangel Michael and these higher beings. I don't really know what they're thinking. They only tell me certain things in these time loops. But if 47 can cut that deal with the higher forces and bring about ascension, then he is the greatest deal maker of all time. And he posted a couple things this week that again show me, yeah, he's very into this. And he would be a fool to not take this deal that they're offering him. And, you know, my life is being used to create this deal. So I do believe the deal is going to be taken. I really do. So let's review some key quotes from last week. This is amazing. Michael says, "We have accomplished our objective on your planet to a large degree in the present moment. Many of the goals that we have set are being accomplished even now as we speak. The mission moves towards its completion point at its totality." So again, the science I shared with you this week tells us that yes, you can change the energy that's going into something that's alive, and you can change its genetic structure while it is an adult. Our bodies can be spontaneously hit by new energy that comes from the sun, and it will change who we are very, very suddenly. That is real. So then he says, realize that the panic button does not need to be pushed. Simply go with the flow, and the pieces will snap into place calmly and smoothly. You will see what we are talking about. Stay calm, David, and peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. Well, that is very encouraging. And again, all I've had to do, you guys, is go through it week after week and read wherever it was. It started on January 1st, 1999 is where we started, back in September. And I clearly had tapes that I hadn't transcribed from 1999. I brought them to Canada. I transcribed them. And then I began reading from January 1st, 1999 and realized, oh my God, it's all time looped into the present. So another one that was really amazing, again, they're telling us don't push the panic button. We've accomplished everything we need to accomplish. You will see what we are talking about. That is a huge prophecy. Also, from March 17th, 1999, he says, don't worry, have faith in the ascension and the timelines we gave you, which again is 2025. This is sure to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words on that one, which is an inside joke about the book of Mark. It talks about ascension in the Bible. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So Mike is being completely unambiguous here. The last dream that we read from last week was March 26, 1999, and then I jumped ahead to the 31st because there was a reading and I wanted to have some kind of a reading. Now I went back again and I looked at the dreams between March 26th and 31st, and sure enough, there's lots of great actionable data for us. So March 27, 1999 is extremely relevant, extremely personal, but I've been asked not to talk about the legal stuff, so I will honor that. I'm not going to. If I did talk about it, they'd probably get mad, but it was brilliant. It was amazing. Anyway, that's fine. March 28th, 1999 is actually very relevant to us, doesn't get me in trouble, and it features an Archangel Michael reading once again. So let's read this dream. And again, we're doing it in just linear order. This is exactly where we stopped off last week. We've been doing it every week since September. I was in a laboratory scientific environment. I met this kid who had been playing guitar at my dad's blues jam. He called me up and wanted to hang out in person. He said, "Call me, Wilcock," etc. It turned out that he was a comic book artist, and he, along with one other person and myself, were going to make a comic book. Well, as I said right here yesterday, most of you can probably guess who the comic book artist is, but I won't be more specific. Then there was another kid who was more of a scientist. He had won awards for what he had done, and his work had been published. We were trying to work on him making a magazine with cartoons. This is clearly a reference to Chris Beskar, describes our own company's recent appearance at the Air Dominance Summit, where we won a subsequently successful aerospace deal. We were handing out line cards that looked like pictures out of a magazine, and there may be other layers of meaning here as well. Again, the idea is Stavati did get a big award, but another layer of meaning is the Alliance's victory. The idea being that, yes, the Alliance is going to win out. They are going to create the outcome that we desire. This directly leads to a human ET mass contact event because, again, disclosure is much bigger than you think. It's very, very interesting when you get down into the core of it and you find out that in underground and off-planet bases, there are ETs that are already working with humans from Earth. Everybody at a certain level of classification knows this. I've met 40 or 50 different insiders who have had various pieces of it in person. Most people don't get this. These insiders have been threatened so much that nobody is talking out anymore. That's why we don't keep getting new insiders anymore. And when they do come out, they're being treated horribly. They're being attacked horribly online. I feel really bad for the guys who've come out more recently, like David Grush. They've just been very, very badly mistreated. But yes, disclosure is a hell of a lot bigger than most people think. The amount of ET interaction happening now with our military is so much bigger than we think. And they've been holding back technologies like anti-gravity, free energy, med beds, quantum computer chips that work very, very fast and very well. All this stuff is stuff that my company wants to bring out into the open. We've now been funded. The dream perfectly predicts this. And then the winning of the award also symbolizes the Alliance's victory, which is then analogized by 47, who is always called Don T in my dreams, and you can figure out the T means his last name. He was in a knife fight, and this seems to symbolize the Alliance versus the DS battle that we're now seeing. So first of all, Michael comes in with some interesting readings, and so I wanted to give you those. I didn't even realize this was in here. I had to go back and look. Oh, there's a reading in there. New system, check. Need, check. So sure enough, as soon as we get the check we need deposited in our bank account, which is apparently going to happen very soon, we will then be able to build new systems. So this perfectly predicts the idea that we're about to get a new check and that it will build us new systems. Daniela Romero, thank you very much. See if I missed anybody else. Yep, we're still holding true at just under 3,700. It's not going to go above 4,000 ever again. That's okay. I'm fine with it. I know that you guys are all here anyway. We want to make sure that we hadn't overloaded your circuits. And indeed, I felt very overloaded by events in the recent past, but now it's all good. Synchronicities happened this past week that defied all comprehension and have totally dismissed my fears about anything. And again, the main thing is getting the deal and the new check We need the check. So very, very interesting. He says, we just want to make sure you weren't convinced too far in the direction of thinking that there were strenuous and horrible changes indicated in this dream. Because remember, there's a knife fight in the dream. Quite to the contrary, this is a dream of progress, as you did stop the knife fight battle at the end of the dream, but you had to take your own wounds in the process. Well, this is prophetic of the Alliance succeeding in the future. Remember, the guy in the knife fight is Don T. Right. We had to keep arguing our way back into this room, this is the dream again, where technology was being used to work on a movie. In the newsletter section, there was a point where we were going to feature this top genius who had won out in science fairs over other different school districts. He had done something to come up with a great science project that was winning him some acclaim. And this again was prophetic of us. Our first contract, I found out from Chris that 1,500 units of an airliner or any type of airplane is basically the biggest volume contract since 1965 in aerospace. That's the first deal we got. And so even if somehow the DS is able to throw it off, it doesn't matter because we've been accredited and other deals are coming in right after that. So my life is truly turning into a fairy tale. Michael has guided this. I went through 4 years of poverty. I've been there with you in the bankruptcy. We've gone through this together. When I get these projects going, you're going to have a hover car. You're going to have the ability to travel into space. And we want to mass produce these, and that could be bigger than World War II, bigger than the Manhattan Project, a huge, huge economic stimulus. And yes, I would love to help out Elon and his company Tesla. I'm not in competition with him. We're going to probably need him for all sorts of stuff, and we can collaborate. And the more companies are working on this, the faster we can get back into space. So I don't look at this as a competition like, No, I'm not competitive. That's not what this is about. So this clearly shows how we just got funded. He won out at the science fair. And again, we just won this massive deal. Then Michael says, everybody get the stones and exit. And I think here the stones represent part of the anatomy, having that part of you, having the bees to stand up to evil. So everybody on Earth has to get the stones, and they have to exit this trauma loop that we have with our oppressors. Reveal your withdrawal from society over time, instead of taking it as a monumental occasion meant to be squared off all at once by the elect few. How weird that they mentioned squared off, and they drew a squared circle in the crops right at the same time that we're about to unseal this. That's pretty frickin' interesting. Squared off by the elect few, right? So what does this mean? This means that everybody has to have a hero's journey. Everybody has to learn to stand up for themselves, instead of looking at it as if only the elect few, like the Alliance, are going to be withdrawing from society. We all have to withdraw. We all have to stand up. And then Michael is saying we still ride the tide and hammer away at their inconsistencies as such, which means Michael is helping the Alliance defeat the DS, but everybody has to get the stones and exit. We have to withdraw from what society is telling us. That's part of the awakening. It's not just going to be mass arrests, which they're calling a monumental occasion created by the elect few, to happen all at once. So wow, this is really something we co-create. We all do it together. I have another donation that just came in. This Chelsea Landis, $10. Thank you very much. And she's got 10 thumbs up. See, now all of a sudden we were at 3,700 and it just dropped down to 3,379. Why would everybody suddenly leave? They didn't. So yeah, this is not real. I think we're probably still somewhere around 7, but we're just not getting the actual feedback like that, which is fine. You know, I just accept that there's manipulation going on and make it look like I keep getting more and more unpopular, and it's absolutely the opposite. When all this stuff comes true, this is going to be, I mean, you saw it here first. You got to see this before it really went nuts. So everybody has to get the stones and exit. Don't just expect for a massive monumental occasion done by the Alliance, the elect few. You have to participate in this. You have to stand up and get your own bravery. Let's get in with the idea of a belated opportunity for soul development. Well, this is ascension. That's as far as it goes. Ascension will only occur when the causative factors for your own denial of yourself are then better understood as such. Wow. So you have to learn how to not deny yourself, which means, again, learning to stand up for yourself. If somebody's hurting you, that's okay. You have to stand up for yourself. I was talking about sisterhood one day, and it encompassed these things as well. Sisterhood, encompassing these things as well. Yes, it involves embracing the divine feminine. Sisterhood is embracing the divine feminine, the opportunity for soul development. Denying the feminine within yourself is not participating in sisterhood, and you have to better understand your divine feminine masculine. And again, the whole key is being compassionate, forgiving. If you're not going to be forgiving, you're just going to get lost in the background. There is no other way to do this. This whole entire process of ascension is going to be defined by how Christ-like you are. You can't get around it. All the ancient prophecies tell us this. This is the way it is, okay? Now we're back into the dream. I looked in the computer. David Byrne, the lead singer of the band Talking Heads, and this is what Michael says in the reading, actually. I'm sorry. This is his own words. I looked in the computer, and 2 days after this is when I watched, or 3 days after this is when I watched the movie The Matrix for the first time. So he's partly talking about The Matrix. David Byrne and all the all-stars were hiding a potential within the computer. Well, sure enough, my main work has been as a talking head. He's the lead singer of the Talking Heads. So this appears to be predicting a future all-star success that awakens us out of the Matrix computer. You just keep on writing. Let's keep that focus for the moment. You are doing very well, just fine, in fact. I think he's talking to all of us about how we're all ascending. The separation of the mind and body you've experienced in the past is changing. And yes, I personally, I can say that I'm much more integrated with my mind and body, and I think that's a natural step of evolution that we're all going through together. And this is allowing us to do these readings using new vibrational methods that we have not tried and asked for in the past. These might seem to be weirder methods at first, hammering away in the sense of offering information not previously offered. Well, I have definitely been hammered away upon. I've been stalked online my whole life. You know, it just keeps getting worse and worse. The death threats, the terrorism. It's been quite extreme. And so the idea of hammering away is also the nails of crucifixion. They were hammered into Jesus' hands and feet. And so hammering away does appear to be the concept of cosmic crucifixion. The Casey reading said Jesus is the pattern that you are following. You are following a pattern of the Christ consciousness. You are following a pattern that leads to the same ascension that happened to Jesus. Because again, you can't get around John 14:12. Jesus said, "As I do these things, so shall you do them, and greater things, for I go unto my Father, Mother, God." And so this is very, very cool. I'm just reading what you guys have to say. So there's lots of good stuff happening right now, and I'm a big fan of getting it all out there. So again, these are weirder methods. The new vibration is caused by you being hammered. And we're all getting hammered. Everybody is suffering. The people who are coming after me are suffering in their own way. I'm suffering in my own way. And we're all going through different, everybody. I mean, when I started to find out just what's happening to ordinary people right now, ordinary people who I'm hearing about from like my massage therapist, from my own family, people are going through crazy stuff. You might be going through crazy stuff in your life right now. Well, one of the things that we know is that if you take non-lactose digesting bacteria and you throw them in an environment where all they have is lactose, normally it would kill them. They starve to death. A certain percentage of bacteria, maybe around 15, 17%, 17, they spontaneously evolve their mouth parts to digest lactose. When you stress out organisms, they evolve and they change their DNA. So as you're going through stress, don't look at stress as a bad thing. Stress can actually, as you get hammered upon, as these things happen, it's evolving you, It's changing you. It's bringing you into a higher state of consciousness. And you'll get information you haven't had before. On the other hand, may I say, we have concerned ourselves long enough with other matters not to be concerned with our own accuracy improving as well. This page is dedicated to those who have gone beyond, for sure, as well as those Atlantean activities prior to the most recent cataclysm. Well, this again is a direct reference to Ra-Ta and the pyramid, and it's weird that the pyramid becoming extraterrestrial happened right on the equinox, and it's all tied in with the idea that Edgar Cayce's past life was Ra-Ta. Edgar Cayce's past life built the pyramid. He and I have the same face. You guys keep saying I look younger. Well, that's because I'm feeling a lot better now, a lot less stress, and I love that. So, yeah, I think that there's a very interesting future in store for me. I'm not worried about anything anymore. Michael has lined up these brilliant deals. The first deal is 1,500 aircraft. I mean, holy crap. We didn't know if we would ever get a deal for 1,500 aircraft. That's like a gigantic deal. So, like, right out of the gate, we won something that shouldn't even have happened. I mean, they were never going to let anybody from the swamp come in. Chris went in there by himself, and he won that deal. And it's absolutely incredible. And others are coming. So, yes, the main reason we're trying to do this, and again, this was a non-military deal. It's only airliners. We're going to use that money to break out all of these Area 51 technologies and get them to you, because I was afraid that if I didn't do this myself, that it would never happen. People would keep getting killed or threatened or blackmailed or compromised, and it just would never, ever occur. And so even my trolls will be able to get hover cars. And so you might not like me now, but you're probably still going to want a hover car once we have them, won't you? Yeah, I think you will. Joseph says, Grok 3, what do you think about it? I really haven't done anything with AI at all. I'm kind of like an AI agnostic. I mean, you know, there might be some good things about it. I just heard a lot about deep underground military bases being cleaned out. Yes, that's true. Eternal Youth, how can I order a hover car early? Well, until we actually have the funding lined up, we can't like sell them. But yeah, we're hoping that we'll have a working prototype within 1 year. We've already got our machine shop picked out of who's going to build it. We know how to build it. We have plans. And we just have to decide, who is Michael the Archangel? That's the top angel in the Christian pantheon. Jesus's main enforcer, the man or the being, Archangel Michael is a being personally tasked with the destruction and defeat of Satan. Whoa, okay. That's kind of a big deal. So he's talking about Atlantean activities before the most recent cataclysm. And again, they worked with me before. They built the pyramid. These higher ETs did, and they're going to now come back and give all of us a family reunion. Now we get to the knife fight in the dream. When I came back to the house, Don didn't even want me in there. Again, he's 47, most likely. And again, this is prophetic because Ezra just said, "Oh, no, I'm not in the military." Okay. Well, there's something going on magnificent. Let's just leave it at that. You don't want to be in the military? That's fine. He was pulling a traumatic suicide thing with his brother Bob, holding a knife right over his arm. I was very disenchanted with the idea that they were doing this to each other. Well, sure enough, just before airtime, we had a Pearl Harbor-sized attack that was just pulled. They clearly do not want this to end. So, and again, I think this is a very graphic depiction of things like tariff wars and the standoff that's happened with this country that just did this big attack. Obviously, Daddy's going to be very angry about that. What the hell are you doing? I thought we were trying to negotiate towards peace. And so I wouldn't say that Don himself is the one who's actually suicidal as much as this is just a visualization of the type of crazy high-stakes poker that we have, and everybody in the world is feeling the pressure from this. It's just really, really intense stuff that's going on. And everybody feels very disenchanted by it. I think that's a very safe bet. I had all this stuff of mine lying out on the table. These were my belongings. I was trying to collect my belongings, get the hell out of there, and I did collect them. All of a sudden, Don, which represents America again, lost the knife. It fell on the floor, and Bob picked it up. And since Don represents 47, Bob represents the DS, And this now includes the idea that Ukraine just did this crazy attack and killed 40 aircraft. So Bob represents the Ukraine, picking up the knife, and now he's going to start trying to stab us, because Don represents us, okay? He actually came at Don with the knife. This was the attack we just saw. And it's an attack on the whole world, because they don't want the war to end. It wasn't deep, though. Nothing actually punctured very much. It was just little bitty scratches. Nonetheless, he got scratched 6 or 7 times while I was there. You could see little blood stains. Well, guess what? This is prophetic of various attempts that have been made against him. While Bob was holding the knife, I got hit once on the forearm as I had to intervene between these two brothers who were fighting each other. I got cut myself. But then he drops the knife again, and Don is able to get it back. And he came at Bob and got him a couple of times. Well, I think this is talking about Tariff Wars. But again, the scratches were never very deep. They didn't actually kill. This is a very important point. At the end, they were both sitting there. They both had 2 cuts on their forearms and 2 cuts on their upper arms. The cuts were very symmetrical, almost exactly the same on both people, which again shows it ended peacefully. They stopped fighting and there was no real damage. That's a great prophecy. I got my stuff out. That was the important thing. So this is prophetic of the 2 burn marks I have on my arms from the doors of the fireplace from my first winter here after my divorce. This also could be about the idea of LA burning down, the DS doing various suicide moves like what we just saw with this crazy attack, and how I got all my stuff out of there before it happened. So let's talk now about these symmetrical cuts, because this is very, very interesting. And I want to show you this, okay? This is highly prophetic because if you look at my right arm here, right here I have a symmetrical a cut. As you can see, if you look carefully, let's try to get it more in focus. There's a line right there, and then I also have one, where is it? Right there on the other arm. See if you can see that. Yeah, so you can see it, it's right there. So I got one on one arm, and I got one on the other arm. Both sides, there's the other one, okay? So both sides have cuts in about the same place. And I saw these as like my stripes of war, you know, all the things that I've been through. They happened on the hot doors of the fireplace. The first winter I was here, I used wood heat, which was horrible. But I'd gotten my stuff out. That was the important thing. Symmetrical cuts on both forearms. So again, in my own body, this occurred, and I think it also corresponds to assassination attempts that were made on 47. Remember, he got hit in the ear. I have the same weird scar over here. His was on the right, mine's on the left, but it is this interesting round circle that's in my ear right here. How did that happen? Julie donated. Julie Aponte, been a student of yours since the early days. My dream is to have a hover car. Thanks for all the knowledge and information you bring to all. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, this is great. No, Stavati is not selling anything to Russia. We are at war with Russia. Technically speaking, we are only selling to people who are on the approved list. And so some countries we can sell to non-militarily, but we can't sell military stuff like China. There's other countries like that. So again, no, we're not selling to any enemies of the United States. Come on, you guys. Enough with that. So this dream predicts a peaceful ending. And remember, Michael's also saying sisterhood is important, bringing out the divine feminine, to the battle of the Alliance versus the DS. Both parties, Don and Bob, had superficial matching cuts. They both survived. So in light of what's going on right now, this is another very good time-linked prophecy. Then I had another dream where people were having a Christmas feast. I don't know if it was Christmas, but there was some kind of feast going on. And I say here, this is coming in very soon after Christmas when I first unsealed it on January 14th of 2025, which is great. It was all organized, it says. Everybody was corralled in there, and it was like a giant supermarket. Oops. They had arrangement of apple pie that was tremendously huge, but they made a sacrifice on the gravy. It really sucked. And so this is prophetic of my building the poutine routine last night, because friend, let me tell you, you're going to come down to my store where we sell 4 major things. We sell cigarettes, ham, fireworks and bacon. That's right. Woo! Come on over, son. And we learned that those folks up there in Canada, they got themselves this very, very nice delicacy called poutine. And we decided the poutine is so nice, we gonna make the most delicious poutine you done ever seen, boy. We gonna tell you exactly how this works. Oh my God, now. Exactly how this works. The poutine starts with potatoes that are red. They come right in from Idaho. We don't use no second-class potato, man. We use those nice sweet ones. We get them crinkle-cut fries. We run them through the machine, and we put them right into pure lard. That's right. We're going to fry them up for you. Those French fries are in pure lard. And then we also add a little bit of bacon grease as well. Give it a little extra flavor, son. It's really important. You want to have your fries taste as greasy as possible. Now, poutine, as it turns out, is covered with gravy. So we slather these fries in gravy. And the gravy is actually called Mississippi Dungeon. Now, you might say to yourself, well, David, why in the world would you ever want to call gravy a dungeon? Because you're going to find out that your taste buds have been living in the dungeon all your life because this gravy tastes so gosh darn delicious that it's like you awakened out of a dungeon of the taste buds and you never seen nothing like this before. So we put the Mississippi Dungeon gravy on there. You got your French fries. Last but not least is we put on this delicious cheese. Now, these are technically cheese curds, all right, but point is, son, we gonna make the best darn poutine that you ever seen. Come on down, cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon. Woo! Yeah, damn. I almost blew my voice out again. By the way, somebody gave me a razor. Like, okay, what are you really saying here? Do I have such close-ups on my face that you think I haven't shaved enough? Well, you guys send me stuff. It's P.O. Box 3700, Nederland, Nederland, Colorado 80466. Now I get gifts every week, and this was one of them. So I probably ought to break this open and start using it. When you got 5 blades in there, it's going to work a lot better if you only got 3, son. Don't you know that? These are the Fusion 5. No paid endorsement on that, by the way, I must add. Anyway, woo-wee, yeah. I will be your poutine, David. Well, I don't know what else to tell you. It's just the most delicious substance you've ever had. It's got all the 5 major grease groups all put into one. And Mississippi Dungeon gravy, boy. Woo-wee, you're going to love it. All right, so then the next dream that we have is also about the arrests. But before we do that, I really do need to go to the bathroom. Are you guys like okay? Let's just ask the audience. Are you okay if Daddy goes to the bathroom for a few minutes? 42,000 years I've started transcribing my old dreams, digital because of you. Some of them didn't make sense back then, now they do. David, are you funded? Why do I see something about a video court date next month for you? I'm worried. It's all fine, everything's fine. Don't worry about that. I don't know where you saw that, but we do have haters and they probably are. Anyway, not going to talk about it, but it's all fine and good. So anyway, I do need to go to the restroom. That's fine. But yeah, there's going to be stuff online. You can see whatever you can see. Don't worry about it. So last night, we had a really great sunset, and I went out there and I filmed it, and it was awesome. So I wanted to show you the film of the sunset, because that's the next thing we're going to do. Somebody says I need to put my laundry away, go take a leak. You are very clean-shaven, no worries. So yeah, everything is good. When are you getting a new wife? Well, you know, one step at a time here. I think, first of all, you need to have some money in the bank. It's not fun to try to get together with anybody while you're bankrupt, but that's about to go away. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mute the microphone. We're going to roll this interesting clip of a gorgeous sunset. And I'm not trying to do anything funny or do comedy, but I'm just talking to you. And you can hang out with me on the porch and watch this beautiful sunset. Again, everything's good. We're all fine. Everything is fine. So here we go. Let me mute the microphone. And we'll have a little break, and then I'll be right back. Okay, now we're ready to go. So here we go. And let's dive right into this thing, and then I'll see you in just a minute. And action. All right, we are going to go check out and see if this sunset looks any good, because it's a very interesting color in the house. Oh yeah, it's beautiful tonight. There's a warm light over the mountains. The land is starting to feel like it's coming to life again. The grass is finally growing. We've had so little sun. But there it is. Everything's coming back to life now. And yes, the hot tub is broken. What can I do about that? The color was very interesting. If I'd come out here earlier, I probably could have caught. Wow, look at that, huh? Given that we had tornadoes here, this is a nice payback from the universe. I think I like these better than tornadoes. Let's do a vote in the comments. I want you to tell me if you would prefer this over a tornado. And there's some sick guy who's going to say, yeah, bring on the tornado. And it's like, well, if you ask for things that you shouldn't get, negative consequences can occur. Oh my God. It's not a double rainbow, okay? But it is in my backyard. We got to give you guys something to chew on here, because you're just sitting around on your hands waiting for me to get my business done, which is very essential that I'm not in discomfort throughout the show. We really don't want those eventualities to be a regular part of my experience. Can you guys see this? Yeah, look at that. Isn't it beautiful? I'm probably not always going to be here, so I am going to miss this. You know, it's really been fun to look at this all the time and get into the flow of life out here, where it's very slow, but all the intensity is online. Then I walk away from it and I come to this, and it's so beautiful. Everything just looks great. I mean, the clouds are very still. They're not doing anything threatening. I don't think we're about to have a disaster. I think that the cards are all being played exactly the way they need to be. Let's keep it down here so you can see some of the trees again. I do love it here. It's got a very special energy. And we've been here through incredible turmoil, bankruptcy, death threats, harassment of all different sorts. It's been quite something. But we're okay. Everything's better than okay. It's great. And it doesn't look like this in the sky all the time, I'll tell you. These fluffy, pillowy clouds are quite a spectacle. See, it's kind of like a meditation. I walk around, I show it to you, and you find yourself relaxing. No need to say a whole lot of things. Just let the painting be painted with happy, delicate little brush strokes. Like the guy with the big curly afro, right? That's what I'm thinking about right now. Happy trees. There's no pain here. There's no pain here. If only that were true, man. But you know what? If you were standing here with me right now and we were looking at this together, you would just be completely freaking blown away. The colors and the shapes are so beautiful. This is our time. You got to come out here and appreciate the sunset, or you're not really living your life as fully as you could be. You got to have contingencies in place for how do you get more out of life? What do you do that makes it exciting and fun? Something like this? Yeah, it's good. This is a very, very interesting cloud formation that we've got right now. Let's see if you can see some of the trees again. All right, we're coming up on 6 minutes here. That's good. This is right where Monica was, by the way, in case you're a big fan of the Monica video. She was on that bush right there, and I was on those stairs right there, right on the edge. She could have just smacked me in the face with a motion of her body that would have been so fast that you're just done. And they kill people. These moose are dangerous. So that was a very maybe foolish, stupid, brave thing that I just did. But you know what? It worked. And it was amazing. And now you guys have painted her, and thank you for all that, you know? Look at how it's got a tongue now. There's this whole area in the middle. It's evolving and becoming even more intelligent. It's a living structure in the sky. It's a gigantic jellyfish blob that's becoming sentient and awakening to itself as a motile being with feelings and an agenda, man. It's got an agenda.
It's got an agenda.
All right, you guys. See you later. Bye for now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. We are back. That is awesome. Thank you guys for being here. And you guys are saying it's stunning sunsets. You love the house. You love the property. Yeah, it's been really great to be here. And I will always have this place, and it's always going to be amazing. So let's read a couple more of your comments. Wait for the fog. It's true, I've been around people who were mauled to death by a moose, especially a mama moose. Yeah, I don't know. It was really, is your hot tub really broken, or is it the hot tub time machine and this is all the Project Looking Glass taking back on your back patio? Well, thank you for that. It's funny. Life Force Rejuvenation, shameless plug. eBay search Pyramid Water. When I first heard you talk about Pyramid Energy, I was all in. I took it to fruition, not the cheap stuff. Right on. You're lucky to have such a beautiful home, says Lisa Lithgow. Yeah, I mean, the minute that we have some aerospace deals come in, I can just pay this off, which will be great, because then I won't have any debt. And that'll make my monthly expenses a lot less anyway, and so therefore, whatever happens, I've already got that. I don't really want to live here all year anymore, though. This is very, very rough. You're at 8,600 foot altitude. You've got snow, you've got intensity, you've got wind. We have 8 months of winter a year. We had snow just like a couple weeks ago, not even, and we've had wind. It's just kept on going. It's really, really wearing me down. You know, honestly, like living here is just really hard. But that's okay, because at the same time, as you guys can see in that video, it is so beautiful. And when you look at a sunset like that, it just fills your soul with joy. And you just are so grateful for being alive and having the gift of this incredible adventure that we're all on together with Archangel Michael and the time loop. It's truly fascinating. So the next dream in line is, again, clearly about what are anticipated upcoming arrests. This happened at 3:36 a.m., so I got up in the middle of the night. There seemed to be a game where someone would say the clock started to run. Then I had to grab different people from my past and throw them into a garage. Everybody went in there pretty quickly, including this guy who I called the rookie when I worked at the vinyl factory, and he was kind of like a alcoholic, drug addict type. So the point is, I was grabbing different people and throwing them into the garage. You get it? Maybe the garage is not actually in the continental US. Maybe it's in, I don't know, Cuba, for example. Man, it just got kind of weird in here, didn't it? Like, oh, David, what are you exactly trying? Let's get the subtext correct. The garage is that. Okay, so then people being grabbed and put in there would represent, the arrests. That's right. And the clock is starting to run, which means the time is ticking down. It's a ticking clock before they're going to do this. This is a really, really cool prophecy, you guys. Athena von Wardenbuck says, thank you, David, for all you do. I've been following you since 2010. That's really cool. Was there a bus in the garage? I've never had a bus. I do. Did you have a buddy over? Did I hear somebody laughing, or am I losing it, David? So I'm laughing in the background because I pre-taped this with my DJI Osmo Pocket 3, which is a fantastic thing. Little machine that has the microphone, it has the video, it has a stabilizing gimbal, and it's very, very lightweight. You can hold it in one hand easily. So I filmed the sky, and then I play it off of my laptop, and I have to play it through this microphone. And then in the background, if I make myself laugh, I start laughing, and you hear me laughing in the background. So if that confused you or tripped you out, that's all that was. There's no other weird thing going on. But it just makes it feel like I'm talking to you the whole time, and therefore I'm not really taking a bathroom break. Julia in Georgia, which archangel could be represented as one with a white wing and one with a black wing? How are Michael and Halal related? Well, Halal sounds like Halaliel, and that's probably not one of the archangels you want to be talking to. I would just say that much. Vacapalo, it still doesn't beat the Caribbean mountain sunset. I totally agree. Vacapalo says stunning landscape. Beaver Creek Disc Golf Course, try it, David, says Sydney Mansfield. Somebody says I have no sound. My sound looks fine. Everybody else can hear me. Sorry if that happened to you. It's probably just in a short burst of time between the videos, I have to mute my microphone to get back on there. It sounds like the sound is off because it is. Prince Royal said, it is weird to see your sky without Colin McGeezer. Your sound is great. Your sound is good. Fireworks, ham, cigarettes, and bacon. Woo! I mean, poutine, I actually had somebody try to serve me poutine in a Canadian restaurant. And I'm like, okay, well, like, you probably need a cigarette for this too. Like, okay, so just tell me exactly, what is this poutine? Then you find out, oh my God, it's like French fries that are dipped in gravy and then cheese curds, and apparently you put vinegar on it. And somebody was saying here, yeah, it's a different dish, but it's a heart attack. Poutine is a heart attack waiting to happen. If you can make it through the whole dish without having to dial 911, you're probably in great shape. You know, you've been working out enough that you're not going to have a full-blown coronary explosion where the vessels in your heart just rupture as you're sitting there eating this grease and wiping it off of your face. It just all kind of mysteriously goes away, and you don't have to worry about anything because you And I'm like, no, I'm not interested in French fries with gravy or French fries without gravy or French fries without cheese curds. I'm not going to say hold the gravy. Let's just not get into this poutine thing at all. How about that? Can we do that? Okay, great. Bring on the swizzle, David says, vibe high. Poutine is an essential grease group. That's right. You have to go to the right places, Bella's Patio Garden says, to get real poutine. Well, I mean, honestly, I've trained myself not to want fried food. But I will say that when I was at the, the Westin Lake Las Vegas Hotel, where we had this Air Dominance Summit, I did eat some French fries. Well, more like it was in sushi, and it was like fried pieces of stuff in sushi. That's about as far as I went. But, you know, I mean, I do follow the principle of moderation. If I can have a little bit of something that's bad, that's okay. I'm just not going to eat it all the time. So I don't completely get off of fried food, but I probably would only have it like once a month. And honestly, even from once a month, you can get acne or all kinds of problems from it will happen to me. My physiology just does not like junk food at all. I have to eat a very pure diet. And up here, if I don't eat the right diet, I don't sleep. So it's actually a very dangerous game. You have to optimize your diet just to be able to survive out here. So let's get back into the dream now. We had some fun with the poutine thing. Where I'm grabbing all these different people and throwing them in a garage. Well, the clock is running. So yeah, this is an arrest dream, dude. It's prophetic, and it's from 1999. Michael's doing it again. It's prophetic of the arrests, okay? Let's keep on going. The one who wouldn't go in was Steven from high school. That was actually his name, and that's the name of the main guy who's always trolling me and helping other people learn how to do it. He went over and talked to my little brother who was at the helm of my car. He asked if my brother recognized who he was. Finally, I had to just grab him and almost drag him in there. And so this particular Stephen had attacked me physically, causing pain, 2 different incidents, one in junior high, one in high school. And this clearly symbolizes the arrests that are ongoing, meaning that this guy would not go into the garage, and so I had to grab him and drag him in. I'm like the cop, and I'm grabbing the criminal, and I'm dragging him in to the pen. That's actually what's happening here. And my brother, he asked if he recognized who he was, which means these are going to be high-level people, okay? That's part of the symbolism. I kind of knew what they were going to do. As I threw him into the garage, they had this thing of garlic spray, and they sprayed it in his eyes, and it got him pretty good. And once it got him, it was Boehner. Boehner was the one who had been thrown in there. And so this is, again, prophetic of the arrests. Now, again, let me just say this very clearly. This is a dream. We don't want to spray anybody in the eyes with anything. That is totally a crime. It's a, felony assault potentially. Nobody supports that at all. This is just a metaphorical dream. But I think what it means is that the public they're being exposed to the public. And when that happens, it's like it stings their eyes. So that's the metaphor of garlic in the eyes. That the real great revealing is happening in the form of an ongoing exposure that just exists in this media space. And as it becomes more and more embarrassing, it gets to the point where you don't want to leave the house. And that's what they said would happen. And so there are people increasingly being confronted. I'm not a big fan of this stuff at all. And I would never do this kind of journalism, but people confronting them and trying to intimidate them in public, that's some of the stuff we see in these posts that we're going to be reading a little later. Ooh, you don't want to do that stuff. So again, the garlic in the eyes is like the sting that they have right now as everybody is starting to turn on them. It's a very interesting time, isn't it? The next day predicts that Christmas is coming for Stavati Aerospace. I was meeting with a spiritually minded group. We kept meeting over and over again. And I think this is talking about the Alliance. There was a big outdoor building that had a sloping wooden floor that needed to be all rinsed off with water. People were going to play in there. So the idea is, again, this is the Alliance having to clean up the mess. You have a sloping wooden floor, but it's covered with filth. It all needs to be rinsed off so that people can play in there. Well, the sloping floor is like a pyramid metaphor of like going up the ascending passage. It's a sloping floor. So once again, we've got pyramid symbology implied. But the real thing is we can assume that it's really disgusting on the floor, that the floor is just completely hideous. And it has to be washed off. And so that represents what life on Earth is really like as we've been going through this DS corruption and the total top-down management where you never really have freedom and you're not allowed to have the technologies that are going to save this world, anti-gravity, free energy, med beds, etc. All that stuff is carefully withheld because instead of making life better, They want a lot of people to disappear, and they want things to get worse. There are various elites that have that attitude, and that's part of life. And so we have to rinse off the floor. It's similar to Jesus's idea of soiled garments. The soiled garments, again, represents your light body having spots in it that are not purified because you haven't been through enough healing in yourself. You haven't had enough love. You haven't had enough time to meditate on being a loving person, on forgiving those who hurt you, so that you don't get stuck in any trauma loop. So we have to clean that floor off. We have to clean the soiled garments. We have to make the world a wonderful place. That's the Zoroastrian term, frashokareti, making wonderful. The prophecy of what happens to the earth in all these ancient prophecies, 35 cultures, is a lot better than just the frog to salamander thing, except your human DNA is now becoming angelic DNA. You're getting a light body that for some of us will be visible. So that's why this topic is a really cool topic to do as we're getting closer and closer to these events, because the 2 days after this dream that we're in right now is where there's a solar flash. So let's keep going. I don't want to spend all day on this. So we had to wash off the floor, clean it up. The alliance, that symbolizes they have to clean up the mess. I was going to go out and clean it, but there was still a little bit too much mud on the surface. There were some women out there too, like Marcia, who was this girl who had dumped me, and the others were helping me. After a while, the stage was clean, and we were able to use it. So there you go. The Alliance has now set the stage, and remember Michael in the previous prophecy said the stage is now set, and then he shows us the stage in a dream just a couple days later. The Alliance has cleaned up the mud, which is going to lead to the arrests that are anticipated. At the end, it was getting towards Christmas. They were going through these books that they had. One of the books was about a baby seal. There was a number on the book. I was able to calculate from the number how quick Christmas was coming, because it said how many days into the month it was before Christmas. Oh, this is still... I haven't even had time to take that bad comma out because this was machine transcribed by Adobe Premiere, and I didn't actually have time to fix everything because I just unsealed this last September, even though it was from 99. It was unreviewed for 25, maybe even 26, 25 years. So again, if you really look at what this is saying, it could predict that there are major alliance actions coming up sometime this month. How many days into the month will it be before Christmas? Well, I have my own Christmas coming up, which is when we actually get the money from the first deals that we have signed. Okay, that's one thing. That's my Christmas. But everybody else's Christmas is a lot more important. And so could it be that sometime in the month of June that major things are going to happen? That's kind of what Michael is implying, that we're going to see some big moves forward. And how many days into the month is it before Christmas? So that made me very excited. That's what I think. This is a symbolic language. You always have to decipher symbology. There are different opinions. My opinion is not a fact. It's just my best guess at what my knowledge of dream symbology, after doing this basically full time since 1993, every day, dream work, what do the symbols mean? So I'm just trying to give you what they mean. And again, it's dazzlingly prophetic that these things happened in 1999, and they're so tied in with exactly what we're expecting. The stage is being cleaned up. How many days is it going to be before Christmas? Michael is leading us down certain predictable ways of thinking. That preserves the law of free will. You can't prove that this interpretation I'm giving it is right, but we can prove that I had these dreams and that they were on tapes that go back to 1999. I've shown you the tapes. They're right here next to me. Okay, so there they are. So major alliance actions and are finally getting funded. I subtracted the two numbers in my head. The guy who was sitting next to me was the older guy with dentures who played Man of La Mancha. And that's all about, the hero who's kind of like Don Quixote. He was surprised at how quick I could add the numbers. I said something about how there's nothing I can do that he can't do. He just has to speed up the process of his own psyche. Ah, right. So the first wave of ascension is supposed to involve ordinary people becoming more psychic, sorry. And the reason they become more psychic is because, so the prophecies say, that the sun gives off this new energy. And so Pierluigi Igina changes a rat's tail into a cat's tail. It starts changing in only 4 days. He completely transformed apricots into apples in 16 days. The sun gives off something new that speeds up how fast your mind vibrates and how well you integrate with your psychic self. And so ordinary people are apparently going to become psychic the way that I already have been, demonstrating with this 25-year time loop. And so that's going to be quite a shock when people get this sudden psychic upgrade. For some people, it's just going to be that they become more like what I've already been doing and how I live my life with this constant psychic interactions that I get with my environment. That's just become a big part of my life because I was reading about ESP and developing my own ESP since I was 7 years old. How to Make ESP Work For You by Harold Sherman. He was one of the pioneers of this whole thing. So it's a very fascinating thing that we're expecting our minds to speed up, and then the dream is saying that he can do all these amazing mental feats by speeding up his own psyche. This is the Ascension quickening. So I really love that dream. Then we got March 31st, 1999, starting with a prophecy again of the big events of 2020. This is really interesting, you guys. I was slowly and methodically discovering more and more that I was being bugged with physical bugs. The thing that was so amazing was that the bugs were no bigger than the size of grains of rice. And in some cases, they were even smaller. Well, this clearly sounds like, alien implants, right? The whole idea of implants that are size of a grain of rice. And it has to do with the idea of nanotechnology. Ooh, it just got kind of strange in here, didn't it? Nanotechnology of various sorts that may have occurred in various other configurations where you might not have even been aware that you were going to get one. You follow what I'm saying here? Oh, yeah. Let's not talk about that part too much. But I think you guys know what I'm talking about. If you're aware of all this stuff, that there might be some funny things going on. Let's just put it that way. Smaller than a grain of rice, and they are listening devices. Oh. And then Michael says the war against Hitler's war was called the 30 Years' War. Well, that really tripped me out, because the first thing I'm doing is I'm like, okay, I'm unsealing this now. Michael is inviting me to look 30 years into the past and see what I got. And by the way, we have thunder and we have rain coming down now. So hopefully I stay on the air. Everything looks good, but we're at the 3-hour mark. But I am getting a storm now with thunder and rain. Whatever, we'll just keep on going. So 30 years. I only did this yesterday, okay? I just unsealed this yesterday, and now he's mentioning 30 years, and I'm like, okay, let me just think about 30 years before the present, because this is a time loop. And it says the war against Hitler's war was called the 30 Years' War. Well, Hitler obviously is a symbol, because he's not around anymore. So it's a symbol of, well, probably the DS. There you go. The war against the DS is a 30 Years' War. Well, then I think, and I'm like, okay, what's 30 years before 2025? 1505. Okay, so it's 1995. And then I'm like, oh my God. 30 years ago was 1995, the exact year I graduated college, that I read Fingerprints of the Gods, learned about 35 different cultures, all have this prophecy of ascension. Solar flash. When did I learn this? Thanks to Graham Hancock. He was the best. He still is. 1995, Fingerprints of the Gods. I got it hot off the presses when it came into the bookstores because that was my headline. That was where I went to see what was new and amazing because everybody was writing books. There was no internet back then. It was just getting started. And most of the time, people only used the internet back in the late 90s to sell books. They didn't really make the website itself have very much information. It was a ploy to get you to buy a book. And that business model is pretty much gone. Had more thunder. Wow. I hope I can stay on the air. If anything happens, we'll finish the show next week, but hopefully I can stay on the air. We still got 3,500 people. The storm does make me a little bit nervous, I gotta say, but what the hell? So I loved this because I'm like, wait a minute, 30 years war. This was exactly when I graduated college, when I learned about Graham Hancock, and when I started having incredible paranormal experiences, including the automatic writing that I had with my best friend Jude. And this took place in his girlfriend's house, and I scribbled out this Bible quote from Ecclesiastes. And it ended up being Ecclesiastes 2:22 to 3:13. But it showed up as EC 4057. And I figured out, okay, Ecclesiastes EC, 40 verses after the beginning to 57 verses after the beginning. And you just take that little piece. And then I read it, and the first thing it does is it describes something that just happened to me. I had just been fired from a job at a mental ward. I actually wanted to work in a mental ward to get a residency credit for PhD in psychology because there were other people like Dr. Stephen Greer and Dr. John Mack, who wrote the great book Abduction. It's like the PhD ufologist was the thing. If you got your PhD, then you can throw it away by going into UFOs. You haven't really wasted it at all. You've actually added something. So I was totally on track to get my PhD in psychology, and I needed residency, and I did the mental ward for residency credit. And then the Bible says to me, when we prayed and we did automatic writing and my left hand went off on its own, after I got into a deep state of meditation, I really felt pulling in through my pineal gland. My hand just did this kind of stuff on the paper, okay? And it just, I was so loose that it actually did happen by itself. And it said EC 4057 and oxen. We talked about this in another show. But the main part at the beginning was this Bible quote from Ecclesiastes. And so it was that very year, 1995, that happened. And so the first thing it says is, "For what hath a man toiled and labored under the sun? This too is meaningless." For what hath a man toiled, worked for, and labored under the sun? This is meaningless. Well, I had just gotten fired from a job. And it sure didn't feel meaningless to me because I now had no income and I wasn't going to get my residency credit. The very first thing the Bible quote says is, the toil and labor you've done is meaningless. Don't even worry about it. And then the last line of the whole quote says, "To eat and drink and be happy in one's work, this is the grace of God." And then I'm like, oh, all I have to do is find a job that I can tolerate, eat and drink and be happy in my work. This is the grace of God. Everything's fine. So whoever was talking to me for the first time in 1995, where my hand did all this stuff, it quoted from the Bible. And I was not a Christian at that time. I mean, I was baptized. I went to a Presbyterian church for Christmas things and such. But no, there was nothing going on in my family. Neither of my parents were into it. They were hippies. You know, I'm a hippie kid. And I grew up that way. So like, that's what I came from. Upstate New York, you know. We hated hair metal because hair metal was like all of the 60s and 70s rock turned inside out and commercialized with these guys running around looking like women in spandex. It's like, dude, what happened here? I mean, yeah, it's rock and roll, but it just doesn't have the same joie de vivre that you would get from the 1970s classics like a Led Zeppelin or, you know, AC/DC. They kind of kept it going. Aerosmith kept it going. I had to give Stephen credit. I said, you know what, Stephen, I'm sorry that I told you that the dude looks like a lady and all that kind of stuff. The Aerosmith resurgence of the late 80s, early 90s, it was great. You know, we had some great things happen in hair metal. There's some hair metal that you can actually listen to. But younger generation, oh, that's hair metal. They just won't even listen to it at all. They don't like it at all, as I found out. So anyway, let's hear what you guys have to say on this. Soul Trap is going down. He worked in the mental ward. Slow mode is on. In the beginning of that dream, the same girl sang multiple instruments at the same time. David, your clouds and trees are beautiful. Dude, the 80s were the best, says Winter. I guess the kids don't really like our music, though. The hair metal, if you wanted to call it our generation's music, they're not that excited about it at all. When you mentioned the weather, strong winds began in Las Vegas, Nevada, specifically in Henderson. Oh my gosh, there's an attack on Pearl Street in Boulder. That's like, not too far from where I am. That's happening now. Dear Lord. They've got like police cameras everywhere on Pearl Street. They've got these there's this funny little thing that hooks to a trailer, and they park it out there, and it's got like cameras going every which way, and it's got this flashing blue light, and it's got this telescoping weird antenna that comes up. It's very Orwellian, and they plopped it right in the middle of Pearl Street. But yeah, Steven Tyler 71 in a video just made me think of you. I don't know. If you guys have more you can tell me about what's going on with Pearl Street, I'll look at that. I want to kind of stay in my topic here, but hair metal was great music for roller skating. Yeah, there were some bands that managed to rise out and have a few songs that worked. And oh my God, am I going to admit this to you? Can I get away with admitting this? Okay. I think I can get away with this and not lose my coolness. Are you ready? Dude, I listened to Winger and I liked it. I listened to Winger. And it was, she's only 17, Les says she's too young, but she's old enough for me. Oh. I liked Winger. I listened to Winger and I liked it. Dude, everybody was down on Winger when I was in high school. Like, if you listened to Winger and you said you liked Winger, you were in trouble. I mean, like, people would beat you up. So to actually disclose that I liked Winger when I listened to it, it was just on the radio. And then you realize, like at the beginning, it's got this really cool little arpeggiated electric guitar. She walks by from the corner of my eyes. I'm like, God, this actually freaking rocks. And I'm like, oh my God, it's Winger. Dude, why? Why did you play Winger for me, brother? David, when you are done with this show, do you read these posts? I hope so. Okay, no idea who Winger is either. I listened to that music in the 70s and 80s. I think the reason why Winger was like a big problem for everybody, if you go back and watch the video, and you guys from the 80s will know what I'm talking about, they were just very, very feminine. Winger was kind of like Poison in terms of the way they looked. Their hair is all teased out. And that, I think, was the core of the problem with why everybody just kind of turned on Winger. I'm sorry. I mean, I actually really like their band now, and I don't have anything against them, but it was just this thing in high school where you can't like Winger. I saw Winger at the Country Club in Reseda, California, says Kiki. They're still doing it. A lot of you guys don't even know about Winger. But yeah, the one song, She's Only 17, actually is a structurally great rock song. There's no getting around it. It's a brilliant rock and roll song. It's like something out of Def Leppard or Van Halen, as you said right there, Winner, yeah. For your Western Slope brother, thank you for all the research you've done, says ML Weaver. If you stop responding to the trolls, you will be taking away their power to disrupt. Well, we've got a lot less of them right now. I think they finally gave up after a while, which is fine. But yeah, don't let anybody know that I liked Winger when I listened to it again 30 years later, because that's very embarrassing. But it is true. It actually did happen. My friend Jeff had it on his SUV. I'm like, yeah, this song sounds familiar, and it's good, isn't it? He's like, yeah, it's Winger. I'm like, oh no. Dude, you can't like Winger. you'd get beat up. I mean, people would frickin' come after you. They'd hunt you down. Like, it was bad. You could not say anything about it. You had to, yeah. She's only, whatever, you know, no. But then at home, you could listen to it. You just couldn't talk about it in school. Oh, my God. So 30 years ago was 1995, and that's the 30 Years' War. And sure enough, as soon as I got activated in 1995, I've been working on this Ascension and the idea of Ascension, because I saw it in Graham Hancock's book. I realized this is what all the world's teachings are telling us. It tied in with the Law of One that I found in 1996, and my life really got hopping by January 1996. But all the activation was in 1995. So that's the 30 Years' War. And it is this war against a Hitler type of evil. That kind of thing really does exist, okay? So then I said, okay, let's actually dig deeper. I just did this yesterday. Found out the 30 Years' War was actually, and we got rain coming down so hard outside right now, you guys. It's very dark. The rain is pounding on the roof. The 30 Years' War was actually fought in Europe between 1618 and 1648. Michael is implying that whatever we've just been through, including the events of 2020, is a cycle of history overlap with this period of time of 1618 to 1648. And one of the harmonic numbers of the vibrations of sound per second that lead to the white keys in the piano, one of those numbers is 360, of course, and then you got 384, and then you get to 432. So 384 is one of those numbers where, in fact, let's do that right now. You can subtract, let's do this. Let's take 2025. Give me a second here, because this is cool. Take 2025, and then we take that harmonic number, 384, and we subtract them, and we get 1641. Okay, so 1641 is toward the end of the 30 Years' War. 1641 is like 7 years before the ending. Okay? And that would be your 384-year cycle, which that is one of the harmonic numbers, so that would be one of the cycles. So there you go. The 30 years, so we might be, the point is we might be in a 384-year cycle with this original 30 Years' War. In other words, the same sorts of things that happened in the 30 Years' War are happening to us now because of this alliance versus the DS struggle. And that's really fascinating because you look up the 30 Years' War and you're like, yeah, that's pretty bang on. So check this out. It was fought between 1618 and 1648. So again, 1641 comes in 7 years before the end of the 30-Year War. Michael is implying that we are in a harmonic history cycle overlap with this 30 Years' War. He's calling it the war against Hitler's war. Emperor Ferdinand II became the head of the Holy Roman Empire, so they had control over a good part of Europe. This is what you got to remember. Europe was a whole bunch of tiny little countries. And, you know, I was told by your dear old Uncle Jack, mate, that when you go and watch a show like Game of Thrones, that's just disclosure. You're looking at how all these various countries, mate, they got brought together through different people and different wars and covert actions, backstabbing amongst one another. And they all came together. And they became these much larger countries, mate. So he told me that, yeah, you know, there's this very fascinating occult history of how thousands of tiny little kingdoms and duchies and various things, as they were called, integrated into a country as large as France or Germany or Sweden. Like, whoa, all those things came together. Yeah, and they've been trying to consolidate the world more and more. So this is very interesting. Emperor Ferdinand II becomes the head of the Holy Roman Empire. This is the merger of church and state, which you really don't want, right? Caused religious tension. Why? Because he wanted to force everyone to practice his religion and nothing else. Now think about what Michael is telling us. The war against Hitler's war was the 30 Years' War. Well, that's a paradox. It doesn't even make any sense. The 30 Years' War was hundreds of years before Hitler. Well, obviously it's meant for us to dig in and look for the fortune cookie label inside, right? So Ferdinand II is trying to get people to practice Roman Catholicism. He says, we will kill you if you don't do it our way. You have to practice our way. You are forbidden from having any other religion involved in your home. You cannot be a Buddhist, you cannot be a Jew, you cannot be a Muslim. You're either going to convert or die. And this is in the 1600s this is happening? Yeah, that recently. We're going to force you to be a Christian. I mean, how lame is that? I would never support anything like this. So, there's a religion that they're pushing on us now, isn't there? Michael's saying there's a harmonic cycle overlap. He just fed this to us. 384-year cycle. It's one of the harmonic numbers. Right on the white keys. 384 cycles per second. Oh my God, the rain is so bad, you guys. The show must go on. I think it's actually hail now. Or, nah, they're just really large raindrops. Okay, it's very distracting. So, anyway, the religion now has been this combination of things that involve politics and involves what they want you to do with yourself, what they want you to do with your children, what flag they want you to have. Boy, I'm tiptoeing through. I am just tiptoe right on through this stuff and not say anything too direct. But there's lots of things they want you to do differently. And there might even be people they want you to do differently. You know, and this is a religion, and I've been telling you that the whole time. It's a religion, and they created it, and they launched it, and then from the day that the Enlightenment began, just like a communist revolution or something, now we're enlightened, now we know this, and now everybody's got to do it this way, because, man, we saw it. We're everybody. We're everything now. We're your everything. I am the sun. You got to bask in my rays. You know, that's the communist kind of crazy dictatorship worshiping the Führer, you know. The war against Hitler is what Michael is talking about here. So there's various iterations of how these things come about, and some of them are very clever and sneaky, and many people are still not even aware that we're in a war now, what the war is, how it's being fought, what are the actual rules of engagement, and how much of it you don't get told, how much of it you're not allowed to know. You got to go dig for yourself. You got to be on your own personal hero's quest to dig to the root of this information, find out for yourself what's true, because at that point, I have given you something that you always have. You own that truth. And that's a sharing that just comes from watching YouTube for free. I'm just giving you these things that I've shared that have made my life better as I realize that we're not doomed, and everything is actually going in this amazingly good direction. But before we defeat the Hitler symbolism, okay, before we get to that point in the journey, we had to go through this 30 years war. And I began learning about all this and fighting against it in 1995, is when my supercharged Archangel Michael life began. And so here's, you got Emperor Ferdinand II, again, 1619, wanting to force everybody to be following his religion and nothing else. Now, this is what's so crazy, you guys. He decides he's going to go around and he's going to force his way of doing things, his religion, upon everyone. And he just decides he's going to go to all the countries in the Holy Roman Empire, which are vast. And every one of them now has to do what he wants because he's suddenly become enlightened and, man, this is it. Everybody's got to do this or else you're going down. No, people said, you know, they gave him the finger and they said, no, we're not doing that. And this was Austria and the Czech Republic. And they reacted in a very inappropriate way that is far outside the standards of international diplomacy and is literally right out of an episode of Game of Thrones or something. They threw these guys out the window from the top of a castle. Ferdinand's representatives who came in and tried to give them the Enlightenment, say everybody's going to have to be a Christian, they said, F you, threw them out the window. Literally threw the emperor, not the king, he's the emperor. Emperor Ferdinand's men were thrown out. He hadn't declared himself emperor until 1619. But in 1618, he was still, I guess, king or something. Threw these guys out the window, and they died. Apparently they died. I mean, I didn't see anything that said they lived, so I assume they died, because it was probably a far enough drop that they didn't make it. So, Austria and the Czech Republic literally threw his own missionaries out the window at their Prague castle in 1618, and they fell and they died, and this was the trigger that started the 30 Years' War, and they refer to it as the defenestration. The defenestration of Prague. So how many people, SAT question, you guys are a very smart audience, how many people already know what defenestration means? I'll wait. Sounds like a scene from 300. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely got the action movie classics. Defenestration, oh, somebody says, wow, I watched the Winger video, 17, says Angela Chartrand. She's got a big smile, and she says, it reminds me of Bon Jovi. Yeah, you could say that. Similar to Bon Jovi. Show the rain outside, please. I don't really have any way to do that. Defenestration, right, it means throw out the window. So if you study French, the window is la fenêtre, okay? Fenêtre, F-E-N-E-T-R-E, fenêtre. La fenêtre is the window. So if you get de-windowed, if you get thrown out of the fenêtre, you get defenestrated or defenestrated. So that's defenestration, means to be thrown out the window, to be thrown out the fenêtre. Now you guys understand that. You throw it out the window. That's right. So anyway, we got good stuff going on here. It's all good. Defenestration of Prague. What a crazy situation. So that starts the war because they said, F you, we are not converting to your Catholicism because everybody was doing Protestantism. They didn't want to have the Vulgate read to them in Latin. They wanted to be able to read the Bible. They wanted to have access to what it said. They didn't want the guy with his, turning his back to you and reading it in a language you don't understand. They're like, no, we're not going back to Catholicism. Hell no. We've just had this whole Renaissance Reformation thing. And we like having the Bible and we like, our Protestant denominations. F you, we're not doing it. So Europe fought for 30 years over this. The Roman Empire tried to force them back to Catholicism for 30 frickin' years. Whoa. And there's been a religion being forced upon us now. So that's what Michael is saying. It's this very interesting harmonic that's going on. Okay, let's break it down. Who the hell was in the Holy Roman Empire at this time? So check this out. In 1618, the Holy Roman Empire was a complex entity composed of a vast array of states, including kingdoms, duchies. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a duchy, right? Pass the duchy pass the duchy on the left one side, right? Okay, apparently you can pass the duchy. There's a principalities, there's free cities, and imperial knights. So like a knight could be a state. He's like his own state. That's pretty cool. The empire encompassed territories, here it comes, roughly equivalent to modern-day Germany, Austria, Czech Republic, Switzerland, parts of Italy, and other areas. So it was this massive amount of smaller countries, and these types of wars, this one lasting 30 years, defeated many of them and caused them to integrate into larger and larger units that becomes, again, Germany, Austria, Czech Republic, etc. Switzerland being another one. The empire was a confederation of states led by the Holy Roman Empire as the nominal head, including Austria, Bavaria, and Saxony. Those last two are gone now, right? As well as numerous smaller principalities and free cities. Interesting, huh? The religious landscape was divided between Catholicism and Protestantism, contributing to tensions within the empire. 1618 marked the beginning of the 30 Years' War, a major conflict within the empire driven by religious and political tensions. Example of states, these would be countries, as we would think of them now pretty much, in 1618. Austria was called the Habsburgs. That was, again, one of the main bloodlines that we've heard about. significant power within the empire, European DS bloodline, and they were the Holy Roman Emperor. So, oh wow. Then you got Bavaria, major power, southern Germany, Saxony, powerful state in the east, Bohemia, part of the Habsburg Austrian territory, but also key player in the early stages 30 Years' War. Numerous smaller states, many smaller principalities, free cities, and imperial knights held their own territories within the empire. All that got consolidated. In summary, the Holy Roman Empire in 1618 was a complex patchwork of states. The Habsburgs as the dominant power. This is all what AI says. So, it says they may include mistakes. Notice that on the bottom left. There may be mistakes here. The outbreak of the 30 Years' War signaling a period of intense conflict and change. Well, sure enough, that's what's going on now. We're in a period of worldwide. Europe was like a hologram of the world in this time loop. And the whole world has been affected by the events of 2020 and onward. We're all having to go against somebody who's trying to push this religion on us. That's why I was so excited about this week's show. I'm like, wow. So what exactly happened to these states during this 30 Years' War? Because Michael is telling us to compare ourselves now to that. The 30 Years' War was a prolonged and devastating conflict, primarily fought in Central Europe. Again, there was thousands of these little states between 1618 and 1648. Initially rooted in religious tension between Catholics and Protestants, it evolved into a complex struggle with significant political and international implications. Here's the important part, which I think is the time loop. The war resulted in immense human suffering, with millions of casualties due to battles, famine, and disease. Whoa. Time loop, 384 years, 1641 goes up to 2025. Oh, disease. Right, because didn't that just happen? Isn't that what harmonic cycles of history are supposed to do, is they repeat the same things again and again? Yes. And it was 30 years. Well, the food supply has gotten a lot more poisonous during that time. Lots of other really negative things have been happening that we could talk about at some point. Various types of things have continued to get worse and worse and worse. It's 30 Years' War, the war against this symbolic form of Hitler. And it would have started in 1995. Millions of casualties due to disease, battle, and famine. People not having enough food. Lockdowns, right? It's elders are starving. I mean, that's one of the things that one of the top charities I want to get into when I get my hands on money is I want to have an elderly charity so people get enough food, because that's one of the cracks in our system. And, I learned this from social workers. So anyway, this is a very interesting time loop because disease factors into both of them. So I think Michael is right on. There is some harmonic overlap with this in our present. It was sparked by religious tensions in the Holy Roman Empire, particularly between Catholics and Protestants. The defenestration of Prague in 1618 is often cited as the trigger. Yeah, you take the emperor's men, you throw them out the window and kill them. That's called a war. You just started a war, and it lasted for 30 frickin' years. Whoa. The war can be broadly divided into 4 phases: the Bohemian Revolt, the Danish intervention, the Swedish intervention, and the French intervention. And yeah, you can figure out what that means. Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand II and his Catholic Habsburg allies, again, that's deepest of the DS, were pitted against Protestant powers like Denmark, Sweden, and Protestant states within the Holy Roman Empire. They said, yeah, we want to read the Bible. We're not going back to Catholicism. Sorry. Loved it, but we're done. And even though France was Catholic, they eventually joined the Protestants over political reasons. The war had a profound impact on European politics and society, leading to a significant shift in the balance of power, with France emerging as a dominant force. The Treaty of Westphalia, which ended the war, also established the principle of state sovereignty, which remains a cornerstone of international relations today. The 30 Years' War, this is the comparison to our present cycle. The 30 Years' War is remembered as one of the most devastating conflicts in European history, causing immense suffering and shaping the geopolitical landscape of the continent. So, yeah, think about that in light of what we're dealing with now. One of the most devastating conflicts in European history, causing immense suffering and shaping the geopolitical landscape. So, yeah, Michael is really onto something here. And what was it that happened to all these states in the 30 Years' War? Well, they all got consolidated into much larger countries like Germany, Austria, Switzerland. So that's the way that war is used, to consolidate and to integrate and to strengthen power. And there's so many little stories about what happened even during this 30 Years' War that are probably all part of occult history, that maybe as time goes on, we get disclosure, we're going to learn a lot more of what happened in these various events, but it's certainly fascinating. All right, so we're already, 3.5 hours in. So let's start at the beginning of this dream so we don't get lost, because we already had some data and we got really into it. So I was slowly and methodically discovering I was being bugged with physical bugs. The thing that was so amazing was they were no bigger than the size of grains of rice. In some cases, they were even smaller. And this is related to the idea of extraterrestrial implants as well as nanocomputers in the inoculations. That's what some people, that's a conspiracy theory. It's probably not really true. I shouldn't have just kind of read it like that. Well, it's still running. Think I should keep going? Yeah, let's keep going. What do you say? I probably should have done that in a different manner. Okay, so that's what it is. There's all these little implants inside the body. They're listening. They're monitoring. We had that in the James Bond movie. He called it smart blood. They injected him with this blood that has a computer in it, So that's the concept that I was already told about by Uncle Jack a really long time ago. It's in the beginning of the dream. Then it said the war against Hitler's war was the 30 Years' War. And that was when all of my paranormal experiences began happening. That autumn, my hand scribbled out EC 4057 in Oxen. As I said, it was the book of Ecclesiastes. It was a Bible quote, and it jump-started the Michael prophecy contact, which began a year later in 1996. So clearly, part of the 30 Years' War is my own Michael prophecy's contact and how it's now being used in such an interesting way. Archangel Michael, through another woman, Faith, Hope, Charity Harding, which Casey confirmed was the real thing. So the Casey readings basically confirmed that the man we know as Hitler from Germany was the reincarnation of Pontius Pilate. This was the actual Roman emperor who was responsible for crucifying Christ. So that's one of the weird things that you get out of the Casey story, is that these figures come back in history, and that this was the reincarnation of Pontius Pilate. And so how ironic that the same souls want to come back and do the same things that they did before. So 1,940 years was nothing for this guy. He's like, hell yeah, get me back in the ring. I want to do it again. And I want to get the whole planet now. So we're seeing the time loop here that they're talking about. It's very, very interesting. Because they said Hitler's war is the 30 Years' War. So he also represents Pontius Pilate, the man who crucified Christ. And we are being crucified by this DS on a planetary level. That's the cosmic version of that that's happening now. So in this quote, he is compared to the DS as a whole, and disease, again, was a key part of the 30 Years' War. And then 30 years ago, in 1996, blank and blank won a second term, and many insiders say she was the one who was really running the country. Okay? So that adds yet another meaning to it. The war against blank's war was called the 30 Years' War. Oh, that's right. So 30 years ago is when the second term started, and he had out-navigated all these disruptions, and that's where I think a lot more of this agenda started to appear. Yes, so I did have, at least, I think, 2 or 3 insiders, at least 2, maybe even 3, tell me that he was walking around in slippers and not really doing very much, and she was actually doing all the work, and they just felt the public wasn't ready for that, so they didn't tell anybody, but that's apparently what was going on. Now, that's all allegations and hearsay, but that's what other people told me. You can decide if you want to believe it or not. Anyway, it's another layer of what the 30 Years' War might actually mean. And the same people are still involved very much now. if you think about it from that perspective. What are we expecting to see? So it is like a 30-year war. I was really bugging out, pun intended, about these listening devices because they stepped up what they were doing, all this surveillance on me. You had no idea where you were going to find them. I was surprised because I personally found 5 or 6 of them. They were just too small to be regular technology. There was obviously something pretty fantastic going on in there. Right. So I found these bugs on my own. That's a metaphor of us figuring out the truth and doing our research and learning what these agendas really are of this weird Hitlerian type of 30-year war. Steve W. was around. This was a friend of mine at the time in Virginia Beach. I thought I'd found another one of these bugs at his place, but it turned out to be the pin from his watch. Then I started to wonder, how are they doing it? How are they getting inside the house? There were bugs in my favorite shirt. There was bugs in everything. And again, this is prophetic because now all they need is a smartphone. After Snowden, everybody knows about mass surveillance. So how interesting that my dream has got this level of specific detail to it, huh? There was another guy who had pen cap microphones. He was also like an FBI agent. And I also saw his microphones, spoke into them, and he could hear me. He was sitting right over somewhere. He kind of like waved at me and let me know he could hear me. And he wasn't being hidden about it, which I thought was good. So again, back in 1999, before people really were aware that this was going to happen to us, this dream, again, is highly prophetic of what we're now seeing and how this evil is working. At the very end, just after finding yet another one of the bugs, I was outside on the side of the road. There was a cop there, and he was stealing quarters out of somebody's car, among other things. And so I think, again, this is talking about all of the theft that has been found by the dog. Try to be careful about what I'm saying. You know, all the things that the efficiency group found, and that they were grabbing the coins and stealing the coins, but they look like the cops, they look like the authorities, they look like they're the ones who should be trusted. Nope. This is what ends up happening in the dream. This is a metaphor of the bad guys trying to look like they're good and trying to steal from the public wealth. So that's what this is about. I was trying to stop him and tell him, look, if you need money so desperately, how much do you need? I'll give it to you. So this is prophetic of this fraud being exposed on a wide level after we just had the exposure of mass surveillance with Snowden. So, and then it goes on from here. Hold on. I grabbed one of his hands and was trying to wrestle the money out of his hands. Well, this is like what happened with the efficiency group. All the quarters started falling out of his hands. All of a sudden, he reached around with his other arm, pointing a gun right into my face with murderous intent. Right as I did that, he woke up and I woke up. And so I believe this is prophetic of the final tariff showdowns as the public awaits the release of the you-know-what. So yes, the tariffs would be an example. And remember, we already had the knife fight and they both got cut, but then the cuts weren't that bad. And that could represent tariffs too, okay? But here what we're seeing is I tried to stop him from grabbing the money and stealing the money, and then he comes around with the gun. And so tariffs can lead to wars. I mean, that's why this whole thing has been really scary, and we've been following it together week after week, hoping it's going to be okay. But this is absolutely, totally prophetic of exactly what we're dealing with right now. It's dazzling that the dream would do this. So then I had another dream same day. What a series of difficulties. First, my car was messed up. I was trying to put wings on it. I was going to fly around with my car, the Subaru, but everybody was telling me I couldn't do it. Well, that's a hover car. And yes, as soon as we get funded, we want to immediately start prototyping hover cars. So the first car I had was my old Subaru. We're still on the air. The rain has stopped, thank God. That was so scary. It was really coming down, you guys. So the hover car is the Subaru with the wings on it, and everybody was telling me I couldn't do it. Well, we've definitely had our trolls online try to say this isn't going to happen. And I just cued on the words punchline. So, okay, our company getting funded is indeed the punchline after all the sacrifice and hard work I've committed over the past 7 years. Once we have anti-gravity hover cars, the true level of control that these folks have had over us will finally have been broken. So the punchline, I would also say, represents the arrests. It's the big punchline of what all this has been building up to. And then disclosure. Disclosure is the punchline. Oh, you mean there's these technologies that already exist? You mean there's vehicles that already use this? And we just weren't told about it? Yeah, that's the punchline. And it also ties in with, again, that I had a Subaru that looked like it had wings on it, and I wanted to fly with it, and that symbolizes our hover cars. There was definitely some kind of difficulty associated with this. I was trying to get the flying car repaired. It was a pain. It was taking a long time. I was waiting patiently. So think about this. I was literally waiting for a hover car to be repaired. This is a precise prophetic metaphor of the 7-year struggle to get Stavati funded, but we finally landed our first deal this past week. Isn't that awesome? In the meantime, I saw that my mother had got my brother a new bicycle for his birthday. It was a mountain bike, possibly like the Huffy, with a green frame. It looked pretty nice. I seem to know where she got it from. I've been going by that same spot, possibly a little like the outside of the Freeman's Bridge Sports. So, the green bike is highly symbolic of the bounty of finally getting the company funded. So my family was really broke. And my brother only got a new bike maybe like 4 times during our childhood. And so that was like the biggest gift you could ever have as a kid. My brother started to get these stunt bicycles, these trick riding bicycles. Like he had a PK Ripper, for example, which was like, you know, they had the axle pegs on it and all that kind of stuff. So you have the 360-degree swiveling handlebars, so you can get the frame going around in circles and stuff and jump on the wheel and that kind of thing. So these were high-end trick bicycles. The Huffy wasn't, but I mean others were. So the point is, and it was colored green, which is the color of money. And the bicycle in dreams represents ascension, because you can travel faster through the dream landscape on a bicycle than you can on foot. So that means the faster you travel through the landscape is the higher the vibration. So there's a vibrational increase that you experience as you're traveling along with this with the bicycle. So yes, there are all these interesting layers to this metaphor about the bicycle representing the deal coming through, representing ascension. And I could immediately see, okay, yeah, this is a great prophecy because we did just get our deal, and hopefully the funding will come in very soon. So some of this dream, I said in a quote, might be in response to an idea that came through my mind. If I did start to need to travel all the time, I should get a laptop so I could continue writing. I'm trying to think. I think this dream basically said no. That was pretty clear. Well, this is definitely prophetic as well, because after disclosure, after the Alliance tells people about my work, which I do think is going to happen at some point, maybe not right away, Stavati up and running, I will definitely be busy. I will definitely be traveling all the time. So I think this is an example of Michael talking through the time loop from 2025, seeing where we are right now, telling me this telepathically in 1999 so that I said it out loud. You know, if I have to start traveling all the time, I'm going to need a laptop. And now I have an amazing laptop. I can even edit 4K video on this laptop. I mean, I can do all the high-end video editing tricks, and it renders them fast. It's got the Apple M1 Max processor in it. It freaking kicks butt. So yeah, it's very interesting that now I'm totally anticipating that that's where my life is going to go. But in 1999, 26 years ago, I didn't see this future for me at all, but it's all over the place in the dreams. The time loop thing is a very, very interesting thing. The front of my car was a plane. I don't believe I got it back, much to the surprise of everyone else. It almost seemed like there were 2 choices of car. I stuck with the original non-flying version I started with. The new one turned out to be all messed up, and the same schema repeated itself with the bicycle. So again, I think the hover car doesn't just talk about Stavati, it also represents the idea of the Alliance's victory. And so people have been really disenfranchised, I think, by the fact that this is taking longer than we thought. You know, they say disinformation is necessary, and we've certainly been led to believe, like, for example, arrests are going to happen on day 1. Okay, well, not really the kind that we were expecting. There were arrests happening, but certain messages, there's just people who are tired of waiting, and I understand that, and I see it in comments and letters that I get and memes that people circulate. They're tired of waiting so long. They're like, this is just dragged on too long. And well, in this case, what the dream is saying is the vision of the flying car would be the vision of the arrests. But then we haven't had them happen yet, and it looks like it's all messed up. So I had to go back to the non-flying car at the end of the dream. And it repeated itself with the bicycle. So I had to have the non-flying version. Well, I think that's prophetic of the fact that the arrests haven't happened yet, and that we're still just frustrated and strung out by waiting. Well, right after I had this dream about that my flying car isn't going to take off properly, that was the day that John kicked me out of the farm, told me I had to leave. I mean, he gave me a couple weeks or something, maybe not even to get out. It wasn't a month. But then the beautiful reading came in that same afternoon from March 31st, and I wanted Michael to help explain why this had to happen. I read this to you guys last week, so I'm going to do it quickly. I'm not going to spend all this time analyzing it like I did last week, because there's another one I want to read you after this, which is the Art Bell solar flash dream. It's very, very interesting. For whoso believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. The old collection of things must become different. Narcotics and drug addictions are now a thing of the past. And again, I was reading this in the middle of kicking on day 1, the first time the unsealing happened. This is also prophetic of the defeat of the DS. The old collection of things must become different. We have been addicted to them, and now that's a thing of the past. We move in a greater step towards the inexorable conclusion of sainthood that will mystify all others who see you. The great step is a reference in the Great Pyramid. It's the last obstacle that you have before you enter the antechamber and king's chamber, which is where ascension happens. Both of these chambers directly symbolize ascension, so the great step represents a quantum leap. And the conclusion is sainthood. The conclusion is the light body activation. How awesome is that, right? So we move in a greater step towards the inexorable conclusion of sainthood that will mystify. Yes, some people are going to get this full light body activation from this. They will mystify all others who see you. Let's hear it for those whose explanations are derived from the most basic opportunities to serve the one Creator possible. The apples and pears have all worked very diligently to keep your boundaries intact and a smile on your face. And yes, I was listening to the song Time Out of Mind by Steely Dan, and he says, there's a smile on my face. But then the apples and pears, I was thinking about why did they mention apples and pears? And then I realized, they want me to put Pierre Luigi Aghina into the show with the apples and apricots turning into apples in 16 days. So that's how I read that one. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to read this to you again, because it led to this next show. Now we must find new plumbing, new piping, new carpentry and plumbing. The will of the one Creator is satisfied in all its various forms. So this is prophetic of victims of LA fires needing to find new homes. It's also prophetic of my not continuing to live here, but heading for Florida as per many, many suggestions from Michael. So again, the idea was that John kicked me out. Michael says I have to find new piping, new carpentry, and plumbing. And now, after 4 years of being trapped here at this high altitude where it's so difficult to sleep, I'm definitely ready for a big change. He says, speech comes about when we transfer the focus from the tornado or volcano within to those matters of more transient importance centered in the who, what, when, where, and why, and how of our lives and the present. And I said yesterday's show was on tornadoes, this is right as I unsealed it. The volcano disaster is a reflection of the tragedy of LA fires. And then I put this note in that we had actual tornadoes during my last show. And actually during this show, we just had the same thing. The sky got really dark. The rain was coming down really hard. It could have been tornadoes again, but that's what it looked like last week when we actually did have a tornado, or the week before, except that it also had real hail. So he mentions the tornado or volcano within. And again, this is part of this concept that the earth changes are a metaphor of our learning to rise above our negative aspect, and that the negative wants to fight back as this happens. And if your planet is on a negative timeline, then your whole planet gets destroyed from people not being able to fight back well enough. But if you learn the lessons and you have healthy boundaries and you don't allow evil to win in your own life, then you have this greater strength and greater resiliency that he's referring to as the tornado or a volcano within. You can keep it down, keep it from getting too heavy. Tornadoes and volcanoes and all that stuff in dreams usually represents an emotional ordeal. That's why when she said she had a snake attack her in the dream, I'm like, well, there you go. Something, or a snake attacked something. It's choking off the life force. So this is a very important point. The earth changes, we're processing them internally so that we don't have to have them on the planetary level. That's one of the basic lessons of Michael. We learned the lessons of Christ properly, and we're following those principles. Oh, we had a donation come in. Let's make sure I catch that. Miles Irvin, another contribution to the I Told You So party. Rock on, David. Yeah, and we're still at 3,700, but then as soon as I changed the camera angle, it dropped down to 3,261. But I caught it, and it was at 3,700. Why did the volcano break up with her boyfriend? He was too explosive for her, says Ray Briggs. Wonk, wonk. So Miles Irvin, thank you very much for the donation. At least I know that changing camera angles immediately causes 500 views to disappear. Whatever. Okay, let's keep going. The house made of stone has withstood the test of time, and now it is ready to be tropical. Whoa. So this is the direct prophecies of LA fire, massive home losses, and the house made of stone is the Great Pyramid, and this is also prophetic of my intended move to a tropical area, namely Florida. I mean, I did California for a really long time. I've never done Florida before, and there might be other reasons to be down there. It's all over the place in the Michael prophecies. Maybe we're going to end up having manufacturing down there. I might be near one of our plants. I mean, anything could happen at this point. So it's very exciting nonetheless, because it's, again, yet another of so many prophecies that I'm going to be moving as John was kicking me out of the house. Let's instead look to the house that houses the throne of the divine and keep radiantly exclaiming how delightful the change really is, from top to bottom, inward to outward, upward to downward, etc. And as I said, this is prophetic of our discussion of stretch space or counter space, where everything's inside out. And he's saying, remember to exclaim how delightful this change really is. Don't get caught up in the negative. Let's stay loose and keep it happening, if for no other reason than to say that we did it. Now, this really blew me away. I mean, this is like a depersonalizing moment when I read this. We have accomplished our objective on this planet to a large degree in the present moment. In other words, as they said, the stage is now set. Many of the goals we have set are being accomplished even now as we speak. The mission moves towards its completion point at its totality. I mean, whoa. That's just so heavy. They've accomplished their objectives on the planet to a large degree in the present moment. Well, yeah, because this is all going to lead to disclosure. It's a structured plan with a series of intervals, and nothing can stop what's coming. That's what we're actually dealing with. So the mission is moving towards its completion point. Wow, that means everything is paved for the ascension. Once the negative is exposed, we get ascension. Ageless saints and sages of old have convened to produce this opportunity for you. When you think about its many products, you understand the ultimate format because of Thanksgiving dinner and the appropriate preparations made thereafter. Well, this again was the apparition of Mother Mary that I saw on Thanksgiving. So the main key here again is the saints and sages would be now probably immortal beings that have ascended, and they're convening in this fourth density form, as the law of one would call it. They've become the human ETs, if you will. They can create a human body, but they don't need one. They have convened to produce this opportunity. I mean, it is going to happen. It's very exciting. Do not think of this as a stumbling block or as underarm deodorant to cause you severe distress, but rather the method by which personal growth comes to fruition, wherein you are no longer responsible for anyone but yourself, You're not living through a benefactor of any kind. Well, that has deep personal meaning for me because, again, once we get this company funded, then I never have to worry about money again at all. And for most of us, I think this is talking about how we're all so broke because the economy is so ruined that we all need various types of benefactors to survive. And this transformation is going to make life so much better for everybody. We're not going to need benefactors anymore. That's really exciting. For you see, there does continue to be a reinforcement of your own perpetual adolescence by not having a circumstance that entails the full participation in your own reality field, so to speak. 2 arms and 2 legs are all that is necessary to move forward and accomplish this process adequately well. You have denied access to the deepest portions of your own selfhood in the past by not allowing yourself to truly become independent. While each step can be seen as a further advance made forward, it is not your position to feel that you can stagnate. You have had a lucky opportunity here to have a very easy life, and a life that does not present you with very many stresses. This has allowed you to do much good work. Now again, it is time to move on from here. Think not of the past, but rather the future, the marriage of self to self that is so soon to occur. And they're talking to me in the present. They want me to end up doing more with my life and not always being up here in the mountains. And it has been easy in many ways, it has. The dealer deals out another hand of cards. The deck is all of the one infinite creator. We feel confident in your ability to make the right choices and decisions in this matter. And as I said, I was leaving for Las Vegas tomorrow, the next day, to get our company funded. Michael directly refers to the dealer dealing out another hand of cards. Is there any chance for me to stay here? I asked him. The answer I got was no. Then Michael says, believe it. Well, I've been through this many times before. It still sucks. I still feel the pain the same way. He says, look instead for the opportunities within self. Realize that the panic button does not need to be pushed. Simply go with the flow, and the pieces will snap into place calmly and smoothly. You will see what we are talking about. Stay calm, David. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. All right. Let's just right now breathe into that, okay? Let's breathe into that together. The panic button does not need to be pushed. Go with the flow, and the pieces will snap into place calmly and smoothly. You will see what we are talking about. Stay calm. Don't get lost in this. As I'm reading this, don't let your mind wander. Remember that these readings are coming through a time loop that has had, I'm not aware of anything like this, and I'm not trying to brag, but again, time loops every week since last September that are this accurate, and we're ongoing. We're doing it live on video. You're talking to me here. Oh, we had Vakapalo. East Coast better than West Sunrise, are and promising. Thank you. Thank you for donating. So he says, again, realize the panic button does not need to be pushed. The pieces will snap into place calmly and smoothly. You will see what we are talking about. And then the very next day, the dream had a dazzling solar flash. I mean, this is like, what? They're telling you, don't be afraid. The pieces will snap into place. The solar flash is going to happen. Be confident in the timelines we've given you. The solar flash appears the very next day. I didn't even really know about the solar flash at this point. I was just starting to hear about it on Art Bell. So it started out with the metaphor of criminality from the DS. I've been sleeping really deeply. John has continued to make the decision I have to be out of here. He says my recent successes draw him away because my website just started going crazy. It's drawing him away from the focus he needed on himself to do things he should be doing. So that was what I heard. That was one of the things. Part of the dream involved a traffic accident. There was a guy on a motorcycle chasing after someone or something like that. Well, that's like a Hollywood movie scene, right? So the motorcycle guy represents like an action hero, and it's all coming out of showbiz, and all that stuff is now being exposed. So that's how I read that. The traffic accident is them, that their whole system is crashing now. My childhood friend Dave was on the motorcycle. His father had a heart attack and was in the hospital. And this actually is happening to my lawyer right now. Both his parents are in the hospital. I'm not sure if it's a heart attack, but they're both in the hospital. Some of this was centered around that. His mother and her daughter were both there with him. So again, both of my lawyer's parents are now in the hospital. Heart attack's been part of it. This was also symbolic of the DS being in trouble on the widespread planetary level. They had a piano, and they were trying to set the piano up straight. Right now, they had it on the side on a moving platform for rolling things. There was a base they had to put on it. They were concerned about whether the base would stick. I noticed there was adhesive on the little flat base, but it sloped down on the top, a very gentle slope. There's that slope again. Remember the last time we had to wash it off? It was all muddy, and it represented cleaning the slate for the big show of disclosure. So I showed him where the adhesive would stick, and that solved the problem. So again, any type of music is usually talking about spiritual teaching, spiritual gifts. And when the Alliance does the arrest, it's a huge spiritual gift for humanity. So this is showing up as a piano that needs to be set up straight, glued down so that it's ready to use. This is like the final stage of what the Alliance is having to do to get us ready for this huge planet-changing reveal that Michael is telling us is going to lead right into Ascension. So they had to set this piano up straight. That's talking about the Alliance. Then it segued into a theater. There were people there, including the guy from Cheers, who was the mailman. We were trying to get this dinner prepared. Well, there again, that's the Alliance getting ready to feed humanity this new information. Here it's the dream metaphor of serving dinner. This had a vibe very similar to where I had been at Sabrina's place, and she and I ended up getting together. The dinner is prophetic of the big reveal of arrests and disclosure. I make a table before my enemies, all that kind of stuff. And it's coming. After my childhood friend Dave was in the hospital with his father, he had a motorcycle accident. He was riding along behind this other guy. He then hit a ramp and went over a bridge. That was his accident. I don't know whether he died or he just got messed up. So this is prophetic of the DS trying to destroy us by setting up all these various things that look like one thing, but they're really not. This was all staged. They had somebody spread out bed sheets or a blanket across a driveway. Underneath there was a lot of dirt. I lifted it up. There was an overweight guy with a deep voice who was there, and he was the one who was the witness as all this was being done. Humanity is now investigating them at large, pun intended, right, because he's overweight. The overweight guy ends up being the villain who is discovered, and as soon as we figure out it's him, he runs. So he is the one staging this whole accident, staging the motorcycle accident. He was the one straightening out the bed sheets, lining it all up, and trying to make it look like it was natural. And then I figure it out, and then he starts running. So here comes that part. I was told I had to go try to figure out who created the accident. They said I would listen for it and I could hear it. Right after I looked at the sheet, I started running after the guy with the deep voice. I realized he was the one they were talking about. And again, humanity is now unmasked the villain. We see it for what it is. It's painful, but it's a necessary stage of awakening. After I identified the villain and I began chasing him, I started listening to Art Bell on the radio as I'm driving in the car really fast. As I'm driving in the car, this hail is going on outside, and the hail was incredible. Chunks started to get to be the size of ice cubes, and then they started falling in clumps. Oh my God, this is like the end of the world. I was saying to myself, I'd never really seen any hailstorm like this before, and all of a sudden, it looked like one, well, that's again because it was machine transcribed. This just came in last September. All of a sudden, it looked like one big piece of hail. So this, you can imagine, is sort of like an earth change level catastrophe where the hail is coming in these gigantic pieces, which would imply something very different than typical weather events. The kind of events that would be associated with extinction. Maybe there was a volcanic eruption in the ocean that's really huge, like a supervolcano. Maybe ocean water goes up into the air, it gets frozen, and it starts coming down in these massive frozen chunks. And maybe some of us died in Atlantis and we remember that from another lifetime or something. So that could be a way. I could definitely see in some type of like pole shift or tsunami or big explosions inside bodies of water that then go airlift up and then they get frozen and they come back down. And there's just these massive chunks of ice. Yeah, that would probably be one of the things that, depending on where you were, if you had to go through an extinction level event, you might actually see that. But again, we're being protected from this. The guy has the bicycle accident. I figure out it was all staged. I figure out the guy who was doing it. I start chasing after him. And then as I'm in the car, this hail starts coming down. While I'm chasing the bad guy, the hail is pouring down, and it's literally like the end of the world. But it gets even better. Okay, so I'd never seen a hailstorm like that. It started falling in clumps, then it was all one big piece. Even though it was nighttime, all of a sudden the sun seemed to explode. Holy crap. I couldn't believe it. I saw this yesterday. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. What? Like a coronal mass ejection. There was this bright flash of light in the middle of the night, and it was apparently visible all over the world. So again, this is prophetic of the great LA fire that was happening right as I first unsealed this the first time, and our so-called first wave of ascension solar flash. Obviously, I say in the dream, you can't see the sun at night, whether it had a coronal mass ejection or not, but this was very visible. Well, there you go. I mean, like, that's it. That's the conclusion of the story. I drop the microphone, I walk off, I did 4 hours, I'm done. Well, no, we still got all the Alliance slides to go through. But this was very, very cool because it is the solar flash. That is what happened. It's a dazzling prophecy. And, you know, wow. Really, really amazing that we're chasing the bad guy. We figured out how he set everything up. We're going to arrest him if we can catch up to him. And then the solar flash happens. And that's basically the prophecy that Michael's already telling us is like, yeah, we're going to deliver on this. We've accomplished what we needed to. Once your people see these truths exposed, it changes the physics, the sun gives off new energy, and now it's like Pierluigi Aghina changing apricots into apples in only 16 days, or growing a cat's tail on a rat. I mean, these are phenomenal effects caused by photonic biology, and we know that the sun goes through different regions that reprogram the biology. All of the major peaks of evolution, as I said in the previous show, occur in these geometrically determined points. And that's geometric living information. There's consciousness inside the geometry that tells molecules of DNA how to restructure themselves through this portal effect that we did the show about. So this was so incredible, right? That the very last thing that we get to read in today's time loop section is that there was a solar flash, exactly like what the prophecies tell us to expect, exactly like what we think the first wave is going to be. And we've been talking about it week after week. And so when I saw this, I said, wow, none of us should be worried about anything. Even the people in the lowliest circumstances where they're eating paint off the side of a can because they don't have enough food and they're starving in some, third world location, everybody's life is going to be transformed when this happens. The whole world is going to change in such a stunning way. That's what the prophecies tell us. And so for them to actually put the solar flash in the dream, I was like, wow. How about let's not worry about this stuff anymore, right? I was shocked that this solar explosion had happened right in the middle of the Art Bell show. He hadn't said anything about it while he was airing live. I was totally floored that nobody had called in to talk about it. And I said, well, man, I've got to call him or something. And so this is highly prophetic of our anticipated first wave of ascension. Michael is being completely unambiguous at this point. This is truly an incredible prophecy from a dazzling source. The very day that I unsealed this and put these slides together, which was yesterday, we have the event of 2025 has begun. Mega solar storms are pushing Earth into energetic chaos. A new era is beginning. Powerful solar storms, the strongest of 2025, about to hit Earth, triggering a G4 or even G5 geomagnetic storm. And sure enough, the very day that you and I are doing this work in this live stream together, because you're co-creating this with me, we're meditating together, we do have huge geomagnetic storms going on. And so we are already experiencing a G4, which, as you can see, is very, very high. It's the highest it seems to go is 5, and that might even happen. So yeah, this is like really, really, really interesting. Okay, so let me get this straight. So David's had a time loop that's been going on since last September. It's been accurate every single week, right? It's accurate every single week. But then we finally get to the point that we have a big solar flash in one of the dreams. I mean, it's probably happened before a couple times, but the solar flash happens in the dream, and then at the exact same time that I'm supposed to be reading this on the air, it's the day after another solar flash, coronal mass ejection, has occurred, creating an utterly massive G4 geomagnetic storm. The sun actually did do a solar flash at the same time that I read you the dream about the solar flash. I mean, are you guys feeling that? Are you feeling that? That's grace. That's incredible synchronicity. That's somehow a coordinated effort with the solar system, with Archangel Michael, with stuff that I did in 1999. I've been reading it week after week in an unbroken sequence. I'm just going day by day, right up through, and it keeps working. And we finally have a solar flash dream, and a solar flash happens the day before. The day that I unsealed it is when the solar flash was happening, and now we're getting the geomagnetic storm from the time it takes to hit us. Nate Pierce says, David is the man. 333, love from Indiana. Chelsea Landis, should I open the fortune cookie I dropped on the floor or throw it away? What would you do? I would open it and never eat the cookie. This is crazy, man. Life Force Rejuvenation says. Rich Vagel says, I'm feeling it, my brother. Preach on. David, did you ever figure out what that thing was that came out of your eye? I think it was a silver crystal. A silicon silver crystal that was from the colloidal silver that I was putting in to fight the sty. But that was the thing that was stuck in my eyelid. And when it finally came out, it looked like the sword of like a tiny sword of Archangel Michael. That's why I thought it was so cool to show you that. Vacapalo says, I am feeling it to my bone marrow. Will you be selling your cabin? No, absolutely not. I'm going to pay off the cabin so that I don't have any bills, as I said before, but then I'll just come here when I want to. And it has great security. I mean, it's not like somebody could break in. Cops are like right around the corner. They're always pulling people over, which I realize, hey, that's not bad. Just don't drive fast. You have nothing to worry about. Now there's police up your you-know-what all the time around here. I mean, they never go away. They're always pulling people over, which is fine. So again, solar flash dream, in the time loop, solar flash really happens. Now we're in a G4 geomagnetic storm. That's the waves of DNA coming out of the galaxy. That's the yod, the bolt of lightning that knocks down the corruption and exposes the truth. I mean, wow, it's just like, I couldn't possibly have arranged something like this. This involves collaboration with the activity of the sun. So maybe the sun decided to do this for the show. Anything is possible. Maybe Michael knew the sun was going to do this in 1999 because they were going to make it happen somehow. Maybe they have that level of technology or whatever it is. Maybe not technology. But somehow, my dream has a solar flash. The sun does a solar flash. And he says, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. So in light of that, pun intended, in light of that solar flash, let's read the highlight of March 17th once again. Don't worry, have faith in the Ascension and in the timelines as given. This is sure to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words on that one. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's so gripping. I'm so compelled by the future, by this activation, this transformation. Everything that we thought is important is not going to be important anymore. Everything that we thought we knew is going to be different than what we know. You will start having access to information that just appears in your mind. You don't even know where it came from. But you just know things. And it's like you're online, but it happens psychically. Because it's called the Akashic Record. You start accessing the Akashic Record. You start having access to living information. You can download what you need to know. You can look at somebody, you know their name, you know everything about them, you know their past lives, you know your own past lives. I mean, depending on how far this goes, we're all going to grow into that. Some of us might only get moderately psychic from it at first, and they could be more like a typical psychic is now. But then other people are going to get real intense activation off of this. And again, this week, I keep doing it. I don't know what I'm going to do next week to keep making this so interesting. But I'm hoping they just get this job done so I don't have to keep coming up with all these huge 6-hour shows, okay? But anyway, we're on the edge of our seats. This is the end game, and Michael is saying that, and it's this beautiful coordination between the Alliance and Archangel Michael. And what it's leading to is this drastic change in human evolution that's very spontaneous, and apparently is going to happen this year. And if you don't believe that your body could spontaneously change that quickly, he said apples and pears in the time loop, and that made me think of Pierluigi Aghina. And he's got the apple tree, apricots turning into apples in only 16 days. So yes, the physics is there that this could happen to you, that your body could change. So once again, just real quickly, the Michael prophecies are coming true now. Download is available. We have all 7 books. You can read some of this stuff in book 4. Some of it is not there, but some of it is. 35 hours of dazzling videos for $144. I mean, I think most of you guys, if you wanted to buy it, you already have, but you can see how the dots connect. Go to thedisclosure.com. That's the only site that matters. Sorry, I haven't updated my YouTube page. I should put this on there. I haven't even done that yet. It shows you how little I care about marketing. Over 35 hours of high-quality, amazing video with the discount code Concrescence. And again, if you love all the stuff that I'm talking about, one of the 2 courses in this package is Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies. And we go into Satan, and we go into demons, and we say stuff that I would never want to say on here. And we really get into what happened to Hitler, you know, what was really going on, why. I mean, it's very deep. And I also do a really nice discussion of this topic of sacred geometry, crop formations, DNA, genetic material, the consciousness of the mind being geometric, the idea of the sacred geometry in the quantum realm, the global grid, the interplanetary geometry, and the whole concept of how the Mayan calendar leads up to Ascension. I mean, these videos are unstoppable. And the other one is called The Disclosure. It's produced like Hollywood quality, and I interview Chris Beskar from Stavati. He's the CEO, so he's in there, and you get to hear him leak all kinds of interesting tidbits of intel, and it's really, really great. So again, it's $144. It really does help us out. We need your help right now. So if you haven't already done this, type in Concrescence and go to thedisclosure.com. All right. Well, as we said last week, he wrote me personally, and he said, I am not in the military, and I am not Ezra ... Okay. You left a lot of things out, but, you know, we understand disinformation is necessary and operators never divulge. So he hasn't told me to stop doing this, and in fact, there's been some very interesting things that look like communication this week. And so now we got 2 weeks to go through, but thankfully the second week was pretty light, so I think we can do it. We're at 4 hours and 16 minutes. So here's the first one that came out a little earlier this week, where he retruthed a meme, and it said right here, he's on a mission from God, and nothing can stop what's coming. Well, yeah, okay, you could say it's like the Blues Brothers, Dan Aykroyd, John Belushi. We're on a mission from God. And it's kind of like a funny comedy reference, but it also kind of sounds like the deal that Michael has nearly ruined my life to try to create, which is this Ascension event that's non-catastrophic, helping the Alliance. I've been, you know, again, totally bankrupt and under attack for the last 4 years. It's been very, very difficult for me on a personal level. Isolation in this environment is like solitary confinement, especially after I lost my dog. Now we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of that. This has been really, really hard. I'm looking forward to not being alone. I'm looking forward to not being isolated, to not having 8 months of winter a year, to not being constantly fighting that it's cloudy and rainy or windy or snowing or something like that. So when I saw this, I said, is that just funny or is there something else going on? That was interesting, okay? That definitely is all in the vicinity of what the Michael prophecies is talking about. And then we had this guy, Dr. Eric Davis, testify in front of Congress, right? And he said, oh yeah, there's Nordics, Greys, reptilians, and insectoids. So congressional disclosure just validated everything I've been telling you guys. It just right down the list. 4 major types of beings, yep, all that stuff is true. That's exactly what's going on. Well, thank you. And then there was another thing that happened, and it's like, whoever this Ezra turns out to be, how did he know what this individual was going to say? So check this out. And then he takes credit for it too. So he's got to be some kind of an insider. I mean, we don't want to blow his cover, so we'll just say he's an ordinary guy. Something magnificent is happening to this guy, but the magnificence seems to overlap quite a bit with being an insider, is my point. So, whoa. This individual will be declared publicly dead soon. And he got 2,446 thumbs up. That's incredible. That's May 18th. Okay, so we're talking about, like what? 12 days ago. Or 13 days ago, I guess. Then, so they said he will be declared publicly dead soon. We didn't know what this meant. What is he talking about? You know, is it going to be that he actually is gone? Or what does he mean by soon? What does he mean by dead? What is this really about? On June 1st, he posts this. Don't you love when things come together? He has publicly declared this individual as dead. Wow. So let's get this right. Back on June 18th or May 18th, so said individual be declared publicly dead soon. And then we had this actually came out, which was sort of like trolling, hence the peace sign. There is no ... He was executed in 2020. Clones, doubles, and robotic engineered soulless, mindless entities are what you say, blank don't know the difference. And he says, don't you love when things come together, blank has publicly declared him as dead. So he must have had some form of inside intel in order for us to see that this actually happened, that he anticipated this. So I think what we're going to do, you guys, somebody says he's John F. Kennedy Jr. He probably would be all pissed off if you said that, so I'm not going to say that, but I know that is, I don't believe that personally. They did say in the post that he was really gone. Anyway, I think I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll play you guys a good old vintage turkey video. I'll just give myself a couple minutes and I'm going to run right back. But I really could use it, so hold on a second. Let's just do this. Because, let's see, which one is only like maybe a couple minutes? Second turkey, so this 17, we'll do the 17 turkeys in the snow. How about that? All right, you guys, because I really do need to take a leak, but then I'll be right back, I promise. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let's play the clip. And action.
Okay, here we go once again. I've got 17 turkeys. The magic number corresponds to the letter Q. Yeah, hi turkeys. I haven't shoveled anything yet, but they show up every morning and they want food. You better listen or else they'll start pounding on the house, jumping on the roof. You hear these banging noises, you're like, what the heck is this? It's like, oh, it's turkeys. Okay. Yeah. They have a calming energy despite the fact that they fight each other. And they're so happy about this food, man. They just love it. Yeah, hi turkeys. It's pretty good to have a flock this big. Pew, pew. Sometimes I imitate them and then they go with it and they say the same stuff. You can get into a little game with them where you play around with their noises and then make similar noises and then they'll follow you. Isn't this great? Every morning I wake up and I got turkeys. I wake up to this every day. Because now they want to show up in the morning. That's their new thing. They said, to hell with 2 o'clock. There's loose dogs. We don't want to see that. Let's listen for this guy's voice. You can also see, if you look closely, how their necks are all kind of fluffy. That's not normal. They have this ability to fluff up their feathers. There's something they can do where they can make their own winter coat. So the reason they all have fluffy necks right now is that that's the season they're in, you know. It's winter feather style for them. The idea here is for them not to fight. Occasionally they're biting at each other and stuff, and you don't want that to happen. So if you give them enough food, they don't fight. They're going to need about 4 more mugs, because 17 turkeys is like at least 3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds of 2 mugs. I put it out 2 at a time. And they eat it fast. I mean, you can already tell they're burning through most of what I gave them. If you could see it as clearly as I can on the snow here, but they're being good. They're not fighting too much. Well, there's one taking a poop. Now they're all getting along pretty well. Okay, here we go once again. I've got 17 turkeys.
All right.
Number.
And I am back, you guys. So we're gonna continue with the show. So again, I think that the Alliance has very quickly sort of rebuilt my shattered pride after last week when he said, "Yeah, I'm not in the military. My name isn't blah blah blah." All right. Something magnificent is going on. As long as you're cool with it, we're going to keep reporting on this. We had a Democratic vote. We still got 3,600 people that we're being able to see here. And, okay, cool. So why did you know about this, dude? Like, this person will be declared publicly dead soon. And then 13 days later, he says, "Don't you love when things come together?" He has publicly declared this individual is dead. Well, okay, so there's something going on because this was planned out and it was a communication. He must have some form of inside intel to have anticipated this. Okay, so there you go. I think with those 2 things about the mission from God and this, it's like, yep, everything's fine. Let's just keep doing this. If nobody tells me to stop, then I'm just going to keep going. And I'm fine with that. I know you guys are fine with that. All right. So now we got to go through 2 weeks at once, but I just had a pee break. We might be able to get that done in 1 hour. I think that's possible. We're going to try to, since many of these posts, and again, now there's even a question as to how legit is this whole system. I think it's very legit. But we're going to go through the posts more quickly. I'm just going to read highlights. We're not going to read all of it, so that way we can get done in an hour and I can be done at 5:30. That would be great, my local time. Okay, here's the first one, you guys. Celebrating the founding of said country. Both Republicans and Democrats came together in this new ad celebrating this occasion. The ad featured various personalities. All of them described this as our closest ally and underscored the need for unwavering continued protection. Do you feel this way yet? Well, no, but this source, whoever it is, and whatever magnificence flows through him, has been consistently telling us that this is one of the big problems that we have to face. It isn't just like we used to think, oh, it's just a bunch of European weird royal people who have all this money. No. I mean, yeah, that's part of it, but like there's this whole other thing going on that you got to pay attention to too, without demonizing individuals. This is a very, very important part. It's a very tightly knit construct at the top that almost the entire group of the country and everybody else is against. And that happened all over the world, and this is one of the places where it's still apparently in a major factor. But no, you can't drag in ordinary people because of this association. That's where I completely draw the line. And so there's no racism or any type of isms on this show. We wish all people peace, happiness, love, forgiveness, compassion. And that's really where you got to have it if you want to be on the Ascension timeline. If you want to be a jerk, go ahead. But then you're not going to get the light body activation, and that would really suck. So it's very expensive to be a racist. It's going to cost you some very good soul development things, ascension type things, if you actually stay in that very negative frequency, okay? So post number 122 is talking about money and what it buys and how that relates to whatever we're seeing in media. A lot of this stuff I can't really say, but are we really free today or are we enslaved? Well, you know the answer. And that's why once we go through this ascension and everything changes, it's going to be so remarkable to live on Earth. Operations are underway and operators are active. I do believe that's absolutely true. This was the very moment as I made this slide that I found out we had gotten our money. And then immediately after we got the deal, there was this crazy social media glitch, like the whole thing was going to come down. He said it was experiencing crashes for the third day in a row. Users now noticing posts disappearing in real time. Not just minor glitches, but full-blown removals. I seriously hope they fix this. So yeah, like last week was really, really weird because I was going to do all these slides for you guys and then I couldn't photograph them because X was down. And it stayed down the whole time I needed to photograph them. You think that's real? Yeah, I do. I think that's not accidental. And oh, David, he's so egotistical, he's so arrogant, he's a grifter, come on. That's one kid and the people that are working with him, and they're just very active. But what the heck is going on when I need to make my slides and the platform itself is down? Is that a coincidence? It could be. But it was a very well-timed coincidence if somebody doesn't want me doing this show. That's all I'm going to say. And I'm not saying Elon, obviously not. I'm saying somebody manipulating it in a way that he wouldn't want. He doesn't want it to go down. He wants it to stay online. This is something crazy was going on here. And I don't think there's anything he could have done about it. So please don't blame him. Way too many people are blaming him right now, in my view. So these glitches hijacked my normal production of slides, as I told you. So now we're going to pick up where I left off because I didn't have the ability to take pictures before. So we have this individual saying that so-and-so is treasonous and corrupt. He's a Grammy-winning musician beginning his European tour, saying that this individual is treasonous and corrupt. He urged the crowd to rise up, speak out against authoritarianism, and let freedom ring. Okay, so, this is just kind of a general news thing, but it shows you how strongly many people feel. And in my view, this is what I've always said. It's like, look, I have a very cool and very different idea about what this actually is than anything that you think you know about it. If you think it's all bad, that's a story that you're being told that omits all of this very interesting information that I've been aware of for a really long time. And what they like to do, what the enemy likes to do, is focus on the negativity. And we have this clearly flawed person. He's not perfect, but yet there is something very interesting going on behind the scenes, and it's much deeper than you're ever going to hear about in regular media. And once you find out what the story is and that it's connected to angelic extraterrestrials and ascension, it becomes very interesting. Thank God this is happening. Thank God there's an alliance. Thank God this is going the way it's going, because the option we were facing was like what my dream had, where I'm on the air with Art Bell and the hail starts falling down, and then it turns into clumps of ice that are going to kill everybody. We were facing an extinction level event. The events of 2020, the 30 years war, as Michael is calling it, starting in 1995, it darn near killed the planet. But Michael has guided us through this in a very, very fascinating way. And so in a case like this, that's somebody who just doesn't see the story that I'm seeing. I'm seeing a story in which something much bigger than that is going on, and if you're focusing on the negative, you really haven't gotten the point. You're missing the whole excitement. That's why so many people voted and why all this stuff turned out the way that it did. Get on board the train. Figure out why it's exciting. You're going to learn a lot, and it's very, very interesting stuff. So we have post number 58, which again, as you guys know, is the one that I don't want to read. It's about the Muslims. It's about connections of how that could be here. And again, certain people in the 30-year time loop Michael just spoke about, there it is again. It started in 1996 with the election. And it's an infiltration is what they're describing, the infiltration of our government. Okay? So next we've got James releasing new footage. And this was a chalkboard filled with cryptic words like power, deception, and, oh, that's pretty obvious, dark brain. Yeah, people's brains actually change. In psychopathy, the brain becomes different. And the handwriting appears to match known letters from other places. Among the books that are on display, you see the Satanic Verses by Salman Rushdie. Oh, my God. And this novel's been accused of being Islamophobic by various Muslim communities. Well, yeah, the main point is also satanic, right? Like, oh, there's that whole, it's the Satan thing, right? It's all about Satan. Don't you know that? Oh, no, I'm not really into that, actually. But thank you for sharing, and I'm sure you guys are going to do just fine without me. I'll be fine without you. Dark brain. Power, deception, okay. And you got one of those pillars off on the left, and you got this weird little devilly mask down there, like, oh, yep, okay. And post 137 is just a list of banks. And, you know, they're all controlled by one entity. And that's something they talk about a little bit later. Then we have a rapper. I hadn't heard about him before, but his name is Big Homie. And he was saying that certain things were being held on to. He had explosive claims. And you can read the rest of that. Agents weren't told where they were actually going until the last moment due to the concerns that somebody might have stopped it from happening. Isn't that interesting? According to Big Homie, footage was being used to control and manipulate people. That's interesting. And he claims this individual wasn't at the top. He was just a middleman, and there were even more powerful individuals above him. So you see how, okay, maybe it's just a private guy, but he's setting this up. Each post is like a trail of breadcrumbs, and you're getting closer and closer, and it's so exciting because you know what's coming, and it's going to lead to Ascension. 1.1 million views, 113 seconds. And again, who are the top shareholders of these various platforms? And why is Saudi relevant? Controlling stakes all the way down. And then again, the control of the media. So this is one we see a lot. We don't need to keep reading it. Woo! So particular materials were found near somebody's house. I got to be very vague, you guys. I'm sorry. Just blocks away from the Rhode Island mansion, location known for hosting star-studded gatherings. That's what they found. Oh, my God. Oh, they say no foul play is currently being suspected despite multiple recent discoveries like this all across New England, which is basically the Northeast of America. How these things ended up there and who they belong to remains a mystery. Police are continuing to investigate. She hasn't been seen there in quite some time. Well, this is not, correlation is not causation. We don't really know what this means. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But, why would he bring this up? Is the question I'm asking you. Like, what's the subtext here? Well, this one may not be true, or it may be something else. But yeah, in some cases, this is probably what you're going to find. And again, I'm out here. I'm one of the voices out here getting you ready for this so that when you learn the truth that you're not going to freak out as much as everybody else does, and then you can help them. And everybody's going to want to throw up, but then you're going to feel better. If you throw up, you'll feel better. And if you keep running from this and you keep hiding from this, you're not really doing your Ascension work. So learning that this stuff is true is a big part of Ascension. That's why I like to read Ezra, whoever he is. Okay? And again, 120 seconds on this one leads us to this. And this is a very key point. Why, by coincidence, does some kind of attack or something with mental health always occur in a short time after we see negative news? Do you believe in coincidence? No. They think you are that stupid that you won't correlate these things, that you're a puppet, that you have no power, and they want to take everything away from you. They want to control the narrative. And you can see what they're doing here with the media and how they're pushing it on you. There you go. That's good enough. So we saw that this numerical code was clearly not just some random thing. Everybody can kind of figure out what it means because that number is very commonly used. he confirmed that this former individual's post was actually a veiled call for a criminal act. He claims that he recognized it instantly and said, as a former director, he knew exactly what he was doing, and he did it on purpose. Labeling him a dirty cop, he added he's leaving the fate in the hands of the department. So yeah, that's interesting that he called it out directly like that, and that seems like ancient history now, doesn't it? My God. Post number 66, he is currently under attack. So this fits very well with what we just saw, because we were just talking about him being under attack. They use this creepy numerical code. Oh, ha, ha, ha. You know, isn't that funny? I know what it means. No, it's not. Death threats are not funny. You know, like they're really not funny at all. It's a very, very sick, evil, twisted thing to do. And then, so the numerical code that might be random just so happens to say the president is under attack by our own. Yeah, that fits really nicely, doesn't it? And they say, yes, they just attacked him. It was immediately detected by military intelligence, and he was alerted. Re-review everything, including today, yesterday, weekend. What does this mean? What actions are immediately occurring? If this leaks or immediate action occurs over at this location, you will have your verification ahead of schedule. Whoa. So yeah, this again is, I mean, it's very context specific. It doesn't seem like a random choice to be post 66 at all. And it's saying, again, that actions could be happening very, very quickly. So I'm on the edge of my seat all the time. We seem like we're very, very close to this. One of my dreams was that Christmas happened during the month. So that hopefully is the month of June. Hopefully something's going to happen, because the tension is crazy, isn't it? It's like, oh my God, let's get this over with. Then he claims he's never heard that this number was used as a code for anything evil. I mean, give me a break. Everybody knows this code. Never once heard that it was used to refer to killing or assassination, anything like that throughout his entire career. Defended the decision to delete the thing, said that he did nothing wrong, and it was unfortunate that so many are furious with him. Does anybody actually believe this? Come on. I mean, we all know what it is. And again, we don't advocate any of these types of activities. And it's just, you really don't want to play around with making jokes like this. So it's a good sign that society is responsive enough that people are no longer able to do death threat trolling and get away with it. I think that's a good thing, because, you know, it should never happen to anybody. Whoa, do you see the number? Do you see the number? So what we're just looking at is 35, right? And, we've never heard of that term being used. So they're just going to keep covering it up. And then they say the number 35. Oh, wow. There's only two of them that really deliver the main thing that we're so concerned with, and that's 35 and 34. And you've been watching my show week after week, you know this. So we don't have to read it all again, but it's very, very interesting, isn't it? That he will be well insulated and protected on his plane and abroad as operations are conducted to take back the country. We want to salute and pray for brave men and women in uniform who will undertake this assignment to bring forth things like peace and unity and have our power return. We hope that we can reach enough people that they will understand. Again, if our buddy didn't want to create more suspicion that he really is doing a code, then why would one of the first posts after he sent me that have the number 35 in it? Because this is about as blatant and specific, that and 34 are as big as it gets, okay? We cannot yet telegraph the message of normal methods for reasons you can understand. Follow our questions of previous threads. Remain calm. Primary targets are within that main area and at the top on both sides. So please don't freak out. Remain calm. Any spillover in the streets is quickly going to be shut down. Stay alert, get vigilant, and above all, please pray. And it says 4:10:20 at the bottom, which adds up to 34. So then the very next post that whoever, and it's 4:44 right now. Isn't that cool? It's 4:44 on my clock right now. Like, yeah, okay, excellent. The very next post that he puts up after one that has 35 minutes in it, or 35 seconds in it, is one that has 34 seconds in it. Okay, now how did you know that he was going to be declared dead soon, and then that happened 13 days later? So why would you be doing this if you don't want us to think it's a code? Well, again, let's not push too hard. Just it's magnificent. There's something weird going on. But yeah, this definitely looks like the code is alive and well, because the very next video has 34 seconds. And this comes out from the father of our friend saying, go ahead and sue me. I'll talk about this stuff. And he said that it's over 100 and he's ready to defend that in court. He insists everyone already knows the truth about this. And remember, Michael spoke of a 30-year war. And you could say her second term began at that time, which is very interesting. He dares them to sue him and says they will never take him to court. So again, this is really just saying, yes, this is what you're going to learn, that these people are working like gangsters, that they've actually been eliminating anybody that gets in the way. We have salvage title just donated, so I wanted to honor that. I used to get kaleidoscopic fractal geometric visions while meditating when I was 19 years old. I know the feeling. I now understand that to be light body DNA upgrades. Yes, so this is very cool. It's demonic MTV and Metallica's fault that Winger went down. They were amazing musicians way past one silly song. That's right. And the lead singer is also a bass player, and he's really good, by the way. So, yeah, I do respect them now, but I would have gotten beaten up if I said I liked Winger in high school. So the kaleidoscopic fractal geometric visions, yes, that's the point. You may see this and not when you're meditating or you have a fever or entheogen type experience, whatever it is. So yeah, there's good stuff going on here. Hold on. Okay. There's all kinds of comments in there. So again, they're talking about how murder is being used to reinforce the efficacy of this 30-year war. And how are you going to stop it? Well, maybe there's only one way. Maybe the military might be the only way. Well, sure enough, they're talking about this body count. Everybody knows about it. And it's going to have to be stopped by some kind of extraordinary action. And, oh, he's got 1.3 million views, and the video length of time is 34 seconds. Woo! I mean, like, that's a big, big payback. You can't tell me that's an accident. You can't tell me that he I mean, if he was not wanting to send us messages anymore, if he's like, oh, yeah, this David guy, he does these videos, and he says that it's 34, then why in the world would he put them side by side when they're so relevant to the content? Okay, so I think we're fine, and I think let's just say this is magnificent. We'll leave it at that, but we got a really great comm. However it happened, universe, thank you. We thank the universe for this communication. So the body count is related to 34. Is this a coincidence? Well, they were nested together like two little Easter eggs. And if you watch even one show, then you know those are the most important numbers. So again, I will say thank you for the comms. So my fellow Americans, over the next several days, you will realize we are taking back this country, and we have initiated fail-safes that will occur upon arrest announcements. So that's a very important point, is the announcement of these things happening. Confirmation of what is occurring will then be revealed. And this is the scary part, it is not going to be openly expected and accepted. Public riots are being organized in very serious numbers. They want to prevent anybody from being captured or brought in. And it says, on his order, a state of temporary military control will be, oh my God, that's martial law. Okay, well, what else are we going to do? How are we going to get through this any other way? Special ops will be carried out. Rest assured that we want your safety and well-being, but the atmosphere will be very divided because so many people will have fallen for a corrupt, evil narrative. And then it says, we will initiate an emergency broadcast system during this time to provide direct message and bypass this fake news to everyone. Anybody who wishes to do us harm, organizations or individuals, will be met with swift fury. Certain laws pre-lifted to provide the military necessary authority to handle and conduct this everywhere that it needs to happen. Dude, okay. Something is great about this, and it's like, yes, finally, you're right. We are investing in this whole future by doing this show week after week. I believe they're telling the truth. And so they did, you know, I got that funny letter, but operators never divulge, so he can't tell me the truth if that is something, if he is an insider. But then how did he know that said individual is going to be declared dead 13 days beforehand? And there's so many of these, and then this code, it's like, okay, let's just go on the assumption that this is real because it sure looks like it, man. And everything lines up this week. 2 weeks of shows, 2 weeks of slides. So here's the next one where we have these individuals rescued from these radicals. And it was a special operation that happened down in Guatemala. They were being held in a group compound under disturbing conditions, and they found this buried box, and you can see the rest, and they have this documented track record. Uh-oh, there it is again. Very, very disturbing stuff. And again, it's just a few people at the top. Most of the people know nothing about this. So now we got post 11. Yep. They lost this very important power, the one area of the government that is not corrupt, directly serving the president. It is the military intelligence versus these other groups. Very exciting. And they're going to do takeover investigations. It's already been happening. Then we're hearing about that horrible Mexican boat tragedy where people hit the what was it, the bridge? Brooklyn Bridge, yeah. And then they're clinging to the masts. Parts of the towering mast broke off and crashed onto the deck below. Mexican Navy owned the vessel. They confirmed they are investigating the incident. Well, you're probably going to find alcohol involved. I hate to say it, but my God, this was so bad. And if you look at it up close, you can see there's people, they're all on harnesses, which is kind of good, but apparently some of them died. Others just got in a very unpleasant situation. But yeah, it completely knocked over as it was going under the Brooklyn Bridge. Very, very sad, crazy tragedy. And then our friend is being slammed for calling for world peace. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? He attacked him for calling for it during his speech in Saudi, slammed him for criticizing the country on foreign soil. Well, how is it criticizing to have a peace? I mean, isn't that better for our country? Disrespecting the war and claiming that the words also dishonored the troops. Wait a minute. So it... We just want you to keep dying. We don't actually want it to stop. So, like, I don't want to dishonor you guys by thinking that, like, you're going to get to live now. Like, no, you all throw yourself in and you know, go in there and get shot and do whatever you got to do because we're not stopping anything. I don't want to dishonor you guys by making you think that you might get out of this somehow alive. Ooh, that's just... Okay, but we got a donation come in. Starseed Essence sending love and light to all here on this chat. Happy Sunday Fun Day. It's a great show, David. Thank you once again. Namaste. And also thank you to Ezra. How long do we live in fourth density? It's going to be millions of years. Well, no, we're not going to get Ezra on the show because, you know, this is somebody who doesn't want to make a public affiliation because of the way that I'm talking. I think that he wouldn't want to be implicated in the first round of all this stuff, which I understand. So let's just don't bother him, give him his anonymity, but something magnificent is continuing to happen here. All right, we're doing good. We're getting through these slides quickly. We'll probably be done by 5:30, I think. So then we have post number 45, which is, again, one that we always see, and it's talking about actions that are forthcoming this weekend. So, again, that could be last weekend, and we'd have to look at the news and see what fits with that, and it could be this weekend as well. But it's exciting. I mean, things are going to be happening quickly. Now, this was one of the real big shockers of the week. Like, wait a minute, now they're publicly talking about it? They're actually mentioning it on the social media platforms? It's like no longer a speculative maybe that only guys like me would talk about? I mean, this is the message that we're giving you. This is what the communications of these code numbers that lead to posts seem to be saying. And then he actually does it publicly. And you still don't think this is true? You still don't think there's something getting ready to happen? You better believe there is. This is very real. He once again shared a post declaring that all roads lead to blankety blank and inviting us to weigh in on the idea of it happening publicly. Well, that's what all the codes have been about. I've been hearing about it since 2009. And this is the guy who just told me he's not involved in anything on the inside. He originally shared the same message ahead of the last election, and now Ooh, look at this. Because, again, I'm not sure if he's writing this all by himself or if somebody else might be helping him. It appears he's preparing to take bold action as he turns to the people for their input. Do we truly want this to happen? Yes. At least I do. I think a lot of us do. So, and they said there's going to be resistance and not everybody's going to like it and it's going to terrify people. And I mean, you got to realize some people are going to go into an absolute panic meltdown like nothing you've ever seen happen to them before. They're going to be so freaked out. They're going to be so paranoid. They're going to be so scared. They're not going to want to believe anything. And the point is, look, we've been telling you this was going to happen for a really long time. We've been talking about it in advance so that you watching this show right now, you're one of those people who knows enough that when this happens, you're not going to lose your crap. You're going to stay involved and you're going to help people understand, yep, you know what? David is one of the people. He was talking about this all the time. This is nothing new. We've been anticipating it since 2009. So we've been waiting for this for 16 years. And once you see what was really going on and you finally can allow this information to permeate your consciousness, we're very, very lucky that this happened. If this didn't happen, we had been deceived and tricked and we were going to lose everything, the whole planet. It would have been an extinction level event. And right as I'm chasing the guy, the fat man who staged the motorcycle crash, solar flash. That's the last dream that Michael just gave us in this week's time loop. And then a solar flash actually happens. And it creates a G4 geomagnetic storm. It's raging right now as we're doing the show, rising your vibration. And then the president says, all roads lead here, read truth if you want this to happen. And we got almost 2 million views. I mean, dude, everything I've told you is true. It's all coming true. And Michael was right. And the Archangel Michael prophecies are right. And it's all converging with the behavior of the sun as if the Logos Christ itself, which is what the Law of One says the sun is, it's a manifestation of Christ, among the whole galaxy being that too. Everything is an image of the Creator, and stars and planets are super beings. So did that super being participate in this? Did that super being decide to have a solar flash right at the right time for when we're going to unseal this dream? Maybe. I mean, that's how cool this is, dude. It's like, woo, wow. Just incredible. 59 seconds gives us this post, and again, it's talking about public trials. And again, this is one we've read many, many times about Saudi giving him a royal welcome when he got there. And here's the key. We are fully prepared that all social media will be shut down to prevent the spread of this information with X and or other types of mass censorship. So, didn't that just happen this past week? Yeah, it's why I couldn't bring these slides into the last show. So he says that, do you want this public thing to happen? He posts that, and then they link to 59, and it says we're fully prepared that all social media will be shut down to prevent this from happening. It's perfectly logical. So once again, however these numbers are getting picked of how long the seconds are in the video, it's perfect with the message. It's perfect. You can see that right here. So now we have, did he really do this? And now people are saying, no, it's just going to be one camera angle and he was in there alone and nothing else. Okay, maybe that's true. Both of these guys, Dan and the other one, are confirming that it actually was something he did to himself. Do you believe them? Well, one of the theories that's been going around for a really long time is that it never actually happened and he got wheeled out of there in a wheelchair and he's being held until we get this grand revealing, at which point he will then personally testify, or maybe he's already done it on video, but maybe they still keeping him around, personally testify to what he did. And you're going to be seeing him on a video and you're going to be hearing from him and he's going to be dropping the whole thing. And he's going to say who the names were and he's basically testifying in some sort of secret thing. Or they might have him do it again live. Maybe he's still around. I mean, that's how crazy some of these theories get. But yeah, there were people that said they saw him coming out in a wheelchair. Okay, who knows? It's interesting. And if it's true, you know, and he's kind of winking his eye, right? He says, do you believe them? Well, maybe, again, disinformation is necessary. This is what they have to say right now. So we got 28 seconds, and this is another one that's very, very actionable, where it's talking about, again, what do they have to do to engage military intelligence over other agencies? And we just heard that earlier, so they're repeating the theme. And this is, again, one we've read many times about how every organic protest was actually being infiltrated. All the top leaders were being followed. They were being surveilled. Everybody that had a group of any small amount was being watched. Anything over 20 people was being surveilled. They were studying churches, campuses, classrooms, public meetings, taking notes, recording tapes, photographing anybody who dissented. So you really were screwed in a lot of ways. I mean, if you did a lot of stuff, they were going to know who you are. And if they left you alone, then you got lucky. So the military intelligence has infiltrated all of these various groups, and they say, yes, well done. So then they're saying that the staffers already knew he was quote-unquote like dead. Undercover video from last year, that he could barely put a sentence together, apparently. Everyone around him saw it. They couldn't understand how it was able to be avoided turning into some huge thing. Now he's been diagnosed with something. The same people who were dismissed in the past for posting videos of him struggling are now being proven right. Okay, so that's part of how weird this all is, right? Well, 22, oh my God, dude, it's another very classic post about the exact same subject. You got to be kidding me. What former president used the military to save the republic and what exactly occurred? And then it says right here, this is the biggest drop of intel we've ever given you. Study and prepare yourself. Again, why would he do all these posts that keep saying all this actionable stuff if it wasn't really a code? Is this all like, am I reading tea leaves here? Is this tarot cards? No. There's intelligence behind this somehow. That's my feeling. Study and prepare. The masses tend to panic in such situations. No war, no civil unrest. Oh, and there it is, clean and swift. I mean, there's only a few posts like this, and so these numbers pop up way beyond statistical significant levels to show you that there's a correlation, in my view. So then she's trying to say everything is fiction, none of it is true. She's expressing frustration because people have too much free speech, and they're talking about all these things that she says never happen. She places the blame squarely on social media platforms, accusing them of standing by as everybody talks about it. What would you say to her? Well, I think a lot of people have already tried to say things. Anyway, post 58, this is one of those, David doesn't read this one. Again, same thing we just saw before about these groups of Muslims and their connections to what's going on here. So we already saw this one before, so this just gives me some breathing room. Then they confirmed that the second phase is going to be released. This was done after a direct question, and the question was framed as the most famous story of all. In response, it was confirmed that phase 2 of the files are coming out as we were promised. So, again, I don't know when it's going to happen, but in my dream, that might be a prophetic dream, it said Christmas occurs this month. And I had the green bicycle, you know, and so there was some very compelling metaphors. Again, the stage was all muddy and I had to wash it off, get it ready for the big show, get it ready for the theater thing coming into bloom. The stage is now being set. These are things Michael said. They are telling you it is going to happen. I get it, guys. It's so frustrating. I've been so frustrated waiting for this because my whole life has almost fallen apart, but now we got to deal. Everything that I'm dealing with when I have enough money is not a problem at all. It's only a money question. So when you can pay your taxes, you can pay off your debts. If you need an attorney, you can pay for it, whatever. I mean, that's all just happened. So it's really, really great. The company is behind me. I've got company funds behind me. Everything is good. So please don't worry about me. And I'm sorry for the melodramatics in the past, but, you know, it's just been, I've been under a great deal of stress. That's all I can say. And I'm so glad the deal came through. So we have 47, and this leads us to this post right here. You can paint the picture based solely on the questions that we are asking. Well, each of these posts ask questions. Be vigilant today. Expect major things to happen. Does anybody find it a coincidence that there's always some type of bad thing that occurs when they have unpleasant news? Again, this is very, very relevant to what we just saw. And how has he made so much progress in the short time since he's been president? That also fits very, very well. So the auto pen situation is apparently going to lead to major, major new things. That might be part of how it all breaks open. Bombshell claim identified the secret staffers behind the use of this device, saying that it took place as he was in mental decline. Warning, those involved will be first invited for a transcribed interview, but if they refuse that, then they get a subpoena and eventually a full deposition. Now, it was claimed that he didn't sign anything himself. He may not have even known that it happened. So that's going to be probably a big part of what we see. This could be one of the last stages before they finally decide to enact 3435. So it's ridiculously exciting, you guys. That's all I can say. And then we got 95 seconds, and it said, again, very actionable, what happened over in Saudi is going to happen here. It's going to happen in Asia, which would probably include China, of course, and it's going to happen in Europe. Keep digging and keep organizing this information into graphics. This is critical. So again, it would imply the Alliance is telling me, please keep organizing this and putting it out there. And again, some of his posts get millions of views and some of them only get tens of thousands. And so I believe they're all part of a structured narrative, and there's something interesting going on. Whether he's an insider, who knows? Something interesting is happening here. How did he know that so-and-so would be declared dead? 13 days later it happens, and he takes credit for it. He's close. He's close to somebody important, and he's got information of some kind. But, you know, again, I'm just really, really glad that this magnificent thing is happening. So then Bongino is claiming that there's no big story behind any of this stuff that went down. Again, they had a second post on that. Both of them have been thoroughly briefed on every detail. If there was something being hidden, he'd be the first to tell us. The rumors just don't hold up. Okay, maybe so. But, you know, we'll find out. Let's just hang out and find out. 1.5 million views, that's quite good. Post 56. Another one of the classic David won't read it, which I think really is just them giving me the time to get through this faster, because by now they know I'm going to be probably 2 weeks backed up. And I am. So he's baffled by the public outrage. Well, dude, look at what you took a picture of. It's a very childish death threat. Baffled by the public outrage, dismissing it as nothing more than distraction, says he's innocent. He's a victim, caught in the crosshairs of multiple investigations against this individual. He was simply out for a walk on the beach, posting a playful photo of seashells to express a political viewpoint. I've never been associated with anything violent. Oh, yeah. Okay, you know what? That's exactly what I would expect you to say in this situation. So thank you for doing what we expected. So post number 160, you guys are missing the importance of Hugh. Think about it this way. He invites over a certain individual, then they are offered something, there is a safe space, then other things occur, and it gets sent around, and now that person is completely in a different situation. This is a majorly important realization of what has been keeping people under control for so long. Yep, that totally fits. Then we have Russell, who discusses this topic on his show. And again, the point here is it's really starting to go mainstream. He's now emboldened after the video was shared referencing all of these people who have been lost. He's calling on the public for their input and support and is eager to hear what you think. He has tens of millions across various platforms and says that the conversation is just getting started. Yep, nothing can stop it. And this is all, I've been talking about it for a long time, but it's really starting to grow now. So post number 140 is talking about wealth buying power and power buys control. Just like I said with 30 Years' War, all these countries got assimilated into bigger countries over the course of so much suffering. So yeah, that's how it really works, dude. But the strings are being cut, the puppets in the shadows, and they got the 3 crosshairs there. So you know what that means. And then each side of the triangle controls a certain subset of power brokers. And then again, the sword dance. But here's really a really interesting one. What if this country, that country, and others are coordinating to eliminate the threat? I mean, that's huge. And we're going to learn a whole bunch of different things if that were true. And that'll be a very exciting moment at the time that can finally be announced, wouldn't it? So, wow, I love this post. And I'm so glad they put this one in here, if it was intentional. There is an enormous scale of events that is currently ongoing. Joint missions are underway, and the world is fighting back. It's so exciting. And then we have this individual ripping on this other individual. Says he has no right to speak on welfare given his close friendship. The crowd instantly cheered. The interviewer tried to defend this person, says, oh, he's a philanthropist. And then comes the zinger. I'd never trust him with my kids. Well done, brother. Touche. That was perfect delivery and timing. And comedy is important. You have to be able to laugh as you're facing off against this stuff. So there's where he did it, and it's great. Post 54, I know the plans I have for you. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope in the future. So there again, it really fits with the idea of ascension and that the plan is real and it's all going to work out. So then we have these pills, apparently some type of drug, shaped like said individual's head. That's new. The name came up during testimony that they were having these pills that had this particular shape. And so he wasn't present there, according to that testimony, has not been accused of anything. But why did they take these pills that had this particular shape? This is definitely indicative that there might be some other things that we're going to learn as time goes on. Let's just put it very, very obliquely. Post number 39 is talking about him, so that fits really well, and how he was trading apparently with our enemies, including some of the most important stuff, and it was sealed as top secret. Congress was never notified. Then all of a sudden they've got all these toys and the tech to miniaturize them. Oh my God. Why is all of this relevant, and what does it tell you? The big picture is rare. And yes, you're going to learn about this. This is going to become as standard as anything else you learn in school. Oh yeah, they were all in on it together. And at one point, they finally all got arrested, and people were really scared, but then we learned the truth, and now everybody knows it, and it's just common knowledge. That's what this is going to turn into, you guys. Okay, here's the next one. Why do we need a golden dome system? Is someone about to attack us? You got to remember, I did have that dream in which it showed that there was a missile exchange and that it happens right before a big solar flash type of ascension event. And we just had the solar flash again in the dream from April 1st, April Fool's Day. You might get fooled. The solar flash happened on April Fool's Day. So is there going to be something that looks like an attack, but it's really part of a structured plan as said countries are working together to eliminate this threat? Just checking to make sure they're on. Okay, wow, we had 30, it went from 3,800 to 3,300 as I looked at it. So we're still pushing 4,000. We'll probably never get above that again, but that's quite all right with me, as I've said. Is someone about to attack us? Well, yes, one of my prophetic dreams about this was that there was an ascension event right after some type of missile thing that went down. We just had that crazy sneak attack, 40 planes were lost. So what about the dome? And what is this? And, are we going to see some threatening things at the end? We might. So prepare yourself that the final few phases of this could get really weird and really squirrely. But have faith in the plan. Have faith in Archangel Michael. It's all going to work out. And your president, by the way. So then we have this individual returning to the red carpet, saying he's glad to be working again, accepting a Lifetime Achievement Award at a charity event. He was honored for decades of artistic brilliance. And I agree. I mean, he's definitely done great work. It's really sad, all this stuff. Marked his first time back since 2016. So then, once again, oh my God, look at the number of seconds, you guys. What does it say? Post 34. This is the second appearance in one round of slides. Is that a coincidence? No, it's absolutely not. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Yeah, so it's all going to happen. We're going to learn the truth. There's going to be people arrested, and you're going to have temporary military control, special operations. And again, so many people will be scared of this because they fell for a corrupt narrative. So to counteract that, they're going to have an emergency broadcast system to provide direct messages to everyone. And this apparently is video. So again, that's the second appearance of it as they were talking about this individual being forgiven and brought back onto the red carpet. No, everything's fine. This is the only way forward. That's what they're saying. So it's very, very context specific. It seems like it totally belongs there. And then somebody confronted Mike, and he actually acknowledged there is a serious concern about this problem. She was censored when she tried to warn people about the danger. She tearfully shared about her 29-year-old daughter and that any effort to speak out was silenced. She says people are being ignored and abandoned, and he acknowledged that it is a serious issue of concern nationwide. Well, that's big progress. That's big progress. That's leading up to a big disclosure that it has to happen. I mean, could you even imagine a situation where this doesn't happen? Where there isn't some kind of exposure? You can see how it's all leading up to this. It's so obvious that to deny it is just foolish, in my opinion. Okay, post number 149 is the American flag. That seems very apropos, because yes, they are going to take care of it and restore this country. And then this particular post was again attacked by Stephen, our friend Stephen, who's now got a lot more work to do, so he doesn't bother me as much as he used to, which is kind of nice. But this is what it said. If you still believe Community Notes isn't being weaponized for malicious purposes, just look at the disgraceful note under this thread. Community Notes username, there he is, Enterprising Desert Raven, is essentially gaslighting a grieving mother, dismissing her concerns by citing irrelevant things that have no connection. This is the same user who has issued death threats, used IP loggers in direct messaging to try to dox people, and will mass flag anyone who dares to speak out. He spends up to 50... I mean, how does he know this? How exactly did you know this? How do you know? Well, I guess you could look and see the timing of what he does and see that it's 15 hours a day. That's double full time. So I guess, hey, well done, Stephen. You're a hard worker, man. 15 hours a day, that's harder than I work. It really is. Churning out notes under multiple sock puppet accounts, including Resplendent Cedar Osprey. And my mom had the dream about the Osprey, and it's closing in on me, and it wants to attack me. It has a 30-foot wide wingspan. And right before, or her in the dream, it was her, but I'm saying it's me. Right before it attacks her, it disappears. And it's right next to a barn, which is the whole harvest metaphor. So isn't that interesting? Because we have no idea who this person is exactly or what's going on here, but it's a part of my life that is constantly in my face because it's constantly in the comments and it's constantly on X. And every time I post, within usually a minute or less, he's already doing stuff. And we've actually hired, as I said, 8 people just to deal with this, which as a result is great because now I've got really nice moderation. Thank you guys so much for helping. But I didn't know that he was going after other people, all the top influencers, the same way as me, and he's doing it 15 hours a day. Death threats, doxing people. Anybody that speaks out, he's coming after you. Wow. And he said it's all one person. Despite years of complaints and blatant terms of service violations, nothing has been done to address flagrant abuse by this person, which would imply he's somehow being protected, right? Now these people, which is, again, he just said one guy, effectively mocking the mother's loss because it threatens the agenda. There is nothing more vile than this kind of cruelty under the guise of fact-checking. I agree. So again, this was like right after, shortly after I got the letter from him that was kind of a big letdown. Okay, so the day after I get the letdown letter, then he exposes this guy who's been doing this to me for 7 years, and now it's happening to everybody else. So I'm really good at it. I've got the team in place. I know to never answer the phone. I've got it down. You know, like nothing too bad is ever going to happen, but it's this constant thing that we have to manage, and now it's become everybody's problem. And that would definitely imply that they know who this guy is and that they intend to take action right away. So, you know, have fun while you can, I guess. I mean, I'm not in control of this, but whatever's going to happen is probably going to be very significant, I would imagine. Otherwise, this wouldn't be talked about like this. So then these are the notes that were done. There are no individuals that actually had this happen to them, and there are only 9 from the other one. Okay, there he is, 1982 rating impact. Apparently he's working 15 hours a day, and he's using these IP loggers like Yipsu. So if you click on this, you know, and he's making threats to people, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to report you and block you. Act like scum. I'll take out the trash. So that's the kind of taunting, teasing, harassing that he does. I'm so used to that stuff now. It's like, yeah, you know what? Every time I go and do anything online, I'm going to be massively bullied by one person for 7 years. It's never stopped. Anything else beside that, I don't know what's going on, but I do know that that's happening. Okay? And it's very, very upsetting. But again, once you got a team of 8 people and you pay them enough to keep them happy, you can get on with your life. And that's what I've been doing. So, again, you have failed to produce the study requested. Your only study proved you were wrong. I'm actively working to get your account suspended. This is the same guy. So there you go. That's what he was showing us. Now we have a former artist saying that this issue is being right in our faces all the time. His name is Freddie P. And he might be a little bit lit. You know, you wear glasses like that, he might be lit. I'm just saying. He might be a little bit blunted. Who knows? I mean, maybe maybe it helps the words come out. No judgment, man. I mean, I'll do it with him. Just joking. Just joking. Claiming it's no longer a secret. It's been unfolding right in front of our faces for years. He alleges it's not just a theory. It is a deeply rooted culture, revealing the true identity and their allegiance. I mean, this is mind-blowing. Go and watch this video. You will be totally blown away. He points to a recent social media post of this individual eating this food and says it was deliberate. Only representatives have responded, stating that he is not in any type of victim position. So again, the point is this is going totally mainstream. Everybody is learning about this if they didn't already. 1.4 million views, 38 seconds, and there's the shot of him, and he's gobbling down on it there. Same type of camera that was used for other things. Okay, let's look at that post 38. Well, there's another one. Prepare messages of reassurance based on what we dropped here to spread on the different platforms. Aircraft carriers in the Pacific to prevent other state actors from attempting to harm us. Think logically about the timing of what's happening. Increase military movement. Yeah, this is all very seriously actionable. The dots connect perfectly with every number of seconds to a post. G. Fabian, thank you very much for the donation. We're at 37.58 right now. That's awesome. Then this had a lot of people scratching their head. The shooting that occurred outside the Capitol Museum. What was this intended to try to like change the way people think somehow? That's what some people were speculating. Individuals connected to the embassy were targeted. It took place in front of the museum, just behind an FBI field office and a U.S. attorney's office. Wow. And they condemned it as a depraved act. Well, you know, we got to look beneath the surface and figure out what is really going on here. Is this an attempt to try to create more power or sympathy or something? Usually that's what it is. So the first one is post number 4. And again, he is not going to address the nation on any of these issues. As people start having indictments flow in, he must remain neutral for purely optical reasons. So again, disinformation is necessary. To suggest anything else is false and should be common sense. Dude, it's perfect. Everything sounds like it's a message, doesn't it? There are a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. This was a hostile takeover of an evil, corrupt network of people. We are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. And what did Michael's prophecy say? It said the entire equinoxes 1 and 2 tell us the entire theater thing is now going to come into bloom. The theater, like you're watching a show. Sit back and enjoy the show. And again, thank you guys for the donations. Post number 17, let's see if that fits. Yep, sure enough, everything they do, that was the other of the two videos, everything they do has been accounted and prepared for. And we're going to use military intelligence to prosecute bad actors and circumvent corrupt judges and agencies. Wow. So amazing. So then we're seeing that they use these very realistic looking masks. Just like we saw in Mission Impossible for real operations, the first mask she ever wore transformed her into an African-American man. The disguise was advanced enough to alter gender, ethnicity, and even create a convincing twin. Dang. So lifelike, unless you broke into hysterical laughter, nobody suspects a thing. You could put it on in a parking garage and not even use a mirror. Wow. Incredible. 3 minutes on that one, which is 180. And again, why is Lord Roth, as you can see who that is, chatting up eagles on Twitter, and then they say, fly, eagles, fly. Uh-oh. That again suggests big actions are coming. And what president was nicknamed Eagle? So then we have this weird crash that occurs in San Diego, right in the middle of all this military stuff. A direct hit to multiple homes. Several people were dead, striking one of the largest military housing complexes in the world to numerous military families. Is that a coincidence? Maybe, maybe not. And Captain Bob Healy, commanding officer of the Naval Base San Diego, says this is one of the largest military housing units in the world. The crash happened in dense fog. Exact cause still under investigation. Well, maybe it was another act of what they try to do to just rankle the military. It's entirely possible. And again, this one is very, very relevant. The Constitution explicitly granting certain authorities to the president in order to prevent bad things from happening, which is, again, they're going to be able to use military on domestic soil. And they knew our agencies could grow so much that they would hold executives hostage and engage with bad actors. So there you go. It's all being turned around. It's going to be a big deal. And then apparently she was playing both sides. This is something that came out from the Grammy-winning artist Kid Cudi, dropping a bombshell saying that this is what was happening. The DNA on the car belonged to a woman, casting doubt on her earlier claims that he was the one who did it. Well, you know, the defense is falling apart here, whatever it is. You know, I guess that's the plaintiff, right? She would be on the plaintiff's side, so their prosecution is falling apart. She testified cameras went offline when he returned home. There were opened gifts, including one from Chanel and the visibly shaken dog in the bathroom. Does anyone feel like he is going to win? I don't think he will. Just because some loopholes are found, it's not going to be enough. Post number 37, again, they are the true patriots we will never forget. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture this republic. And from who? Bad actors who are very evil, sacrificing us for their own personal gain. Sure enough, everything looks good. So dissenters were being labeled as extremists. And this is the bombshell she just got. Declassified documents that our own citizens were put on watch lists simply for speaking out. Parents raising concerns, even people who criticized other policies were quietly being added. Isn't that interesting? So all this is coming out right now, but it's all leading up to something very biblical. Post 135, again, is talking about the banks that they run. And this was kind of a strange one with no video, so we can get through it quickly. Why is she training with this male jiu-jitsu instructor? And why does he allow his wife to do that? Well, I don't think, you know, in a modern marriage, you probably don't really have a whole lot of a choice on that. Anyway, you know, I don't know what this means, but I'm just reading you what he said. You can think about it for yourself. So this individual is not happy that all this stuff is going mainstream, and that's all they have on that one. And then we have good old Alex saying that he's demonically possessed. He's not even human. He's a demonically possessed alien. If you look into his eyes, you see the presence of an evil force that's taking control. Well, yeah, this is all very much tied in with the Michael narrative. So the posts keep showing us this. 28 seconds. Again, we already saw this one. again, about military intelligence coming in and stopping all this mass surveillance. You can see every group of any more than 20 people was being surveilled, and it was much scarier than we thought. If you did anything, they were on your ass. And so now they've infiltrated all of these different local groups and various things, and they're 5 steps ahead. So it's all going to come out. Then we have an attempted murder that occurred by drones here in the next one. His helicopter came under large-scale attack. Air defense systems engaged it, ensured that the helicopter flew safely. Several drones were destroyed during this time. There you go. They're trying everything they can. They may have had advanced knowledge of his visit to the area that was not publicly revealed. Well, that's an intelligence gap that's very scary for him. Post number 46. Again, this is one we don't really need to read too much, but the public has been given a select taste. Rest assured, others have it all, and it's 100% verifiable. The wormhole goes deep. Then we have a humiliation ritual for Christie here. She participated in it. That's what they're calling it. That's their opinion. After she promised that she would address these issues in the U.S. following the events that recently occurred. Do these politicians always have to do this? Well, maybe they don't really have a feeling of an option. Who knows? So post number 30 is talking about the secret device in the White House that could listen in on people. Before this happened, you can't possibly imagine the steps they took to try to ensure they'd stay in control. Then we have this woman who is very, very freaky, super freak, getting thrown out of the game and making rude gestures. As you can see that. I'm not going to say all this stuff, but it was in Nottingham Station during a soccer match between Chelsea and Nottingham Forest. She was removed after her social media promoted filming things during the game, violating a family-friendly policy. As she was escorted out, crowds were shouting slurs at her, and then she responded with provocative gestures, as you can see right here. Oh my God. Stay away from that woman. So then not everything can be publicly disclosed. So much ties back to foreign heads of state. Much will be revealed, but we need transparency, not at a cost we can't recover from. And they talk about this couple tying the knot. We're almost done, you guys. We only got a few more. We'll be a little beyond 5.5 hours, I think. She's set to become one of his own as this couple prepares to tie the knot on that birthday, June 14th, at their multi-million-dollar estate. Some guests will be flown in by helicopter from Manhattan, including these figures from our 30-year war. Vogue is going to cover it. It'll be the first marriage for him, and he's the heir to this huge empire. Is everybody ready for this? Well, I haven't seen anything more about it yet, but there you go. Then they're talking about that her body was dealt with in this way after a private funeral that was quiet and not publicly announced. They are not treating it as suspicious, and the family said their final goodbyes. Wow. Very sad, because we know this, it really stinks. The whole thing looks very strange. This is another one that has lots of goodies in it. Number 14, military intelligence engaging over other agencies and what must occur to allow for civilian trials. Dang. And he was asked to run for president, apparently by the military, right? He knows where the bodies are buried. He has goods on most of these bad people. And again, what authority does he have specifically over the Marines? And was he asked to run for president with assurances made that tampering would not occur? How is he 5 steps ahead? So again, very, very relevant stuff. The numbers always seem to generate that. Then his partner slaps him in the face. You saw this one. He's downplaying it when his wife appears to slap him in the face upon their arrival in Vietnam. Initially denied its authenticity until it was confirmed, and now they're trying to write it off as a harmless squabble, a moment of togetherness. We just had a moment of togetherness. That's all it was. There's no other thing involved. All right. Sure. I believe you. A moment of togetherness. Sounds great. Miles Irvin. Hello again, David. $10. Enjoy. After all, why not? Well, thank you, Miles. Appreciate that. You guys are you know, we're doing good here. Everything is good. So thank you for being here. And thanks for the comments as well and your super chats. There's the moment where it happened, and we got post number 19. Again, it's about controlling people, keeping them poor and in need. And we already saw this one. We've seen this one once before, I think, in this show. And who exposed these networks? Well, that's the military. You can't answer the above, but you will laugh once we give you the details. The network controlling this narrative, in turn keeping us under control, is being dismantled. And all these questions help paint the full picture, which again gets back to 34-35. So now he's vowing to put the West into a chokehold, and after we saw them saying, what's the Golden Dome about? This is very concerning. There might be some type of kinetic showdown. I hope not. But, you know, who knows where this is going to go? I mean, it makes life difficult, doesn't it? He's declared an end to negotiations and warns it's time that the West has to be put in a chokehold. They've been trying to strangle his country. He's going to turn the tables and return the favor. They've offered every possible concession, but it all fell apart. Yikes. Let's hope this really doesn't go anywhere. But again, panic at your leisure. 2.7 million views and 28, which we already saw. And this is again about engaging and stopping this mass surveillance from occurring. So this again fits very well. And then we have Anthony being confronted as he's out on a walk. This is probably going to happen more and more. Ambushed on the street, hit with explosive questions about all of the darkest stuff. And then it even escalated with a crowd gathering around him, hurling curses and repeatedly branding him. Wow. I mean, like, that's what's going to happen more and more because so many people are hip to this now. So yeah, it's going to be increasingly difficult. And then what's the post they came up with? 10 days of darkness. Ow! I mean, how is this not actionable? How is this not showing there's a code? I mean, here it is right here. 10 days darkness. And focus was on the U.S. today, and this was, again, the day that this thing happened in Saudi. Military control, martial law, rogue missile strikes are necessary. Rogue missile strikes are necessary. Golden Dome, why is it there? Operations are underway. Disinformation is necessary. 10 days of darkness. Yeah, it could get squirrely, folks. I mean, let's just be ready for anything. Whoops. And then the Twitter attack, and we just saw that happen. First is Saudi, then the U.S., then Asia, then Europe. So we're next in line, which would mean this is the next thing we're going to see. Military operations, operators in the U.S. Dang. And then we have people being rescued from a horror in New Mexico. This is the next one. Of course, they plead not guilty, but there were actual tunnels involved. And they were filled with rotting food and animal bones. They were filthy and dark, but everybody's now okay, and justice has been served here. But wow, I mean, that just shows you again, this stuff really is happening. Hard to believe people would do this, but holy crap, there it is. And again, we get, know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you, not to harm you, to give you hope and a future. I love it. Okay, now this is something, again, I totally don't support. Whoever's doing this is a very sick criminal. But hundreds of judges across the U.S. are getting surprise deliveries to their front doors from anonymous senders. Sounds like our buddy, but, you know, in that case, apparently he's doing empty boxes. That's what people were saying. But it's very threatening. Many of the deliveries reach homes or even family members. They're being viewed as intimidation and psychological warfare. Some believe they're being targeted specifically for rulings that they made. No, this is exactly what the DS is going to do, to try to blame it on people that would never do stuff like this, because that's just way too evil and stupid, and you're going to get caught. You're going to get caught. So post number 101 is, again, talking about you got to build the map. That was the first 100 posts all integrated into one graphic. So again, they're telling me, keep going, David. We love it. The graphic is confirmed. And then notice on the bottom it says BO extract CONF. So could that be a reference to upcoming arrests? Possibly. Phil, is that Philadelphia? How interesting. So something's getting ready to happen, you guys. Then we have this doctor making a non-subtle threat. You guys are still here. We got the full audience of 3,700. A major new thing could be on the horizon, driven by bats coming into closer contact with us due to climate change. Yeah, it's the bats, and it's because things are getting so darn hot, and they're biting people now because they're mad because it's hot. And what better way to cool off than with human blood? It's so plausible. It makes absolute sense. This could happen within the next few years, the fourth major one, and it will be a big issue. We know this is going to be a big issue. I mean, my God. He's openly threatening people on behalf of this group. So they must have given him some stuff that he really, really likes. I'm just speculating. I don't know if that's true, but that might be one thing that it could be. And then what do they say right here? The level of corruption in our country and most others is so severe, there is only one way. There you go. They're telegraphing what they're going to do, folks. Human-like robots are going to be emerging by the year 2030. This was from David Sachs. By 5 years, they will be able to perform any physical task that we can do. They will teach themselves by watching. They will mimic our behavior and start partially replacing us in many roles and reshape the future in profound ways. Will you buy one of these robots? Not unless I made it myself. And even then, I'm not sure. I mean, it's pretty freaky, right? It's like we've had so many dystopian sci-fi horror movies about this kind of thing that for people to be comfortable with it, you have to almost be reckless and fearless and be like, yeah, I don't really give a crap about my life. Whatever, they're not going to do that to me. That would never happen to me. So let's see if I still got you. Okay, you're on the... Everything is good. We're live. We're 5.5 hours in. Although it's not moving, but I think I'm still on the air. So, okay, everything has frozen, but the last time this happened, I was still on the air. So I'm just going to assume that I'm on the air, and I'm going to keep going because that's what it turned out to be last time. All right, but I can't see your comments anymore. I'm sorry about that. Post number 104, and this is, now's the time to pray. We are operational. God bless the United States of America. Then we have this agent arrested for, unfortunately, what's become on this show the usual. Oh my God. A raid on his home led to the discovery, and now he's in all this trouble. And this brings us to post number 150, which is, again, very, very blatant. Distress calls will do you no good. We know where you are. We can hear you breathing. And then LDR, and you know that would be the Lord, and then R would be you know what. Woo! Very intense. So, yeah, you don't want to mess with the alliance. And then he's promising complete transparency, doubling down. Once again, the third post on this. Complete transparency. This did not happen the way you thought. No information is going to be withheld. He's not going to rush the process. They're sorting through years of investigations and cover-ups. Everything has to be reviewed before it is released. I do believe that. And we got post number 43, that these crumbs are not meant to scare you, but merely inform resistance will be dealt with swiftly. We are removing entrenched, fortified bad actors. And again, phone numbers will be provided if you witness uprisings. Any military that you see is for your protection as well as to demonstrate our resolve. So my God, it's really, really amazing. This is happening. And then Ben wants to get us involved in this very unadvisable thing, attacking Iran. We should ignore any warnings, and you know, he attacks him for urging restraint, says he should be taking stronger and aggressive action. Well, there you go. That's the implication, that he's saying this on behalf of people that want him to say this. The graphic is your key. Let's pause and say hello to these rogue groups currently monitoring us. Was the money worth it? Titanic. No one should rest until this individual is in jail. That's 1.8 million views. The video says again, they talk about this, that he did it alone. The only person entering or leaving the area. You don't have to take my word for it. Official files offer no indication of foul play. No DNA, audio, fingerprints, suspects, or accomplices. Okay. Well, let's just wait and see. Post number 65, again, expected imminent departure. POTUS's Twitter tracked through specialized geolocation. We anticipated this. It has begun. So we're very close, folks. So the governor of Hawaii introduces a green tax here. It will tax tourists on the island, requiring them to contribute for their carbon footprint. Well, just add it to my bill. 0.75% tax on visitors in hotels and short-term rentals. It's just going to get even more expensive. Prorated tax on how many days you're docked if you're on a cruise ship. Wow. That's, well, you know, what the hell? Give to the economy. Doesn't seem like a big problem to me. 3.3 million views. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. And then this is one of the last ones. Very sad. I can't really even read any of this to you, but you can read it for yourself. And so then we have post number 31. World stalemate. We have all the goods on everyone else. We are in one of the most critical times of our country. We are purifying our government and removing entrenched bad actors. So again, all of it fits so beautifully. How could this be a coincidence? I don't know. You never saw that Glenn Greenwald video is the next one. Apparently it's very gay. And then we talk about his attempted political comeback. Signaling he has a plan to run for office again. Blamed what happened in the past on an addiction and says he's transcended it. Please trust me at the ballot box. I've taken accountability for my behavior and I've moved on. And he got a round of applause. Well, maybe that would be nice. But then this is really strange. Okay, brace your eyes. There it is. You've seen that one before. But he's got an X around it, right? So that was posted on the other page, the TG page. Why would he be crossed out? It again signals inside intel. And it appears that we're still online. I hope we are. Hope you're still able to watch this show. I'm trying to get through my slides here. So let's do that. Money flow disruption from billionaires. And so you can read all that. And then we have Lindsay meeting with the Z right before this big attack occurred. This is the ally I've been hoping for all my life. His visit follows a growing split over these issues, threatening to go over his head to help end it. He's using the Senate to take action. He says they won't by pushing for severe sanctions. And we got post number 27. Not everything can be publicly disclosed because so much ties back. That also fits. We can't have transparency at a cost we can't recover from. Then we have Elon's black eye, visible bruising and discoloration. He was presented with a White House key, a gift from the nation. He will continue to serve as an advisor. And he says it was just from his son. That's probably all it is. He said it wasn't caused by Brigitte. He wasn't even in France. It was a great joke. His son hit him in the eye. And then we got post number 40, which again adds up to 34. So we end once again on the arrest prophecy that once it happens, a confirmation will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized. Temporary control will be actioned. Special ops carried out. Dude, and they're going to initiate the emergency broadcast system to provide direct messages and avoid the fake for all people. Then we have a video of this official hiding that these things are taking place. The parents don't need to know. There you go. You can read that. That was reposted. And let's just try it out. Let's just see. I mean, this wasn't one of his own, so it might not be actionable. But okay, 389. Sure enough, this looks like it's very actionable. And you got these different names, including Playboy. And now he comes out after he has his meeting and he threatens sanctions. It's time to hit him where it hurts. We're not going to wait any longer. We're going to take charge and pressure them into an agreement. The only option left is to flip the script and change their game plan head on. Post 72. And again, this one works fine. It's talking about this particular family. And yes, disinformation is real. I was just talking about this. Distractions are necessary. Saudi is the primary, then the U.S., then Asia, etc. Now, this was the last one I wanted to end on here because, again, my screen is totally frozen, but I'm assuming I'm still on the air. Unfortunately, I can't see your comments anymore, but we're still going to close this out anyway. I didn't want to just drop off the cliff because last time we ended up being fine. It's just my browser screwing up, but it's sad that that happened. It is. So this was a dazzling confirmation, you guys. Former Bush administration official claimed a group that she's choosing her own nickname for, Mr. Global, secretly controlling world affairs. She says world leaders are heavily influenced, get this, by occult forces and are acting as puppets for an interdimensional demonic intelligence. The agenda is advancing with robots, AI, satellites, digital currencies, surveillance, automation, centralized control, the committee that runs the world. That is exactly the same narrative that I keep telling you guys for so long. And again, I think we're still on the air. I feel you guys out there. Thank you for watching. We're just going to keep going. This was the last slide. So I said, okay, let's add it up. 499. And again, he says, do you believe in coincidences? No, it is not a coincidence that this slide about interdimensional demonic forces, AI, is the same message that you're going to get in the Michael prophecies. So there we go. All right, now without further ado, since I don't really have you here with me, but I know you are anyway, we're going to go right into our global peace meditation. So let's now close your eyes. Thank you guys for being here. Sorry I can't read your stuff, but I know you're sending me lots of love. Close your eyes now. Take a nice deep breath. Let yourself relax. And imagine as you breathe this amazing photonic genetic model that we've been looking at today. It's been such a long show, hasn't it? Seeing how the frog eggs were turned into salamander eggs through light, how the rat's tail was turned into a cat tail, that apricots turned into apples in only 16 days. And what does this mean when the sun releases new forms of light, new emanations that transform our own DNA? And how amazing that Michael gave us this dream of a solar flash on April 1st, the day before I saw the movie The Matrix for the first time. And then the sun actually gave off a solar flare that caused a massive G4 geomagnetic storm. For those with eyes to see, something very exciting is going on here. This is a cause for hope. This is a cause for celebration. It does appear that everything is going to happen exactly the way that Michael told us, and we have a very, very bright future ahead. So let's take this energy of prayer and send it out to all those in need of prayer and healing in the world, surrounding them with light, surrounding them with love, and of course, send this love to yourself. Feel that healing balm of forgiveness as you just let go of all the things that you used to be so concerned about. You don't need to beat yourself up. You can just relax, allow the healing to occur, realize that these time loops are happening for a very important reason. Something is really going on here. This is not a coincidence. And we are so excited. So we seal these workings in the name of Jesus Christ. And we thank you so much, universe, for being here with us today. Let's breathe our way back into the room. Amen. And so it is. All right, you guys. Woo. Yeah, I actually look pretty good after, 6 hours? I've been on the air for 6 hours, and I actually don't look totally bad. Yeah, it's 5:53 p.m. local time. Sorry I can't see your comments. In my mind, I'm reading them, and everything is great. Hopefully, and otherwise, we've got this recorded on the deck. So we're good. So we'll see you next time. I want to thank you guys for watching. Barring any unusual circumstances, I will be here next week, and we'll see you then. Thanks a lot.